Mut ei kai siinä pidemmittä puheitta. Hand of Glory. Tässä on... Se on joku risti... Sitä joku... Onks tää joku Indiana Jones meininki? Kärme. Sitten joku klassinen symboli. Siinä kun loppu oli tässä musiikkelissa. Sitten joku risti. Ja näyttäisi olla Inri. Joku mikä? Inri, joo. Eiks tää oo tää punainen kukka ollut ne temppeliritareiden juttu? Mä muistan. Indiana Jones. Eikö se siinä ollut? Niillä oli punaiset kukat niillä ukoilla. Mut katsotaan millainen tää on tää peli. Loppuuks tää lyhyen? Tässä on ilmeisesti tullut kakkospartti jossain vaiheessa. Näyttää vähän jäykältä, mutta katsotaan nyt. No thanks. Ei tutorial.
This story begins where many others generally end. At the time, I worked for a detective agency known as HPD, but I couldn't know then what the acronym really meant. I don't think I ever really knew. For a few months, I'd been on the trail of the man the press not very originally renamed Blowtorch. A clue led me to the extreme outskirts of Miami, in a little out-of-the-way suburb that smelled like rotten fish.
Polkupyörällä. Miten se on sivuttain? Polkupyörä.
Operator, the caller you have dialed is unavailable. Do you want to leave a message?
Bundy, knock it off. Judging from the traffic noise, I'd say you disobeyed my orders.
Hey, I just went out for a ride on my bike. What's the harm?
At 10 in the evening, I told you to stay home. The case is ours. We're already racing to the scene of the tip-off.
But the cavalry's already here, boss. Let me find one of those clues that Blowtorch left for me, and we will stop the next murder before you even divorce your third wife.
I'm on my fourth, Bundy, and I will never understand why that killer keeps leaving clues just for you.
Do you need to ask? Because I'm his archenemy, his nemesis, his worst nightmare.
More like he enjoys leaving you every time grasping a handful of air.
Oh, yeah. Remind me again, old man. Who stopped the Puerto Rican surgeon and the arsonist of the southeast coast? And what about the...
All old news, Bundy. You haven't caught a break for a long time, and for months you've been following Blowtorch without any results. Why don't you go on holiday and let us do the work?
I'm in Miami, dude. Working here is a holiday.
I'm serious, Lars. Give it up.
Listen, boss. I will limit myself to a stealth approach. Identify the victim's flat, I write everything down, I smoke a cigarette, I admire the skyline, I wait for reinforcements. No shootout planned.
That would be difficult, since you never carry a gun with you.
Well, once a chick told me that the weapon at my side makes me clumsy.
Don't cause any shit, Bundy. We'll be there in a short while.
Okay. That means I have a short while to solve this case.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Bundy, don't screw things up or I swear...
Vähän jäykkää on äänenäyttely.
At previous crime scenes, we always found a letter addressed to me, abandoned in the mailboxes.
Okay.
This time, maybe, I would be able to find that letter before the crime was committed. But I had to hurry.
Okay. Näkyykö tässä, onko tässä... Oi, eli tässä on space. Parking meter.
An antique and horrible coin eater.
Onko tässä...
An antique and
No. Damaged sidewall.
Here's what the taxpayers' money was being used for.
Ne oli oikeesti animoinut ton...
The conditions of that side... A stone bigger than the others just fell off the sidewalk.
Doink. No, siinä on mailboxi.
I looked at the various mailboxes and found what I was looking for. An abandoned envelope with no writing or stamps. The only problem remaining was how to open the mailbox. Maybe using something thin for leverage. I could certainly have managed to open them, but it would have woken the entire neighborhood up. Maybe using something thin.
Ohutta.
My badge wasn't exactly the right tool to wedge this open with, but it was worth a try.
Vuodesta Pepetsi.
The only thing I accomplished was jamming the badge
Kiitos
into the narrow
Pepetsi
crack
on sit
above the
pelistä.
mailbox.
Helvetti. Yllätit kyllä. Kiitos, kiitos. Pitää pelata sitä. Pitää sitä pelata sitten, kun Niohin menee oikein hermo. Herranen aika. Ei oisit tarvinnut, mutta kiitos. Suuri kiitos.
The badge was so jammed that it didn't move.
Joo,
an inch.
kyllä. Hetkinen, closet.
The badge was so jammed that it didn't.
Entäs kivi?
The way it was stuck, the badge would act as a chisel.
Doink.
As usual, the letter was ripped and written with invisible ink. I was sure I had some scotch tape somewhere. Well, I'd have to think about the invisible ink later.
Okei. Okay. Eli mikäs toi flask? Mitä se pitää sisällään?
Maybe there was still something useful in Green Dart's flask. Normally I would have filled it with scotch, but I didn't want to find myself in Orlando investigating a red whale again. Like last time. Hey, there really was some scotch after all. Scotch tape, I mean.
Okei. Okay.
I would have stuck the scotch tape in the back of the letter, so as to obtain the best readability. I always hated puzzles.
Vittu, mä oon kans. Mä vihaan näin.
If I have to waste time on this. I hate this stuff.
Same. Same.
Once I received a 1,000-piece jigsaw puzzle as a present. I sold it to my nephew.
Se kuulostaa yhtä tuskastuneelta kuin minäkin.
It wasn't as difficult as
Meni
I
hermot Ghostwire. Menikö? Mikä oli?
At that point, I just had to find a way to
Mihkä meni
read the
siinä
message
hermot?
hidden in the letter. Well, I remembered that to reveal invisible ink, you just have to warm it. Where could I find a source of heat that late at
Aloititko
night?
kaikkein vaikeimmalla?
That stuff tasted like chewing gum stuck under a desk for a month. I know that because at school I never had the money for snacks, so I picked up those.
Eli
In order to reveal the hidden message, it had to be warmed up. The vending machine's engine emitted a faint heat, maybe intense enough to show the hidden writing on the letter. At first, nothing happened. I was about to give up when it happened. The first characters appeared. The letters were always kindly addressed to me.
to the kind attention of the detective Bundy. I am deeply disappointed, detective, by the incompetence with which you are dealing with the case of the fanatic killer known as George. As a citizen and regular taxpayer, I'm worried about my safety so much that I decided to help you gather your thoughts. What do we know about him, then? He's male, of course. Just between us, a sissy couldn't create a similar masterpiece, right? Did you see the accuracy with which the eyes of that poor girl were extracted from their sockets without corrupting the flesh around? What? With a blowtorch, for Christ's sake. This leads one to assume a certain craftsmanship. Is he an artist? Maybe a painter? As in my fast letter I suggest a plumber. Nobody ever thinks of the plumber with all this obsession over butlers. And now we know his initials. I think that would be enough for a detective with reputation high as a skyscraper like you. Fondly, a normal citizen and regular taxpayer. Liian raskas vaan pelata. Vihjut on liian kestäviä ja tykkää ammustyylistä. Vihjut väistelee vittu joka vittu panoksi. Kyllä oivo osua hitboxin menee. Tässä se tuleekin. Sen takia se on hiirellä ja näppäimissä tässä tapauksessa. Se oli helpompaa pelata. Kun siinä pitää just nimenomaan tehdä sitä vitun väistelyä ja osua niihin. Kyllä. Mut tietysti kun saa sen skillin sillä mikä se on se ensimmäinen vihreä hässäkkä, niin jos sille saa sen konekivääriskilli, niin sillähän nyt saa tykitettyä niin nopeasti ne hengiltä.
Blowtorch's tone ranged from disappointment to encouragement, with a barely concealed
Menee vaan
desire
ihan
for
naamaa eteen.
recognition. The forensic guys had no doubt about the gender of the killer just after the first murder. The reason for their certainty wasn't the accuracy of the burns, so much as the various bruises found on the bodies, which displayed extraordinary force.
Joo, ei se pitää mennä lähelle.
The usual outburst in the middle of a letter that until then seemed thoughtful and balanced. Then I saw the emoticon at the end of the paragraph. That was new. That face. In his earlier letters, Blowtorch never left anything similar. I took a mental note.
Mental note.
I guess Blowtorch tried to be funny at times, the only result being to appear even creepier. The last paragraph was surely hiding a clue. The murderer was even directing us to a specific profession. The initials in the last paragraph were found in the previous letter, but they were too vague a clue to narrow down the scope of the investigation. The usual closing format. Blowtorch constantly described himself as a normal citizen and a regular taxpayer. I don't know why, but that format made me mad.
That format made me mad. Okei, elikkä se ei aikaisemmin ole toi murhaaja laittanut mitään smiley facea sinne. Okei. Opasti meni hermot johonkin lentävään autokseen, joka oli porttia, vaan se lenti aina 50 metriä päähän, jonne oli mahdoton osua. Oliko se pyörivä juttu vai? Mitä, eikö se ole kahta erilaista lentävää? Siinä oli, joo, se pyörivä. Se oli ihan perseestä. Munkin piti tehdä se, että piti käyttää sitä... No se ensimmäisen kerran kun se tuli, sehän oli siinä portilla. Niin se piti niinku hypätä siihen ihan vitun viereen, missä se tyyppi on. Vetää se ultiskilli. Et se otti mahdollisimman paljon lämää. Mut sen pystyy tappaa sillä lailla, että aina kun se hyökkää, niin se pitää blokata täydellisesti. Se aina kun se heittää jotakin, niin sehän bouncea takaisin se täydellisellä blokilla. Sen mä huomasin. Kato siellä. Ai siinä on blokki. Joo siis ilman blokkia sitä peliä ei pääse läpi, jos sä pelaat vaikeammalla tasolla sitä. Sun on pakko blokata. Siis perfect blokilla niin sä pystyt niin paljon tekemään asioita siinä. Joo, mutta dotkella sä et pääse sitä peliä läpi. Noita tiettyjä vihollisia vastaan, niin sun on pakko käyttää sitä blokkia. Koska sitä pyörivää vittu katsoo olen lentävä sirkkeli, niin sitä vastaan, kun se vetää niitä hyökkäyksiä, niin se perfect blokki on hyvä siihen. Koska sitten se niinku stunnaantuu. Ei kato, kun siinähän on niitä skillejäkin suoraan niihin, että se aukko on paljon suurempi siihen blokkiin. Se on aivan yksinkertainen se blokkaus siinä. Jos minäkin pystyn sen blokkauksen tekemään. Ja en mä usko, että se on kovin kaukana sulla.
Someone left a stupid smiley on the intercom. That smile left on the letter, and the one on the intercom were identical. So I could rule out a simple coincidence. I had just identified the apartment I was looking for. The apartment was registered to a certain G. Glover. I hoped I got there in time.
Yes? Who is it?
I'm Detective Bundy from HPD. If you don't mind, I need to ask you some questions. He didn't answer immediately. Moments of total silence passed, during which I thought he had hung up.
Sorry for the hesitation, but I really don't understand what you would want
Mut se
from
blokki,
me.
sillä kun
I just
tekee sen,
don't
se on,
know.
sillä voittaa aika
Yes, of
monen
course.
asia.
But I really need, and I mean really need to talk to you. With a certain urgency,
Jopa
too.
viimeinen bossi, niin
Can you open
siinäkin
the
sitä
front door?
tarvii.
I hate to be a killjoy, but you have a warrant. I don't want to get into
Jopa
trouble.
ne
with my landlord.
välibosseissa
You know
tarvii.
what? I guess
Paitsi
I forgot it in
se
my
yksi
other hand.
bossi sitä vastaan.
Anyway,
Sitä
I already told you that.
Listen, the landlord is a real pain in the ass, and I don't want any trouble.
If it's such a big deal, you won't have any problem coming back with a warrant. Good night.
En ole tarvinnut tähän mennä.
In my entire career, I had never been mistreated like that by someone I had to protect. Despite the fact that the guy was an
Sanotaan, että
idiot,
mäkin
I couldn't let him be
siinä
killed in cold blood.
sirkkeliä tyyppiä vastaan.
Besides the front door,
Siinä vaiheessa mäkin
the only
rupesin,
visible
mä
way in
rupesin siinä
seemed
vaiheessa
to be a
käyttää sitä
fire escape
blokkia.
above.
Niinku oikeesti käyttämään. Okei. Eli se tyyppi on siellä.
That ladder would make a perfect way in, but how could I reach it? That ladder would have been the perfect way in, but it
Mennään tosta.
maybe in that alley I would find alternative access to the building.
Yli vaan. Mitä helvettiä?
It didn't seem so high from the street.
Hetkinen. Sä menit niinku tosta ja sä oot yhtäkkiä täällä. What?
Jumping from that roof would be very Hollywood style, but I would have broken my neck.
Huh?
Jumping from that roof would be very Hollywood style.
Ei
From the
tässä...
roof, I didn't notice anything peculiar. In that moment, I thought of the hundreds of baseball games I'd seen while living in America, and I had a real moment of epiphany. The greatest champions in history were looking at me from the sky, cheering for me and waving their arms. Ladies and gentlemen, introducing the newest member of the Baseball Hall of Fame, Lazarus Stonearm Bundy! Give it up for the only, the incomparable, Lazarus Bundy!
Mitä?
Lazarus Bundy in my place. Who'd have thought it?
Here's my man. All 7'5" of a man, to be exact. Well, so much the better. If things got out of hand, he could protect me.
Lazarus Bundy, what are you doing? I still had some surprises in store for you. Instead, it's already time to put an end to our game.
Tää oli se murhaaja. Blowtorch. Oho!
Just then, I knew I misunderstood the whole situation.
Silloin joku mimmi siellä.
Things went down dramatically. I had no gun, as always, and I had to deal with a mastodon ready to kill his next victim. Burton would surely arrive with backup shortly after. But, how shortly? Moreover, we were convinced we had to protect the man who instead just revealed himself to be the monster we were hunting. I thought of sending a text to warn him, but I had no credit on my phone, having accidentally subscribed to a live weather service. I was in more danger than ever, but at least I knew the weather was fine in Baltimore. One thing was for sure, I couldn't wait anymore.
Same place.
Tässä ilmeisesti voi kuolla.
That beast towered over me, but a bottle in the right spot would put anyone to sleep. I had to hold my breath. The slightest noise would betray me. Never mind.
Could be. I told you to close that sewer hole, you slut! If I hear even one more whisper, I'll be forced to use more brutal methods than usual. Is that clear? No.
Hetkinen. Siinä on länkkäri.
For a moment, and a moment only,
Yes.
I thought about how things might have gone if I didn't feel an unspeakable hatred of firearms.
Could be.
Mitä?
Yes.
Mitä? Bang.
That would have been a fitting ending for sure.
Sometimes my mind floated and envisioned the most absurd
Että äijä
situations.
pitää jotenkin niinku... Mikä?
No.
Oh my. Games.
I only had a game.
No.
The one with the snake that
Nokia
has to eat
mine.
the dots all scattered all over the screen.
Miksi siinä on niinku...
I was complete rubbish
silmät
at
ja
video
suu?
games.
Silmät ja suu.
Same place.
I had a pretty good idea of how to distract the threatening big guy.
Joo.
Yes.
Joo.
No.
I was desperate and in dire straits. I could do nothing but go for broke.
Look what you made me do, slut.
Slut.
First, I need to recover that damn phone that I still don't know how you managed to keep from me. Then we'll settle up.
Millä sä laitat sen kiinni?
Freeing the girl was going to be way more difficult than that.
Ai, tässä voi kuolla. Ah.
What the fuck?
Stay calm. I'll get you out of here in a split second. Hurry! Run! I'll hold him.
Mitä helvetti? Sillähän on kunnon kamat. Sillä oli hitsauskypärä ja... blowtorch. On siinäkin pahis helvetti. Kyllä. Vielä hapokkaampaa. Sigillum. Hand of Glory. A hand of faith, one hand of glory. Smoking kills. Onks tää italialainen? Italialaisten tekemä. Lars apart. Tää oli nyt Lazarus.
The blowtorch case didn't go as I'd hoped. Instead of the savior, I found myself impersonating the damsel in distress. Luckily, Burton came just in time to get me out of the doghouse. In contrast to his usual MO, Blowtorch was about to take my head off with his bare hands. The signs on my neck would take weeks to disappear completely. I got suspended from the service indefinitely, obviously, and I would soon discover that sitting on my hands would never be a part of my life again.
Otettiin niinku pois heti duunistakin.
I found the Miami Harbinger under my door, as I had every day since I'd subscribed to their delivery service. I immediately saw the blurb on the front page. Blowtorch had been identified as David Ramos, an ordinary man who made a living working as a plumber. The initials, the plumbing job, everything matched the information found in the letters. That crazy guy had given us, little by little, his complete identikit.
Mikähän siinäkin on?
Despite Burton's timely intervention, Ramos was able to disappear into the night and not get caught. At least now the public knew his real identity. A man would struggle to move freely. The leading story dealt with the disappearance of a young girl, the daughter of a certain Molesberg. Apparently, he was one of the richest and most powerful men in the city. Nevertheless, I had never heard of him before. The journalist was doubting the real disappearance of the teenager, assuming she was a runaway instead. I wonder what clues she could have had that led to such speculation. The leading story... Apparently, the journal...
Joo. Mulla tässä ei oo. Joo.
The envelope sticking out didn't have a normal appearance. A cold shiver passed down my spine. Had I just received yet another letter from Blowtorch? I immediately noticed the strange seal with which it had been secured, but I would think about that later. With a trembling hand, I set out to pull out the letter. On the paper was an address and a series of meaningless numbers. Nothing else. Ramos was giving me an appointment in a West Miami alley, but that wasn't the most absurd thing. The most absurd thing is that I'd probably have gone. So Ramos was back after just a few hours on the run, ready to pick up our challenge where it left off. In the meantime, the Miami Harbinger was publishing news about the disappearance of the Molesberg scion that occurred the night before. What if she was the victim chosen by Blowtorch? I should seek out more information. The morning news was being aired right then. Maybe there was still time to catch the final minutes of it.
Noin.
Plover Alley had to be a secondary lane along the larger Plover Avenue in the West Miami neighborhood. Those numbers had to mean something.
52, 17, 9, 11, 15, 17. Eikö sitä voisi olla niinku koordinaatit? Sehän on 2. Vai X, Y, Z.
The wax seal was recognizable in its simplicity, just a vermilion circle.
Aika. Mitä? Mikä on vittu trolli?
What the hell was my remote control doing in there? The poster claimed that the cold filled you with energy. I wondered if that was true. I always preferred the sea to the mountains.
Mitä vittua? Onko tää totta? Mä sanon, että ei. Mä oon väsyneempi talvella, saatana.
That TV had every possible function, including toasting bread, but not a bloody damn power button. I needed the remote control. The TV didn't turn on. The batteries were probably dead, and the closest retailer was half an hour away by foot. Damn batteries. There must be some way to give you even a little boost.
Vittu, se liittyy jotenkin kylmään.
With blood and sweat, I had completed that collection of action figures when I was a kid. After Green Dart, it was my biggest triumph. I had nothing to hang at the moment, and there was nothing interesting among the items already posted. Claudio, the owner of the bar where I worked many years before, sitting at the piano was his wife. Della tried many times to teach me to strum, but with very bad results.
Baari. Baari on suoraan tossa.
I didn't want anything from the bar. I barely drank, especially when I was working on a case.
Oot sä työtä?
It kept the device thermostat held in position. Removing it would drop the temperature as low as it could go. But, alright, I rarely ate the junk food in my fridge anyway.
Joo, käydäs täällä check. Picture.
It represented the Sacred Heart of Jesus, a Christian symbol of worship. My grandma insisted that I take it with me to America for protection, but to be honest, I always found it, slightly gruesome. The cell phone was inside the nightstand, comfortably resting in the underwear drawer. When I bent down to pick it up, I found myself looking at my parents' photograph. Mom and Dad, on holidays in Greece during their honeymoon. Dad with his typical sly look, Mom with an unlikely 80s rock star hairstyle. We always used to make fun of her for that juvenile look. How long had it been since I left Italy? And them. Looking at that photo always left me with a sour taste.
Äijän käsi oli omituinen
But
tossa,
that
joka oli
wasn't the
niinku
right
siinä
time to get lost in
halausasennossa.
memories. I had a cell phone to retrieve and an investigation to continue.
Omituiselta.
The night before, I'd even been able to deactivate that paid weather service. I could finally use the phone to do what it was designed for. Making phone calls.
Niin. Mitäs nykyään puhelimella tehdään?
Bobby was down there for a reason. To protect me from nightmares. I'd remove it only in case of extreme need.
Älä vii. Miksi se voi ottaa?
Bobby was down there. I'd remove it only in case of extreme. Bobby the bear. Lately he'd been.
Bobby the Bear. Okei.
Inside that fridge, there wasn't even misery left.
Älä viitti. Pitääkö tästä ottaa ne
The
patkut
universal
pois?
remote control for the best of the worst. I read somewhere once that a dead battery could regain a small amount of energy in an extremely cold environment. Could it be true? This story of batteries recharging in the cold? Hey, maybe that's what igloos are. Huge batteries shaped like houses. Oh, that would explain why Eskimos wear gloves, to prevent electric shocks.
Ei, on sen kylmyyden takia. Joo.
It was time to discover if my limited physics knowledge would help me or not.
Nyt. Se menee sohvalle istuun jo valmiin.
House of famous tycoon Eric Molsberg, where an attempted break-in was reported last night. No statement has been released either from the
Oikein
police
rinta on
or the
ylempänä
family,
kuin vasen.
so the specifics of the
Mikä
events
juttu?
are still shrouded in mystery. The only detail that has been leaked so far is some strange graffiti drawn on the
with
front of
stupid.
the mansion, probably left by the
Ufot
same
on
individual
vasemmassa.
or group that attempted the late-night illegal entry. As you can see behind me,
Hyvä
the
letti
symbol
tuolla
appears
äijällä.
to have been applied using an enormous quantity of blood, perhaps of a
Mitä
human nature.
nyrkkeilyä tuolla
We
ylhäällä on,
await
kun sinne
confirmation on the
potkitaan?
origin of the liquid, with hopes that it isn't the blood of young Catherine Molsberg. Stay tuned to this network for further developments. From Gwendolyn Pratt, back to you in the newsroom.
Erikoisia
Symbol
ohjelmia
on the
taustalla.
wall. I saw it even before that swine of a hack opened her mouth. It was identical to the seal on the letter I had just received. I had no doubt anymore. Blowtorch was pulling out all the stops to finish our challenge in style. I toyed with the idea of contacting Burton to bring him up to speed on the situation, but I scrapped that thought. If I could close the case myself, my superiors would be forced to reinstate me into the department. Was it really worth the risk of falling straight into a trap? Or was I kidding? I was never the kind of man to back down from a challenge, no matter how dangerous it may be. It was high time to let the world see what I was worth. I wouldn't be remembered as the detective that let one of the worst serial killers in the history of Miami slip away.
Niin se ajattelee nyt vaan, että se on edelleen se yksi tyyppi. Idiot.
The thing to do next was retrieve Green Dart, just in case I needed to race off in pursuit of Ramos. My beloved bike had been left at the HPD the night before. To recover it, a long walk awaited me. Hey Richie, how's it going?
Hello, Lazarus.
Rich.
We've been neighbors for 5 years now. What do you think about finally calling me Lars?
I like the sound of Lazarus.
There's something magnetic about it, don't you think?
Speaking of magnetism, do you still have that magnet I loaned you?
Yeah, well, you know, it's complicated.
What do you mean by complicated? You didn't lose it, did you?
No, not lost, no. I used it in a secret mission.
My magnet. In a secret mission.
Very, very secret. So secret I can't tell you anything about it.
Well, do me a favor and get it back to me as soon as possible. It's a fond family memory.
And that's what it would remain for poor Richard. A memory.
Tää oli UFO-magneetti. Se niinku pölliset magneet.
Once you could find love letters inside. Now it's just bills and a mountain of advertising. Do you even read the advertisements they send you?
No, I just use it to ignite the coal at the barbecues with my colleagues. See you soon, Richie.
Sure, at next Sunday's residence meeting. You'll come, right?
I have a previously scheduled engagement.
Sorry, did I say Sunday? I meant Saturday.
Even worse, I have to attend a funeral.
Oh, too bad. Then my condolences.
The only one who'd die would be me if I went to another one of those stupid meetings of boredom.
Oho. Hole. Hyväs paikkaa, mutta noin reikä.
For months I kept asking and asking Miss Joyce to repair that hole. Sooner or later I would fall through it again. For months I kept asking.
Ei.
I was sure I would find only bills and late payment warnings. Sometimes it's better not to know, so I didn't open it. The Parmesan had been dangling from the ceiling for years, and by now, it had reached a very strong seasoning. I used to prepare a trap for a rat that was haunting the attic. I almost managed to grab it when the floor decided to collapse underneath my feet. And what's worse, I disastrously landed on the floor beneath, causing that huge hole. Moral of the story, the Parmesan was still hanging from those wires, and I had started to hate rats.
Okei. Eli. Laitellaan vaihtoehtoja.
I found a very bad surprise waiting for me outside the office. Those idiots in the department had pierced the tire of my beloved Green Dart. Furthermore, the bike was locked to the streetlight with its chain. We, though, probably had the keys, but for the tire, I would have to come up with something. One thing was for sure, I wouldn't leave the HPD without my Green Dart. That was Wheelo, Visitor Service Section. His role was dispensing entry passes to the occasional visitor and invent government conspiracies in his twisted little mind.
Wheelo.
Hey, Wheelo.
Oh, it's just you.
Who else would it be?
A government inspector, maybe?
Se on sulkan
They're
kynä.
everywhere these days.
We are the HPD, the last place a government inspector would check.
We work for justice, so we're all clean and spotless. Is that what you think?
Actually, we're talking about being clean. That doesn't really apply anymore. Listen, it's you who has the keys to Green Dart, right?
Yes, the chief inspector entrusted their custody to me. Can you show me an identification document?
Morjesta nokkis.
If you don't give me the keys to my Green Dart right now...
I'll make an exception to the rule.
Mites sunnuntai on lähtenyt käyntiin?
Hey, where did the second key come from? That's not mine.
The keys were delivered to me as you see them. But if you want to fill out a complaint form...
I'll keep them this way.
Mitä vittua on tapahtunut mun...
What the hell?
happened to my green dart?
The vehicle has a puncture on the front tire. Not only that, it's chained to a lamppost.
Do you have any idea who perpetrated this offense?
I don't have all the necessary evidence to make an assessment. Do you want to press
Miksi
charges?
se puhuu silmät
That'd be a
kiinni?
waste of time. Instead, do you know where there's a bike shop around here so I can buy a new tire?
There's one 5 blocks away from here, along the promenade.
Took me
Aamulla
2 hours
leffa ja
just to
sit
get
lyhyet
here from
päiväunet.
my house. I can't afford to
Meniks
leave the whole
luomien
day.
läpi
I'll
elokuva?
manage some other way.
Mikä elokuva oli? Mikä oli unettava
Have you
hyvä?
got any spare chewing gum?
It depends. Who's asking?
The President of the United States.
Very funny. I might have some more. Yes.
Well, perfect. That's exactly what I need.
Don't get any ideas. I'm done giving you things for
Kumi
free.
pitää korjata
Come
ja
on. Stop talking nonsense and give me
katsoit.
some gum.
Okei.
Okay. Bring me the latest edition of Play Guy and maybe we can talk about it. What? I'm alone all day down here. I have to find some way to pass the time.
Play. Mikä
Looks like I
Play
might have to
Guy?
spend the day running errands for this paranoid. On the other side of the street is a newsstand. I better hurry up if I don't want to waste too much time.
Eli se tarvii jonkun lehden.
Hey, Wheelo, do you mind if I borrow this marker for a while?
What do you have to do?
I don't know why precisely. I might need it eventually.
Uusin
I, on the
Terminaattori.
contrary, may need it
Se ei
for
ollut
work,
kyllä
so
niin
the
hyvä.
answer
Se oli
is
aika paskaa.
no.
Mut se onhan se tietysti arska.
It provided access to the city sewers. Many tourists love visiting sewers.
Hauska idea.
I'll never
Mut se
understand
jotenkin
why.
jää vaan piippuun. Ja siinä on tohtori ketäkin. Tohtori ketä. Oli siellä tohtori ketä. Kyllä.
A fiery red sports car. I prefer two-wheeled vehicles by far, but
Siinä alussa.
that one just had a certain something. I had a vision of me uprooting the hydrant with my bare hands and then crooning, "I'm singing in the rain" under the water pressure jet. I don't know why, but I've always had a penchant for musicals. Bullets in Love, the box office smash hit movie of the recent months. The classic predictable thriller where at the end the killer turns out to be, spoiler alert, the main character.
Okay. Onko se täällä vai? Siinähän on se news.
Good morning, Didier.
Bonjour, detective.
You're still practicing your French, I see.
Je suis really French detective. How many times do I have to tell you?
Come on, cut the act. Just give me a copy of Play Guy, please.
Do you plan to pay this time?
Pay? You're particularly funny today, Didier.
I cannot extend you any more credit, detective. Your account has so many zeros that I struggle to read the total.
I refuse to pay even 1 penny to do Wheelo a favor.
On the other hand, Inspector Burton has left something paid for you.
Mikä?
Seamus is really funny. Was it my fault that Ramos was a mountain of a man?
That is all for now. See you soon, detective.
By the way, your fake pronunciation sucks. That guy's sure muscles made me want to start a diet based on chicken and salads. It was one of those fridge magnets, but a particularly big and powerful one. It was shaped like a UFO.
Hetkinen. Syökö tää tässä vai mitä tää tekee? Vai syökö se tota laastia? Tuossa on pleikaile. Pystyykö tässä tekemään switcherua?
I could have tried asking him for it first. Hello.
How can I help you?
You're doing a really great job.
You can say that again, my friend. Nobody does grout work like this these days.
Work.
Listen to old Tom. That's not just a wall, it is art.
If he could, that man would have exhibited his stuccoed wall in the Louvre of Paris, near the Mona Lisa. Is that magazine on the wall yours?
Of course it's mine. What a question.
Play
Well,
Guy.
this is a very difficult situation to explain. In short, I urgently need that magazine.
I understood full well what kind of urgency we're talking about. But unfortunately, I have an urgency even greater than yours. Look at those soft curves, those gentle shades.
Please, let's not get into any details.
What are you suggesting? My urgency is art. I need that magazine as inspiration for my walls.
Oh no.
So I can't give it to you. Go to the newsstand and buy a copy like everyone else.
Well, I tried asking politely. Now I'd have to graduate to cunningly stealing.
On röökeätä, vai?
Yes, I would rapidly switch the covers so that the Mason wouldn't notice the disappearance of his magazine. Now I felt more at ease.
Mistä toi musiikki tulee? Siellä on joku artisti soittaa.
Ramos was everywhere, constantly reminding me of the thrashing I suffered. The fountain wasn't especially elaborate, and to tell the truth, it also seemed out of place. It emitted a hypnotic water jet, though, neither too violent nor too calm. After the whirlwind conclusion of the blowtorch case, I had smoked an entire pack of cigarettes. I left just 2 for emergency situations. In my mind, something unexpected was going to happen.
Smoke on the water.
Absolutely legendary.
Oi vittu.
If I ever had the need for those
Eli mun
tools,
se
I would know where to
lehti.
look.
Eräs heittää sille se tyypille.
Here you are, you filthy pervert.
But these were not the kinds of pecs I really wanted to see.
Take the cover off, you idiot.
Oh, now I get it.
Don't get smart. Now, I want the chewing gum we agreed on.
Help yourself, but make sure you're not seen. It could look like attempted bribery.
Odesta Iron toi. Mitäs Iron toille kuuluu? Oliko tiukka työpäivä? Vai onko se vieläkin töissä? Oli yhdellä tauolla 8.
The chewing gum was exactly what I needed to fix the bike. I prayed it didn't stick to my gloves or I'd have to spend half a day cleaning them. The chain remained the last obstacle to
Käytiin vähän eilen hakee rautaa.
I had the keys.
Oltiin kyllä sinne mistiinkin, että se oli hyvä heitto. Ei oikein tullut siitä mitään. Siitä tutkimisesta. Mutta käytiin hakees rautaa. Oh my.
What clumsy hands!
I had...
Mikä se sormissa?
I think I felt a twinge in my hand.
And you scored. What a shot.
Which physical law of the universe causes keys to inevitably fall inside the only manhole nearby? Opening the grate with bare hands was impossible. Besides, inside it seemed empty. So I imagined there must be a long drop beneath it. I saw no alternative. To recover the key, I would need to penetrate the sewers, but this would take time.
Penetrate.
And I'd already wasted too much. By then, the sun was almost setting.
Valloitettiin koko mistä nahkeen,
mistä miss the appointment.
Mistä niistä hakee
When I reached the
jämärää?
place, the sun had already set.
Uusi.
An old, desolate alley in West Miami. I didn't know what to expect yet. I had to move cautiously. It seemed like a vending machine for chewing gum, but actually it contained soft marshmallows.
Varmaan hyvää.
Damn cat. A TV and bits and pieces. Boxes, empty bottles of detergent, junk. It was clearly blind drunk, or worse.
Blind drunk?
Hey, are you okay? No answer. Not even a twitch or perceptible movement. Then I realized how things really were. The man wasn't breathing. What the?
What the hell?
Lazarus Bundy, forgive this production, but I can't be with you in person for reasons beyond my control. The young Malsberg's kidnapping is just the first piece of a complex puzzle, a plan which, if not stopped, threatens to drag all of us to our doom. I leave the responsibility in your hands, Detective. Catherine Malsberg must be found, and her kidnappers brought to justice. Look for my symbol.
Mitä vittua? Eikö tota olisi voinut helpommin tehdä? Soittaa puhelua tai... tehdä tuo dramaattisesti.
I forced myself to interpret all this like a very bad joke. I failed. I started with the conviction to end my challenge with Ramos, and yet I found myself receiving a brand new one. The tone of that man suggested only determination, not a single trace of mockery, nor even a perceptible tremble. That guy really believed what he said. I immediately realized that he wasn't a mythomaniac. Racking my brain would have been useless, so I decided to go back home and sleep on it. Maybe the night would bring much needed insight, and the next day I'd know what to do.
Interesting. Sitten käveli seuraava päivä. Miten se polkupyörä?
As was happening more and more often, I hadn't slept much, and I almost had the feeling I dreamed everything. Had I really received a bloody challenge from a lunatic with a mask? I needed confirmation, and the HPD office seemed the best place to look for it. Today's Miami Harbinger. Who knows if it might suggest something interesting.
Mitäs tällä kertaa? Uutisissa. Miksi sulla on aina toi kaulaliina? Miksi se tulee ton takin läpi?
Father Verb, one of the most influential and controversial figures of our time. The Harbinger had even published the first page in color in his honor, years before he had received the Nobel Prize for, I don't remember what reason. Then he disappeared from the scene. Apparently he had recently decided to return with a book attacking the project Alternative Sentence, launched by the United Nations a few years earlier. I didn't know much about it, but I suspected that soon everybody would be talking about it. The HPD refused to share their progress on the blowtorch investigation. It was standard procedure. Initially maintain absolute radio silence from the press, and then throw them a little bone in the days after. Unless Gwendolyn Pratt had an interest in the story. That snake would have been able to slip into Burton's office through the window just to get the scoop.
Okay. Harbinger is on the trail of mysterious executive producer. For a few months we have been following the story of a successful but unknown producer. And we have now decided to share that what little information is available with you. Appearing out of nowhere a few months ago, Adam, allegedly his name, but believed to be a fake one, began funding projects with only a single common denominator. They would all go on to become big hits, earning him the prestigious Executive Producer of the Year award as decided by the readers of our entertainment insert. So far, all attempts to track him down have been in vain, making Adam part of the growing group of anonymous personalities that dominate the newspaper pages, from the writer Elena Ferrante to the renowned artist Bansky. Se Bansky, se oli käynyt Ukrainassakin vetämässä niitä taiteitansa. Tunnettu siitä tyttöjen ilmapallokuvasta. Jännä viittaus. Niin kuin. Okei. Täällä ei varmaan edelleenkään ole mitään, joten let's go.
I had to go to Molesberg's mansion as soon as possible. To do that, I faced two problems. I had to convince Seamus Burton to give me access to the crime scene, and recover the keys that kept Green Dart imprisoned, which I accidentally dropped in the sewer. It would also be useful to visit the alley again, where, just a few hours before, I received the challenge. In the daylight, some new clue might emerge. I was sure I would find only bills and late payments. Sometimes it's better not.
Okay.
Hey, Wheelo. I need permission to enter, Wheelo.
The HPD is not open to civilian. You should know that full well. But if you need to press charges, let me know.
I came to visit Seamus, Wheelo. Is it necessary to be part of the CIA to see him?
Curious that you mentioned the CIA.
Oh, God. Let's just do this old school. You scratch my back, and I scratch yours. Deal?
Actually, there is one thing an ignorant peasant like you could do for me. Do you see that red sports car?
It's impossible not to see that fireball.
A fireball parked for 3 days in a spot reserved for a public official, namely me. I tried to have it towed, but they just ignored me.
I can't imagine why, but okay. I'll make that car disappear sooner than you can formulate another conspiracy theory.
If you need tactical support, let me know.
Tactical support.
I'll go check if the package I've been waiting on for 3.5 months has arrived.
Pystyykö mä niinku jotenkin tosta sen vaan doinkkaa?
Some men are able to move a car with their bare hands. I was never one of.
Okay.
Would it be useful to get rid of the sports car? I couldn't do anything with bare hands. What I needed was a tool suitable for that purpose.
Eli varmaan tarvitaan nyt sen tyypin työkaluja. Se ei vieläkään tiedä, että se
Maybe in
katsoo.
there I'd have found something that might have helped me get rid of the illegal Parker.
Hey, you! What are you trying to do?
I was checking that all tools are in compliance with the security regulations for roadworks.
Are you a trade unionist?
No, I'm just a citizen who values the safety of our good masons risking their lives every day.
If you really care about your health, leave those tools alone.
Täällä on kuin turisti.
She was planning to commit to film every detail that might be worth showing to her relatives. That fountain was horrible. I didn't know why she took pictures of it so earnestly.
Saanko mä muuten tämän tussin täältä?
Hey, Wheelo, do you mind if I borrow this marker for a while?
What do you have to do?
I can use it to get rid of your illegal Parker.
All right, go ahead and take it. I prefer the old methods anyway.
I will never understand why you keep using quills instead of normal ballpoint pens.
Pens contain microchip for satellite tracking. Didn't you know that?
Well, he's a cray. Kiusataan sitä. Tää on aina lääke tää ukko. Pidetään pillun kuvia siinä.
I consider myself a bad boy exactly for these kinds of ideas. Hey, boss. Some punk must have targeted your amazing brick wall.
Ei vittu, Detective Gallo viittaus.
There
Hyvä.
it was.
Peli, joka kaatuu
Kleptomaniac's
aikaisemmin.
heaven. Found an adjustable wrench. A worn out but still usable mallet. And a brand new measuring tape. I had nothing else.
Hyvin vittu, mikä peli viittaa. Aivan kauheeta paskaa.
If the parking culprit lived nearby as I suspected, he would certainly witness the disaster that was about to befall his roadster. I let the water pressure do the rest. Now, it would just be a matter of time. Place is all yours, Wheelo.
Jännä juttu, että se... Millä se itse ajaa sen.
Lazarus Bundy. What a chance encounter.
And things go from bad to worse. Man, I didn't realize how dirty Green Dart was. I really need to deal with something else right now. Come back later, okay?
Information can't wait.
Niin
But
tää oli
above
se
all, it's the American people who can't wait.
uutismimmi.
They deserve to know. And right now, they are crying out to hear what law enforcement is doing to protect the great country which is America. In particular, what Lazarus Bundy is doing to prevent a dangerous criminal from continuing to slaughter innocent people.
Well, I could tell you about how my brain practically spilled out of my ears from the beating I took just to save a girl. But then your article would read, Detective Bundy loses brain and culprit.
That means you had some gray matter left when you let the metro artist and the nightclub gigolo slip through your fingers?
Is giving nicknames to criminals the best you can do, apart from appearing just when something goes wrong?
Gotcha. You're admitting the last case went wrong. Rumor has it that this umpteenth failure was also your last failure, Bundy. Rumor is that Seamus Burton refused to have your back after Blowtorch, the monster that shook Miami, escaped capture.
Rumor is also that a certain detective could sue a certain imposter for slander.
Do you want to stand against the freedom of the press? I have the people on my side.
Are you talking about those morons that read your sensationalist and defamatory stuff?
Very well. The Red Scarf Detective insults honest citizens.
Why am I still talking to you?
Because I'm about to give you a loophole out of this spiral of failure. In 2 days, I'll be shooting a special in front of Ramos's house. A program in which I'll reveal all the info I have on live television, whether provided by official sources or not.
And I should be that official source, I suppose. You know, I think I'll respectfully decline your your proposal.
I got wind that the detective in charge of the case had voluntarily let David Ramos get away. According to a credible witness who wished to remain anonymous for safety reasons, there could be a history of corruption behind this.
I've never accepted a bribe in my entire life, Brad. You know that full well.
That is your truth. Do you think it's intriguing enough to become the preferred truth of the people? The ball is in your court, Bundy. It's up to you to decide whether to shoot it or pass. Bye-bye.
So that harpy had chosen her scapegoat to sacrifice to the national press. What was I supposed to do at that point? Would I go back where it all started, or would I let them tear me apart without even trying to defend myself?
Hey, Lars.
Mitä?
Was Gwendolyn Pratt the woman you were talking to?
What? Don't be silly. You know Pratt avoids me like a plague. Never mind that. What do you have to say about my parking job?
Yes. An impressive performance. Although I'd have done it faster.
Stop wearing out my eardrums and grant me permission. This is my modified temporary pass. I was sure I lost it years ago.
I kept it as a symbol of your egocentrism. You're the first and only one to ever insist on having his photo on a temporary pass.
Okay.
Ramos, immortalized from his best side. The notes on the bulletin board were mostly focused on possible sightings of Blowtorch, a constant in Miami in those days.
Tuolla on crazy meiningit.
Anytime I stood in front of it, I would feel a chill run through me. The weird cases, aka the department that dealt with investigations into mysterious events. The real mystery was why Burton kept on investing funds in such nonsense. My colleague was visibly focused on a case of the utmost importance.
Nothing.
I'd never seen that girl before then. Evidently, she had replaced Burton's old secretary, who recently retired. The change hadn't been unfavorable. Hey there.
Good morning. What can I do for you?
How formal. In this office, the air is already stuffy, despite the windows being open.
You are right. This is an office, sir. Therefore, there's a standard we must adhere to, and I can't afford to make mistakes.
First day of work, huh?
First day of internship, actually.
Terrifying. Once I did an internship at a post office, and I was forced to lick stamps for 3 months. Eventually, I acquired the ability to climb walls with my tongue.
That's not my case. This is exactly the place I'd like to be.
Are you kidding me?
The mystery-filled atmosphere, the walls soaked with a strong sense of justice, the excitement of not knowing what your next case will be.
Or if you'll be able to pay the monthly rent.
That is really not uncertain. This is an unpaid internship.
I feel you, sister. Now, can you let Burton know that I'd like to talk to him?
I can try, but I don't think the inspector will be receptive right now. Whom do I have to introduce?
What?
Penis
Don't you
Hunter.
recognize me? I'm the
Mr.
one,
Penis
the
Hunter.
only incomparable. Lazarus Bundy!
Kuka esittelee itsensä
You
noin?
are Lazarus Bundy? They called you the mutt at the academy.
Hey, if I get my hands on the ones calling me names...
They meant that when you take a case, you grab onto it like a dog with a bone and don't give up until it's stripped clean.
Oh, well, in that case, I cannot disagree.
I'll promptly announce you, Mr. Bundy. I'm sure Inspector Burton will be happy to receive you.
Inspector Gadget.
Mr. Burton? Detective Bundy is here asking to meet with you. Can I let him in, sir?
Bundy, you said? Let him through.
All right, sir. You can go in, Mr. Bundy.
Thanks a lot, Miss... what's your name?
Alice. Alice Sharp, sir.
Alice. Nice name. Oh, Alice.
Yes, Mr. Bundy?
Please drop the formality and call me Lars. I'm not your superior.
Okay, Mr. Lars.
But Lars. Kato isäntä itse.
Bundy, I wasn't expecting to see you here so soon.
I couldn't stay away from you for more than 12 hours, old boy. How's Isabel?
She has a hairier chest than you and more pants than me. What are you doing here?
I decided to be elusive. It didn't make sense to involve the department in a story that, up till that moment, I wanted to keep private.
Inspector
I still can't
Gadget.
get used to the idea of sleeping as long as I want, and I'm struggling
Joka
to fill my
viikonloppu
free
vedän
time.
röökiä ja
Start with your
viskiä.
games. Nobody's buying them.
Mietin,
I bet you're here to
onko
snoop
kuu
around the Mullsburg
perä
case.
yläpuolella
I
vai
hear something
alapuolella?
I've seen on the TV. What can you tell me
Onko
about it?
aurinko
Nothing you can't hear on the
pois
news
päältä
tonight.
silloin kun
Normal
on yö?
kidnapping case. A teenage victim, Catherine Mullsburg, daughter of Eric Mullsburg, one of the wealthiest and most powerful men in the city. The latter details suggest two possible scenarios. We could be dealing with a pro, or better yet, with someone desperate who will be shaking in his boots at the first sign of a threat. Imagine, we haven't even warned Mullsburg of our involvement in this investigation. We just limited ourselves to putting his phone under surveillance at the request of the police. Soon we'll get a contact. The pressure cooker will pass to the negotiator, and we can go back to dealing with the scum.
But this is a strong media impact case. Not solving it would mean compromising the reputation of the HPD.
I always liked the way you turn the tables, kid, but you won't push me into asking for your help.
Don't make me beg, old man. Give me another chance.
And then it would be another and yet another. You would never give up, and I'd find myself constantly covering your ass.
If you refer to the blowtorch case, I already thanked you 1,000 times for saving my skin from that maniac serial burner. Despite the nail-biting finale, though, the girl is safe. We can discuss protocol and procedures, but at the end of the day, that's what really counts.
If you had waited for backup as planned instead of going rogue, we would have saved the girl and taken our man. Now Ramos is on the lam with a rap sheet that would put a terrorist to shame and with his goddamn blowtorch.
Rap sheet? You checked the criminal records of the tenants in that building, and they were all spotless.
Because he committed his crimes under the name Hector Manchada during his stay in Mexico. Those incompetents downstairs let a man accused of rape and violence against women slip through their hands. Idiots.
That's why you need me. I never allow such a disaster.
No, you've caused a totally different one. You've been reckless. You acted without thinking, and if we're being frank, you also got beat up like a shrinking violet.
But I'm Ted,
Open
not
your ears
Frank.
and listen up, kid. This old Irish ass has spent most of his life within these walls and recognizes when a career has come to an end. You can't work anymore. The sooner you accept this reality, the better.
I get it, old man. You're all heart and fatherly advice. I made a mistake coming here, and it's wasted my time.
Just hear me, kid. It's not redemption you need now.
Se jätti sen niinku avoimeksi.
Burton was immovable. I could usually extort any kind of favor from him, but not that time. I needed my badge if I wanted to take up the challenge posed to me. I asked myself where it could be stashed. In Burton's very own office? And if so, how to recover it? One thing was certain. I needed help. And maybe I knew where to find some. Hello.
Hi.
Are you really interested in obtaining this job?
More than anything else. Ever since I was 10 and watched noir movies with my dad, I dreamed of investigations, spy stories, chases.
Situations, but I considered it appropriate to curb my sarcasm for once. This girl could be very helpful. With such enthusiasm, you're gonna go far. Did you study anything before getting here?
I studied computer science in depth at the academy, and some kinesics.
Oh, finally, someone who might understand Wheelo when he talks. I'm sure he barrages me with curse words, under the guise of his exotic language.
Willow-Wee is Vietnamese, not Chinese. And kinesics is a science that studies body language.
It sounds complex. What's its use?
It helps me understand if a person is being honest. I am certain it will be helpful here.
I know it may sound strange, but I need your help.
I couldn't refuse even if I wanted. I'm an intern, remember?
As it turns out, I am presently unemployed.
What? A veteran like you fired?
Right now, it's not important. What matters is that I can't work officially anymore, and I find myself conducting an investigation off the books. But I can't do that without my badge.
Wait, you're going to ask me to get it behind the inspector's back, aren't you? You're not really asking that of me.
Kato, mulla löytyi juustoa vaan parrasta. Aivan vitu hyvä. Tän takia tätä löytyy vittu päivän ruuat täältä parrasta.
I must warn you though, if you call me intern once more in that tone, I'll put my fist in your eye so forcefully that it will match the color of your scarf.
I think I can resist the impulse. So,
hetken päästä löytyy pizza. Suki tässä niin. Sliceja rupeaa tippuun.
I knew I should expect such things when I accepted the internship. Add my phone number to your contact list.
Of course. How do I do that exactly?
I see my tech skills will be very helpful to you.
Okay, new contact.
I was wondering, that white lock of yours.
Everybody asks about my lock and nobody receives an answer. It's personal.
See you soon, intern. Alice.
Ugh.
Yes. Mitäs täällä? Onks mä tullut joku tauti? Ai täällä hitsataan.
The window is made with a peculiar metallic frame. I suppose asking you to borrow the drill would be too bold.
I'd let you take it, since it belongs to that inept fool on the street. But then he would go postal on me, and I would never hear the end of it. But if you want to use it here, I'm fine with it. Go ahead and drain the battery completely.
It was a welder, used for, well, welding. Useless junk, except maybe for one board longer than the others, and a metal tube. Having a metallic object of considerable size in my pocket could be advantageous. I balanced one of the boards over the void, creating a suspended bridge. I didn't exactly feel safe about it. The board seemed well positioned, but not very stable. The window was... I thought it was better to look for another solution.
Milles me saadaan se kiinni? Onks täällä joku... Mikä tää? Ai se on vaan... porakone.
Was it really worth it?
Mitä?
In that moment, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see a good reason to do that. Hello, good man.
Mustaseppä.
What?
Can you tell me how long this work will last?
I know your type. You're one of those who likes complaining to his superiors. Go bother someone else, loafer.
I just wanted to chat. I don't even work here anymore.
Then you're just wasting my time.
You ain't seen nothing yet. You know what? I don't think I'll ever be able to look at a blowtorch again without shuddering.
That Ramos has forever tarnished the noble art of welding. Someone should really teach him a lesson.
I hope it doesn't have to be me. About wasting your time. Why did the blacksmith turn the radio off?
No, please, no jokes. I don't...
He doesn't like heavy metal. That made me laugh so hard.
Ai vittu, mikä vitsi.
Do you know why a blacksmith goes to the doctor?
Wait, I don't...
Iron deficiency.
Can I get back to my work now?
They just fired my friend, who was a blacksmith.
Please, no more.
He had lost his temper.
You're unbearable.
Okay, this is a long one.
I wanna die.
There's this blacksmith who urgently needs an assistant, so he hires the first novice he finds. The first workday starts. The blacksmith takes an iron bar, heats it, and puts it on an anvil.
Now I take out the bar and put it on the anvil, he says to the young apprentice. As soon as I nod my head, you hit it as hard as you can with the hammer.
Those were his last words. Well, maybe you'll get it later. Enough with this nonsense.
Thank...
I'll go enjoy this amazing sunny day on the seashore.
I hope it's stormy.
As always, Miami left me breathless. Another amazing sunny day in Miami. Yet the sky had, I don't know, something magnetic.
Ooh.
Something very strange was happening over there.
What?
That's what happens when you run after the truth too hard. Another amazing... Miami stood out. Yeah, it wasn't...
Mites mä nyt saan... Ai. Kun mä lätän ne. No sillähän mä saan sen kiinni.
By securing the board to the railing, the crossing would be considerably safer.
Yhdellä lyönnillä lyö kaikki.
Now the board was well secured on the side of the balcony with 2 nails, while the planter held it firmly in place. Unfortunately, the mallet broke during the hammering. It was obviously more damaged than it looked. The crossing would be dangerous, and the motivation pushing me to act was way too weak. Yet I felt I needed to go through with this story, no matter what. It was already the second time in a matter of days that I found myself spying on someone through a window. I hoped it would not turn into an obsession.
Nyt sitten Mimmi.
Now it was up to Alice to get Burton out of my way.
Okay, now I have the chance to prove myself. I just have to stay calm, not screw it up, and maybe, and I say maybe, this month I'll be able to pay my rent.
Hey, intern.
Yes?
Don't you see that there isn't even one coffee bean left in this office? I can't concentrate without caffeine, so try to procure some right now, intern.
I really don't like the way he keeps saying intern to me. As I already told you, my name is Alice, and unfortunately at the moment I can't deal with—
Less talking and more coffee. Come on, march.
I can't waste my time paying attention to this bore. I must put into practice what I learned in the academy and study his behavior.
Okay.
All right, I need to read this man like a book.
Gaze down, arms crossed. Click on the blue panels and form hypotheses for every gesture expression available. Honey.
All right then. Let's see if all those sleepless nights hitting the books were good for something. Hey, you.
Are you talking to me, intern?
Yes, you, hairdo.
What? Hey, watch your mouth, intern, or else.
Or else what? Actually, you know what? You can get that coffee yourself, detective.
But
I really did it. Now let's take care of Burton, quick.
Come
They
in.
take care. Kuulostaa siltä, että se niinku menisi ottaa poskeen.
Mr. Burton, I need a hand filling in these forms.
It should be Travisky helping you with those things. What happened to that slacker?
I couldn't find him anywhere, so I thought that if you could be so kind to...
I'm really busy right now, as you can see. You'll have to figure it out for yourself, darling.
Sä vittu oot siinä ollut viimeiset 15 minuuttia.
I'll be going then.
Wait. Curse me and my compassion. I'll help you, but just this one time. Are we clear?
I won't disappoint you, sir. Thank you.
At that point, I needed to move at high speed. The blowtorch dossier. It seemed possible that my badge might have been temporarily left in there. And there it was, just as I thought. It was done. I was finally free to act as a qualified investigator.
I'm calling it a day, Alice. My arthritis is killing me with all this writing. Well, let's take a look at this damn dossier.
And then what would I do to get out of trouble? If Burton discovered me, all would have been for nothing. In that situation, I just had to hope that Alice would come up with something brilliant.
That's not good at all. Lars is stuck and he can't move without being noticed. I have to go in again, but this time I really don't know what excuse I could fabricate. All right, the only solution is to find something I can use as leverage to distract Burton.
Now who the hell is... Come in.
Come in.
It's me again.
Blessed Virgin Mary, what's wrong now?
Well, I just wanted to...
Are you done with those case files we talked about?
I finished everything I have to do, so I was hoping that maybe I could stay here for a bit to watch you work for now. You know, to understand how a great leader behaves during his working time.
Oh, well, if you put it that way, go ahead, but don't disturb me. This Ramos thing is driving me crazy. If we don't close the case soon, the DA will demand my head on a silver platter with a nice apple in my mouth.
I'm doing it all wrong.
Mitä?
I think I...
Mitä? No. Accumulate stress.
Mr. Burton, can I say you look particularly stressed today?
You can say that again, Miss Sharp. This case is really taking its toll on me.
Can I do anything to help you?
Come to think of it, today I didn't have time to buy the Harbinger. I know you're not here for that kind of task, but...
Don't worry. I'll stop by the newsstand and get a copy of the newspaper.
Oh, if the previous assistants were like you, I'd have had fewer headaches.
Okay.
Fraternize with people and they will provide solutions for you. The newspaper will block part of his view and Lazarus can do whatever he needs to.
Who is this dude? Huh?
Are you talking to me?
Yeah. You know, I hear there's a new wizard in Florida. He's going to open a theme park in Orlando.
I usually wouldn't stop for such an approach, but I've always had a passion for theme parks. Seems interesting.
I can send you something to look at. If you
Mitä helvettiä, ei
email.
kukaan vittu kadulla.
Write it down.
Jos haluaa
All
pinkeille.
lowercase. AliceSharp.hpd@gmail.com.
Perfect. I'm Gillis, by the way. Nice to meet you, Alice.
You won't send me anything weird, right?
Penis pics.
It will be magic.
Niin. Peniskuvia lähettelee.
Good morning.
Oh, hello, mademoiselle. Do you need something?
I need to pick up today's newspaper for Chief Inspector Burton.
Bien sûr. It's $2.50. Ma petite.
Oh no, the chief must have forgotten to give me the necessary amount. Could you please put this on the HPD account?
Like your crazy colleague who never pays. Je suis désolé, but I really cannot.
I understand. Thanks anyway.
Tällähän on rahaa.
Hello again.
Tell me
Look, I have the money, but it would take everything I have for lunch. In short, can't you meet me halfway somehow?
Pas de problème. You could help me with my little passion for painting. I'm particularly specialized in female nudes.
Oh.
Here's the money.
Dommage. I never find any models.
At least I'll keep my figure and my dignity.
Vittu mikä äijä.
It cost me dearly, but helping Lazarus could give my career a nice boost.
Senkin runkkari.
Here is today's newspaper.
You're an angel, my dear. You'll go far with your sense of initiative.
Brava, the intern. With that move, she partially blocked Burton's line of sight. His view was partially blocked by... I would have just one chance to get out of that lousy situation.
Damn call center. They won't leave you in peace even during work.
There. That was my chance.
Seamus Burton's office. Who is this? Answer. Who is this?
Lazarus!
Lars. Lazarus is far too biblical.
Okay, but tell me I didn't unnecessarily risk my career.
All went smooth as silk. Admit it. You doubted my skills.
I still do. The mental ones, at least.
Wait, what?
Explain it to me. If you didn't enter by the main door, how did you sneak into the office?
I challenge the laws of gravity in spite of the danger, sister.
So you'd run such a risk just to pursue a case like any other? You don't fool me, Lazarus Bundy. There's something big going on, and I'm sure it has to do with Catherine Molesberg's kidnapping.
You know the Molesbergs?
I don't think there's anyone in the city that hasn't heard all about it. Anyway, try not to break your neck, please. I feel like you could help me get out of here soon.
Ambitious and endowed with insight. Maybe that girl
Se
could
haluaa
really be useful
miestä.
to me, and not just as bait. After all, I really needed help. Now that I had my badge again, I was free to investigate as I wished. I just had to recover Green Dart, and the dance would begin.
Nyt mä tarviin sen, että mä saan sen... Sen...
I couldn't drill in that spot.
Miksi et? Eli sä pystyt poraa siihen?
Was it really worth? The window was made with a peculiar...
Hey.
The window was made with a peculiar metallic frame.
magneetti.
I don't know what prompted me to attach that magnet to the window. But sometimes I like to follow my instinct.
Okay.
Yes, I perforated the magnet exactly in the center. I really like the idea. I could combine its magnetic potential with the tube's length and strength, resulting in a diabolical device. I realized, though, that the magnet pull would not be enough to keep the two pieces firmly joined together. I'd have to think of something else. That way, the two pieces wouldn't detach anymore. Asking the blacksmith would... Hey.
Hey.
What do you want?
I need your incredible ability with the welder. You see this pole?
I see it. And you can stick that right where the sun doesn't shine. If you really want to bother someone on the work site, try that drunkard near the newsstand. He really loves killing time with bores. Not that wasting time is really a problem with those horrible walls he raises up.
Okay, näillä on nyt kähinää.
But I could sense some resentment towards the mason. Maybe I could exploit...
Eli...
The blacksmith. It's incredible how... Hello.
What?
Ei mulla ole sille mitään sanottavaa. Mun pitää käydä siis sitä toista hätyyttelemässä ennen kuin tää asia menee eteenpäin. Tyyppi on lähtenyt pois.
Hello.
Hello.
The blacksmith was right. It looks perfect. But upon closer inspection, the flaws really stand out.
You aren't talking about my newly stuccoed wall, are you?
Oh, not me. The blacksmith working on the upper floor.
How could that jerk dare to criticize me? You know what I say in return?
I'm all ears.
That beard that he proudly parades around is dyed. Just a meager counterfeit.
Oh, that's a low blow.
Yes, and now it's high time all the world knows it, once and for all.
Morjesta Jupeksi. Mitäs Jupeksille kuuluu näin sunnuntai-iltapäivänä? Mitä vittu se tekee?
There we are. I hope this will teach him to shut that big mouth.
It's a real piece of art. In my humble opinion, you even helped improve the neighborhood. I think the blacksmith would really like that little masterpiece.
Se on ihan saatana tuli siinä noodles ja hiki tulee. Kovaa.
The Mason's writing had attracted a crowd down on the street.
Kiittää varmaan sitten myös myöhemmin.
Soon, an unforgettable show was about to start.
Koko neste lärpätti meidän.
Hello, good man.
What?
I think there's something you need to see as soon as possible.
What are you talking about?
Here you go. The atomic bomb. I really don't have the heart to tell you. You'd better look for yourself. It's down the street. The whole world fell silent. The birds stopped singing. Everything stood still.
Mikä toi yhden ilmiö tuossa oikein?
This beard is sacred. A Shaolin monk taught me to groom it while I was at a spiritual retreat. Since then, I've looked after it every day of my life, like a perfect bonsai.
That writing on the ground says the exact opposite.
This offense will be repaid in blood.
Uh-oh. Mitä vittu? Mikä? Jatka panee, saatana. Antsi vetää ensimmäisen röökiksi.
So I was left with my last cigarette. The one for emergency only. Yeah, emergency. Yet I'd find myself lighting that same cigarette only a few hours later.
A few hours later.
Now that the blacksmith wasn't around anymore, I could use his welder.
Se hitsasi sen silmät kiinni, kun ei sillä ollut kypärää.
Now the magnet wouldn't fall off the tube so easily.
No niin, nyt me pystytään varmaan Oink.
With the tool I'd ingeniously fabricated, I would be certainly able to lift the manhole cover.
Pakko sanoa, että helvetti,
You
että on
already found a new
tehokas.
job, I see.
Actually,
Tehokas magneetti. Ja aika köykäinen olikin toi kansi sitten.
What? Oh, get out of here, filthy rat.
Look what you've done. You made Spubby run away, and now it will take me all day to find him again.
Spubby.
Spubby? You mean you have a sewer rat for a pet, and you put a collar on him? Besides which, what are you doing in the sewers?
I live in the sewers.
More
Not
people.
exactly in this area, though. Now, I'm on the hunt for lost technology.
Lost technology?
People throw away lots of good stuff in the sewers. Radios, old phones, even TVs. I gather and collect everything. I bet you're one of them. You feel so superior, you guys from up there.
Get over yourself, kid, or I'll take a swim and pull you by the ear.
I'd like to see that.
I'm Lars. What's your name, young bully?
I am M.
M? Do you work for the MI6 or the Men in Black?
I chose the name myself, okay? M.R.
Well, M, I need to retrieve those keys over there. I can't say it was a pleasure to meet you.
Not that I care, but careful of the current. There's an undertow in that spot.
I'm more afraid of your rat, to tell the truth. I had a bad experience once, and I still haven't gotten over it. Keep it away from me, okay?
Pääsisin tonne. Anteeksi.
I wasn't sure I could reach it by jumping. I could have tried, but it would have been risky.
Don't do it!
Are you crazy? Ah, you screaming at me at such a precarious moment. I could fall in the water and drown. Or even worse, I could have gotten my coat dirty.
The water current is too strong here. You really risk killing yourself if you jump.
I agree. I know a good suggestion when I hear one.
I thought again about the planks I saw on the HPD balcony, but I couldn't go around dragging boards with me. Besides, I didn't know how to drop one through the manhole. Too many problems. I'd have to think of another way. Bottle of the worst firewater on the market.
Mullahan oli hyllyssä itelläkin tulivettä.
Those planks seemed solid despite the moisture. Could I use one to reach the key? The problem remained of how to reach them.
Hey there, kid.
What do you want?
Tell me more about your childhood, thug.
I don't tell my business to the first surfacer that comes down here.
Do you mean superficial?
No, I meant surfacer. That is, a surface inhabitant.
Come on, open up a bit and share.
What a pain in the neck. When we were babies, my parents let me and my 3 brothers drop down a gutter. Then the rat you saw initiated us in the ninja arts. Since then, we've protected this filthy city.
Let me guess. M stands for Michelangelo, right?
Exactly.
Listen, rascal. I need a little contribution in terms of physical effort. Take this metal tube and use it to pull down one of those boards.
This is child labor.
But I intend to reward you properly.
Then it's moonlighting.
Come on. Do you want a deal or not?
It depends. What are you offering?
Well, I don't know. Wouldn't money alone be enough?
To use it, I'd have to leave the sewers. And I really don't want that. Find something that I might like, and we'll talk about it.
Little opportunist.
Hey. What the hell? No, teknologiaa saa. Puhelin.
About our deal. What do you think of a nearly brand new original pony remote control?
Wow. It's one of those you can control any pony device on the market with. I haven't seen one of those in years. Give me that tube. I'll take care of it.
Good job, young scoundrel. Now give me the tube back. Come on.
No way. If I trade it to the junk dealer, I'll earn enough to buy a nice stuffed sandwich.
A universal pony remote control and a wonderful iron tube in exchange for a nearly rotten board. I got screwed over by a mutant youngster living in the sewers. On the other hand... Green Dart, I'm coming to the rescue.
Älä ei varmaan oo, sit vaan liikutaan. Miten sitten tiputtaa ne uudestaan?
Thanks to a still hand and focused vision, I was finally back in possession of my vehicle. Now, I could freely explore Miami high and low.
Polkupyörällä. Käydäs tuolla ensin, onko siellä vielä se nukke? Ei.
The mannequin had been replaced with those sacks overnight. If one day I had to prove my story, it only would seem like the ravings of a madman. Then I noticed a metallic glitter among the sacks. Adrenaline flooding my body, my hand anxiously moved to reveal an empty tin can with lace tied to it. Burton repeatedly told me to wait a second whenever I was pumped full of adrenaline.
Lace ja can. Ihan poster of Ramos.
That bad guy's face was haunting me. I never liked staining walls. The kitchen was still closed for the weekend.
Okay.
Bucatinis Manacati. They treat people well around here. Then I saw it. Majestic and creepy. The symbol that attracted me at the Mosberg mansion took up a good portion of the side facing. From up close, I could determine without a doubt that it wasn't blood. After an entire night, the coloring would have assumed another shade, increasingly turning brown. Nevertheless, it properly played its role, giving me the shivers.
Tästä tulee mieleen yksi asia symbolista ja se on Mentalist TV-sarja, missä oli se tyyppi, joka murhasi sen Mentalistin perheen. Siinä on se hymiö tosi.
Come in! Buenos dias, señor. Do you need anything?
My name is Lazarus Bundy. I'm an investigator employed by the HPD.
La policía? They say the investigations were interrupted for today.
The inspector changed his mind and decided to send me. Modestly, the best agent in the department.
Bendita Virgen María, gracias. The more people is looking for little Catherine, and more chance we have to find her.
I agree, Mrs.
Lupe, señor. Just
Lupe, señor.
I'm the housekeeper of the Malsberg mansion.
Is Mr. Malsberg home? First and foremost, I need to ask him a couple of questions.
No, lo siento. He left the house a few hours ago. He said he prefers to throw himself into work than staying home waiting for news without doing anything. Estoy segura he'll be back mañana. Tomorrow, I mean.
I understand. In the meantime, do you mind if I carry on my investigation in the mansion?
No, on the contrary. Do como si fuera en your casa.
That door behind you, does it lead to the girl's room?
Oh no, esa is the room of her father, el señor Mulsberg. Unfortunately, he expressly asked me not to let anybody enter. Mr. Mulsberg was in his room at the time of the kidnapping and thinks it no necessary to invade his private space. You can find the girl's room on the upper floor. Both doors are fine.
Well, for once, things were going smoothly. Please stick around. I'll have some more questions soon.
Please do what you can.
Hello, Lupe.
Do you need some?
I'm interested in hearing other opinions about Catherine Malsberg.
We all love her in this house. Senor Mulsberg is always buried in the work while Catherine brings sunshine in these walls. Unfortunately, no obstante she's such a happy girl, she hasn't got many friends.
Her father's name is probably a deterrent for acquaintances, and above all, boyfriends.
God bless you for what you are doing for her. I just know that La Señorita is still alive.
Where does this confidence of yours come from?
Dios would never let one of his sweetest creatures be hurt.
I was going to tell her that in real life nobody is ever spared from evil, but I held my tongue. That woman was already upset enough on her own. Stick around, Lupe.
Okay. Penkki.
If I needed it, I'd go back to get it.
Mitä?
I didn't know much about music, but that sheet music was weird.
Mikäs tässä on niinku... Miks tässä on niinku tollain? Ei vittu.
I didn't know.
Jos yhtäkkiä vähän haukutut.
In that house, a terrible crime had just been committed. The air in the living room was thick with fear, hate, and anguish. Ah, to hell with it. Maybe some good music would boost morale. Or maybe not.
Aika synkkä oli.
I wasn't interested in the products. On the other hand, I noticed a side compartment containing some fresh white clothes from the washing machine.
Jotka sattuu olemaan niinku rullalla. Linen ja stuul. Puhelin. Tonne ei voinut mennä. Vittu. Mäkin haluan noin paljon rahaa, että mulla on oma tällainen harniska. Ritari-harniska hässäkkä piekkaa peidinki.
Both entrances were locked.
Ja 3 kuvaa itsestään.
But within me, to my core,
1 headshot-kuva ja 1 alaston kuva ja 1 semmonen, missä mä pidän tiikeriä jaloista. En tiedä miksi. Jaloista.
It seemed authentic. The Molesbergs even had a coat of arms. I still had to find the main key, with which I could unlock both entrances. He was clutching that medallion as if it could protect him from something terrible. I didn't want to read the plaque entirely, but he was related to Molesberg. I still had to find the main...
key.
A guy with a mean face and a diabolical goatee. I didn't want to read the plaque entirely, but he was related to Molesberg. What a big face. Aww. I didn't want to read the plaque entirely, but he was related to Molesberg. When I was a kid, I always dreamed of wearing one of those shiny suits of armor to parade around the city. Ah, who am I kidding? I still dream of it.
Pystyykö näihin
Was it really worth... Opening the door with a stool would have demonstrated excessive... Maybe, though, the stool could be useful to reach the higher ledge of the door frame.
Hey?
Opening the door with a stool would have... Maybe, though, the stool could be useful to reach the...
Kyllä.
I still had to find the main key, with which I could unlock both entrances. I still had to... Both doors led to Catherine Molesberg's room.
Miksi mä niinku...
Opening the door with a stool would have demonstrated... Maybe, though, the stool could be useful to reach the higher ledge of the door frame.
Niin. So what the fuck?
I was all out of idea.
Mitä tuolla stuulilla sitten nyt vittu tekee? Yhtään mitään, jos ei se ota sitä.
If I needed it, I'd go... If I wanted to, I could have used the piano stool somehow. Spick and span linen. It looked very durable.
Ai vittu. Nää on lukittu nää ovet.
Opening the door with a stool. Both doors led to Catherine Molesberg's.
Miksi se pysty sitä? Se ei ole mitään muuta. Look.
Opening the door with a stool. Maybe, though, the stool could...
Niin. Se on se funktio.
Opening the... Maybe... Sometime... I thought it was better to look for another... Both doors led to Catherine Molsberg's room.
Ja mä en päästä tota framea kattoo
I
ollenkaan.
still had to find the main key, with which I could unlock both entrances.
Niin, ja se main key on jossain vittu näissä kiinni. Vittu kyrpää ei löydä sitä.
Hello, Lupe.
Do you need some?
I found the doors on the upper floor
Haluan tälle
locked.
puhua ensin.
It's not exactly a good way to start an investigation.
Oh, el señor must have locked them all because la policía has finished these investigations. Pero estoy segura que the key is on the upper floor somewhere. El problema es que I don't know exactly where. Do you mind looking for it?
No, I'm used to...
No niin, eli nyt se tietää, että se on siellä. Nyt se pystyy käyttämään sitä vitun tätä.
Was it really worth... Opening the door with a stool would have... Maybe, though, the stool... Both doors led to Catherine Molsberg's room. At the moment, the key hadn't been hidden in the frame of the...
Nyt se näyttää ton.
I thought of putting the piano stool in a useful position to reach the top of the frame.
No ekalla. Noin.
I unlocked both entrances to the room and finally prepared to start my investigation. I only needed a quick glance to realize that something inside that room wasn't as it should be. Not even a minimum sign of struggle. No item out of place. None of the typical evidence usually found at a kidnapping scene. The bed was even made. I was sure that Eric Molsberg hadn't had the room fixed up after the alleged crime. Alright, let's try to understand what happened in here.
Eli projector.
The projector worked only through the insertion of rectangular cartridges, but I couldn't find any of those. There were dolls everywhere in that room. Either Catherine was really tied to her past, or she was traumatized by it. Strange. The bed wasn't disturbed, and yet Catherine had been kidnapped overnight. There was nothing of interest to me at the moment. It had been a while since I'd practiced with the blue steel. The room as a whole reflected the shy personality of someone barely beyond her childhood years. That poster was curiously out of place. It exuded repressed fury and bloodshed. An inner conflict? That side of the house faced a small backyard, where I could see an unused shed. Directly below the window was a trash can. If the girl decided to get rid of something compromising, all she had to do was throw it in the garbage. I decided to check.
Pääks mun mennä tonne vai? Meneekö se automaan? Se pääsee läpi.
I thought the room visible on the lower floor was Eric Molsberg's. I've always suffered from a strange phobia. Strangers' bathrooms terrify me.
What?
Just hygiene products. Nothing I wanted to examine thoroughly. My skin smells natural, so no need to wash it.
Toi menee ulos. Okei.
There was nothing else to see. There was nothing of interest to me. With a mirror like that, it would have been much easier to get one.
Katas. Eli toinen ikkuna on tän isännän ikkuna yläpuolella.
It was time to act.
Minkä yläpuolella se oli?
Who are you? And
Who
above
are you?
all, why did you knock down the gate? It was open.
Oh, are you sure? Well, anyway,
Onks sä
I'm
niinku
surprised how many people
saksikäsi
don't read the
Edward?
newspaper anymore. I am.
What?
Lazarus Bundy!
Who?
Lars to friends, but you can call me Bundy, Mr. Pirate. I'm the detective assigned to the case of young Catherine.
I'm relieved to see you here. That poor girl doesn't deserve what's happened to her.
Spare me the platitudes and don't go very far. I want to question you personally.
I'm not going anywhere. As if I could. They haven't given me a holiday since '95.
Mitä? He's black.
The sight could have fooled me, but surely not the smell. That was rosemary. Hello, good man. Cut the small talk and tell me everything you know about the crime.
It was late at night when from my shed out back, I heard a loud crash. It gave me a shock. I rushed outside and found Mr. Mulsberg in his robe. I don't know if I was more upset by that spectacle or the sign on the facade.
So you live in the vicinity. The kidnappers were reckless. You could have seen them.
The mansion is really dark at night and very isolated. We're more vulnerable to these sort of crimes than you think.
What do you think was the reason for the kidnapping? Excluding money, obviously.
Catherine was a very joyful girl. Everybody loved her. But then she refused to leave the house for months.
How come?
I don't know precisely. I mind my own business.
You have a very special talent.
I started for fun after watching a movie, and to my great surprise, I found out I was good at it.
Congratulations. This beaver came out really nice.
Can't you see it's a horse?
Stick around.
Can't you see it's a horse?
There were the green and soft leaves of spring, the dry and thorny leaves of summer, and the crispy brown ones, the symbol of autumn. The gardener had done a good job. I could have stolen those keys just to kill time, but I preferred to wait. Surely the need to do that would arise soon enough. That shorty with the hook was doing a good job.
Shorty with the hook. Tässä on vetu saksikäden.
I didn't want an egg in my coat. Come here, sweetie.
Yow.
I was suddenly hungry for broth. Why lock up that poor hen? A chicken house. A chicken coop? I mean, a cage for chickens. In this case, there was just one hen, but a very fierce-looking one.
Okay. Sitä varmaan tarvitaan jossain vaiheessa.
The back of the house revealed a separate floor.
Richard.
Clearly the back area was reserved for the servants, and they kept it hidden from sight.
Trash cans.
If my assumptions were right, maybe I would find something useful in the middle. At first glance, I didn't see anything unusual. Then, from the filthy depths of that abyss, something emerged. As my friend Frank would say, bingo.
Bingo.
Literally. Had I worked this hard just to recover a bingo card? Yet, my intuition urged me to persist with that bingo card.
Oi, mä taidankin tietää mitä varten se on.
All of those numbers reminded me of something.
Kyllä, se oli ne 5, 2, 17, 9. Mutta onks nää ne? Ja 52. Fuck. Oli sillä 15. 52, 11, 7. Ei. 1. Joo. Miten tää liittyy mihin? Uusi numero. Se bingo. It's a bingo. It's a bingo. Mitähän se tehdään?
They contained grain and animal feed. I was fond of that feed. It tasted like ham. Another one of the gardener's creations. That flamingo was really well done. Better... Here, Bridget. Come here, sweetie. Something in the look of that dog told me it didn't want to play. It was slimy dog food. Despite that, a primal instinct triggered inside me and made me drool. It was impossible to open the lock with my bare hands. The door was locked, but I didn't mind.
Okei, täällä ei oo muuta hommaa. Se pitää löytää nyt mihinkä se toi koodimeininki menee.
Lupe had already put the stool. If there's one... The jewelry box contained exactly what I expected. Jewels. Surely they weren't trinkets. That the girl was filthy rich wasn't exactly news. The drawer contained only a few sheets of paper with nothing interesting on them, and a fiberglass bowl containing some little numbers, like the ones used to play bingo.
Noni?
It was stuck. Notes, scribbles. There was no hint or clue on those pages. I didn't want to move them. They might be hiding a clue.
Oh.
I didn't want to move them. They might be hiding. It was stuck, and so in all probability unused.
Siis...
I didn't want to move. Notes. The jewelry box contained. It was stuck, and so in all probability unused.
Mitä? Joo. 15, 7. Hetkinen, oliko se 15? Olihan siinä 15. Olihan siinä. 11, 17, 15. 7, 15. 11, 15, 7. 7, 2, 9. Odesta karka, bro.
Sometimes, my obsession with using random items didn't lead anywhere. Sometimes, the drawer...
I do not understand.
I thought it was better to look for another solution.
Eiku. Vai pitääkö se tähän?
In that moment, it didn't seem to be a good...
Aha, eli tähän.
Those numbers. What if they were a clue to the bingo card I
Niin.
found?
Niin.
It led the wax seal. Those numbers. What if they were?
Odista Valley be free feed. Miten vittu tää nyt pitäis toimia?
No matter how hard I tried.
Joo, bingo. 15, 17, 52, 72, 90. Joo. Mitäs teille kuuluu? Tuolla näkyy 80, 11 ja jotain. Oho.
I didn't want to move them. There were a bunch of numbers. 11, 23, 8, 52, 72, 36, 61. They had to mean something.
Hetkinen.
There were a bunch of numbers. 11, 23, 8, 52, 72, 36, 61. They had to mean something.
Okei, eli 11 jotain 8. Eli jos 11 72 ja 52 on ne numerot ainakin, jotka mätsää ton kanssa. Niin.
I was sure I identified the correct numbers, but maybe I'd set them the wrong way. I had to open the right boxes, not close them.
Jaa, niin.
I was sure I had set the right code. The first clues to suggest it were the numbers inside the drawer. Based only on those, though, the possible combinations would be countless. I got the key to reading it from the envelope I received the morning before. The lunatic was toying with me as a cat does a mouse, and yet I couldn't help but continue going down that road. The card was the right size to be inserted into the projector, almost as if it was specifically created for it. I felt like an old man hearing the final number called, the victorious one. I had done it. The peculiar angle of the holes directed the beam of light toward 3 specific points on the bookcase, highlighting 3 syllables. Bal, sa, mo. Balsamo, Italian for balm. Why did Catherine leave a clue in Italian? No, I was confused. All that work just served to lead me to a hygiene product? As weird as it might seem, the message hidden in the young girl's room led me to the word balsamo. It's Italian for balm. Still unsure of what I had just found, I took the product in question and looked at it more closely. Nothing. No writing, creases, or rip on the label. No tiny objects hidden in the gooey interior liquid. Just a simple damned balm. For that first day of investigation, I conceded defeat. I'd lost half a day risking my life on unstable makeshift ledges and in smelly sewers. I lost the other half playing bingo with the ghost of the person I was trying to find. Oh, and came away with sticky soap bubbles in my pockets. Yet, I couldn't think of anything I should have done differently. In a way, I was sure I had moved one step closer to the truth. There was going to be no ransom. The egregious Mr. Molesburg would have been waiting in vain until I found something.
Egregious. Seuraava päivä. vitu pitkä peli tää.
Lately, I hardly get any sleep. This kidnapping case
Joo,
is
kerran
making
se
matters
näyttää
worse.
samalta kuin se
An
herää.
extravagant girl, Catherine. The claustrophobic atmosphere of the Molesberg mansion. The twisted challenge that was thrown at me. And that mask. That mask was haunting me. That morning, I found a surprise waiting for me in the Miami Harbinger.
Dildo. All nyt dildoja.
Tucked between its pages, similar to the letter found 2 days before, an envelope stuck out. Inside it, a note, displaying some chess pieces, whose meaning would only become clear to me later, and a picture that immediately attracted my attention. Catherine, hand in hand with a guy I'd never seen before. I woke up with very few ideas, but this event gave me a new lead to investigate. But who sent that hint?
Niinpä.
I had to show the picture to Alice by the end of the day. I was sure she knew her stuff about online searches. The paper opened with news about a little tourist plane that had apparently escaped from the Bermuda Triangle unharmed. Normally, the Harbinger didn't deal with such cases, but in this particular situation, there were clues and disturbing details that attracted the attention of the media. From the article, it appeared that the investigator in charge was none other than the infamous Noah Adote Adwele, the man responsible for the so-called weird cases of the HPD. I had very little to do with him, but he always seemed very antisocial to me. Ramos was still on the run, but the experts believe it impossible that he could have left the country due to the extremely tight security checks. I hope they weren't making the same mistake as me, underestimating that guy.
News from around the world. Having a wide variety of interests, Michael S. often finds it difficult to choose whether about what movie to watch, where to go for vacation, or what hobbies to dabble in. People tell me I can't be a master of all trades. We'll see about that, he told the Miami Harbinger during a phone interview. He went to manically describe his next project, new rechargeable energy source that has something to do with potatoes, chemical reactions, and his dog. Mitä? It's gonna be revolutionary, ha 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 ha, he yelled over the phone when the line suddenly went dead following what sounded like something shattering and a dog howling. This reporter hopes the dog is okay. Okay. $2,500 maksaa. Director Chris Doyle. Eli.
The meaning of that little note, along with the identity of the one who delivered it to me, remained a mystery. I was not an expert on the subject, but it looked like a windrose to me.
Windrose. Okei. Tässä ei oo sen kummemmin. Heppa Torni Heppa lähetti Heppa Torni Heppa. Ritari siis. Ei kai siinä. Mennään taas eteenpäin.
In addition to investigating the picture, I had some other leads to follow. First of all, Lupe had told me Melsberg would return during the day, and I absolutely had to question him. In addition, I wanted to better inspect the alley where I'd been challenged by that madman. I had to check if someone saw or heard something useful that night.
Kuuntelee samaa musiikkia.
Hello.
Hi, Lars.
Look at this picture, Alice.
That's the recently kidnapped girl, isn't it? The one you were investigating.
Precisely. Do you recognize the guy accompanying young Catherine?
I recognize the girl only because her picture is everywhere. I don't recall ever seeing him at all.
Have you got any way to find additional information?
I have many resources, my dear investigator. I'll make a copy of the picture, and I'll let you know. But I'll need some time.
Good girl. Dig up all the dirt you can.
Immediately, oh umpteenth wannabe alpha male. I'll let you know.
Another thing, while we're here. If I say the Italian word balsamo, or balm, does it remind you of anything?
Do you think this is the right time to play to word association games?
I can assure you that this bomb is vital to the Molesberg investigation. Saying it out loud, I know it sounds a bit stupid, but you can't even imagine how much sweat it took me to get it.
I'll do a search. Maybe the word has a certain secondary meaning that we're missing.
Ehkä. Löytyykö se jo?
Hi, Lars.
I can't.
All right, then. Come on, lay out your hypothesis. Let's see your...
Judging by your behavior, I'd say that in your adolescence, you were a shy and introverted girl. You spent your days wondering how it would be, for once, to find the courage to strike up a conversation with anyone. Courage, however, that you never found, causing you to grow that rebellious lock, hoping it might earn you a shred of attention. That was your way of declaring to the whole world you weren't the loser they thought.
I don't mean to brag, but at school, I was one of the most popular girls. I did well in almost all my subjects, but not enough to be classified a bookworm. You let me down. Maybe you're not the great detective that I thought.
I'm just warming up. We'll catch up.
That's the...
To the green dot. Joko se ukkoo siellä? What the hell?
Who are you? And why have you entered my house without even knocking?
Oh, I'm sorry, Lupe gave me free access. I'm Detective Bundy of the HPD. I'm helping with your daughter's kidnapping case.
The HPD, you said? Am I wrong? Or are we talking about that new support police department formed in the last few years?
You're not wrong, and as you probably know, we average almost a 70% rate of closed cases. And of those, I can say without false modesty that almost 45% are closed by moi.
You're very self-confident, Mr... Did you say Bundy?
It didn't seem right to thump my chest and scream my name as usual, so I just nodded in silence.
So tell me, why is the HPD involved in a normal kidnapping case?
We both know this is not a normal kidnapping case. You are a big shot in this town. The police asked us to help. I hope you don't mind. And most of all, I hoped you wouldn't check. At that moment, I was balanced on a fragile tower of lies.
No, I don't mind at all. The more the forces that cooperate, the greater the chance that we have of finding my daughter as soon as possible. I'm at your complete disposal for anything you may need.
Perfect. And remember, please don't leave the country until the investigation is concluded. He shot me a look that immediately indicated, and without any doubt, that in that house, there was no room for humor.
Mites mä nyt pääsen
Molesberg?
Go ahead.
What can you tell me about your daughter?
And Catherine. I know it might sound strange given her social status, but she was a very simple girl. Everyone that knew her couldn't help but love her. But at the same time, nobody dared get too close. You know what it's like.
I understand perfectly. Anything else?
She loved music. You might think that's a family trait, but it's not. Catherine was the first and only one of us who ever touched an instrument. Personally, I know little or nothing about music.
I have to ask, do you think there is anyone who might want to hurt her?
I absolutely and categorically reject the idea. Catherine had no enemies.
I couldn't help but notice how Molesberg talked about his daughter in the past tense. It seemed a bit too soon for such resignation. About the sign painted on the facade, how do you think they did it? It's quite high.
I have thought about it nonstop for hours. And honestly, I can't explain it.
Tell me everything you saw or heard.
Last night, the silence was abruptly broken by a loud crash. Me and the gardener, who lives in the shed behind the mansion, ran outside and found that symbol. I immediately thought it was blood, but fortunately I was wrong. It's just paint. There's something I find rather odd. Namely, why bother painting that symbol?
By doing so, the culprit ensured the image would travel around the world and achieve the desired visibility, attracting my attention specifically.
You have a very refined cognitive process, Mr. Bundy. I can understand why you were assigned to the case.
I'd be interested to know what business you're in precisely.
Without boring you with the technical details, my company works in the field of shipyards.
Boats? Are they that profitable?
We're talking about a company that covers every sector, from little rafts for family entertainment to luxury yachts, which, believe me, very few people can afford, right up to the construction of entire oil platforms.
That must cost a fortune.
You can't even imagine. For such jobs, we only agree to participate in exchange for sharing the revenue that results from the actual extraction. At the end of the day, Mr. Bundy, it's always about oil.
Kyllä, niin se on. Se on totta.
Do you know if your daughter was involved in a romantic relationship during this period?
What the hell kind of a question is that? I refuse to talk about my daughter's private affairs.
Your daughter has been kidnapped, and every possible lead must be followed. So please, avoid making a scene, and be cooperative.
You're right. Sorry for my overreaction. But even if I wanted to, I wouldn't know what to say. No, I don't think Catherine was having a romantic relationship with anyone. She's still just a girl.
Maybe she is to you. Look at this photo.
Who is this dude? Why do he fuck her?
I'll keep my sources confidential if you don't mind.
Oh,
now, can you please explain to me why you look so upset?
That picture would be very
Is this a penis? It's not your penis. It's that man's penis. Mitä?
Rumors of a romantic getaway. That's a scenario I can't risk happening.
I can assure you this photo will remain in my hands only. But now please answer the question.
I don't recognize that man. I trust you'll identify him and then report back to me, won't you?
I'll keep you updated, but bear these words firmly in mind.
Karhu,
I don't work for you.
I understand perfectly. Now, if you don't mind, I have to steel myself and regain control of my business.
Lähtee pihalle. Miksi epäilevä ilme?
His reaction seemed disproportionate to me, not attributable to simple fatherly jealousy. To hell with Molesberg's wishes. I'd tear apart his room.
Dios mío, qué susto. You scared me.
I didn't think there was anybody in the house. I hoped there was nobody in the house.
Even if the pain is fuerte, I couldn't leave the house
Puki
here,
tuossa
you
ovessa, se
understand?
avasi oven, niin siinä on ovi
And then I couldn't leave
takana.
the Señor Mulsberg alone in such a moment. He is upset and feels that he can do nothing of use.
Commendable. But now you should really let me search the room.
I cannot let anybody enter in here, you remember?
I get it.
Do you
but
remember?
I might find something useful for my investigation.
Si fuera por mí, I'd let you search the whole house. But this job me necesita y no puedo risk to lose it.
I understand. Don't worry. Oh, but do worry, Senora Maid. I'll get in there, one way or another.
Bring Miss Catherine back to us, I beg you.
Just what I needed. The maid decided to be a hero right at the least appropriate moment for my investigation. I strongly felt I had to get in there, and I certainly wasn't going to be stopped by a stereotypical maid talking in Spanglish. Tell me something else about Catherine.
Lately she was having a time of isolation. Muy preocupante. Maybe because a piano competition went wrong. The kid really cared about it. She practiced for a long time.
How long did this isolation last?
Months and months, señor. It wasn't like her. Such a lively chica who never let nada get to her. Not even the spirits haunting the house could scare her.
The spirits haunting the house?
Mitä?
You'll think I'm loca, señor. Forget what I just tell you.
Mitä?
Don't worry, I'm used to crazy lunatics. Tell me more about these spirits.
The Mulsbergs are a muy ancient familia, and the spirits of their ancestors are still in here.
Do you have any material proof? Maybe some ectoplasm, a recorded tape with macabre children's voices, you know, something like that.
I never saw any of these manifestations, but the Señorita Catherine did. One night, while she was in the upstairs hall, she hears some whispers. Then, suddenly, words from a threatening voice echo in the air, and the bloody heart almost hit her.
What kind of threatening words?
One of the ancestors' mottos. I read it many times while I dust on the upper floor. Madre de Dios, I'm so terrified this could happen to me too. I come from a very Catholic familia, and the bloody heart always scared me since I was a niña.
Scared me.
Well, like Catherine more. Taking advantage of a bloody heart and a motto uttered from who knows where, she had designed an epic prank. Unconsciously, from the past, the kid had just sent me a clue to getting rid of the maid. I should replicate that scenario myself by acquiring a bloody heart. I also had to figure out the cursed words used by the girl to lend credibility to her story. The housekeeper told me she had read it while dusting on the upper floor. In addition, I needed a place where I would have full view of the housekeeper, but the main door wasn't an option. Maybe the window on the upper floor would suit me. There's absolutely nothing I can do to convince you to let me in, right?
Lo siento, señor, pero no puedo.
If I wanted to obtain access to that room, I'd have to scare that woman away. I needed a famous motto spoken by one of the most... I had to find a bloody heart to make it, and I had already... What do you think of this photograph?
I never see that man before.
And yet Catherine
En mä kysynyt sitä. Sitä mä en kysynyt, vaan mä kysyin, mitä sä sanot tästä.
A sweetheart?
I have every intention of finding out. Let's
Never
make
seen
this
that
day
before.
of investigation worthwhile.
Si puedo ayudar, estoy aquí, señor Bundy.
Oi vittu.
Archbishop Molsberg da Molina. Judging by his size, I imagine that he loved ham more than God. And there was more. It seemed that his love for food was second only to his lust for women. He even forged a motto about it. The love of the Lord must be experienced in every form to be truly grasped. This obsession of his, together with his size, caused him to die of heart failure at a not very advanced age. I recalled the story told by the maid. Was this Molina perhaps the inspiration for Catherine's prank? Well, the broken heart didn't match. I had just discovered the words the kid had used to scare the maid to death.
Okei. Täällä on tämä. Mä voin aina tarkkailla, että... Bloody Heart.
The window was directly above the tycoon's, offering me a good opportunity to infiltrate it. I just had to come up with a method to lower myself down there. There was nothing else.
Okei, tuolta ei niinku pysty tekemään mitään.
The man had an impressive tuft, the gaze of someone who stared death in the eye multiple times, and a medallion that made me inexplicably shiver. The guy had something familiar about him. I looked at the picture a second time, and I started to convince myself that I knew the guy. Where had I seen him before? Wait. I'm starting to remember. What can you tell me about voodoo?
Gabriel Knightti. Ai vittu. Kovaa. What you tell me about? Who? Pääsenkö mä sinne takahuoneeseen nyt? Mikä täällä oli täällä ulkopuolella?
The door was locked, but I didn't mind. I could go
in. No. Täältä ei varmaan, jos mä tiedän nyt 2 paikkaa. Sitten oli tää pitää käydä tutkimassa. Joko tää auki? On.
And who would you be, Grasshopper?
Who am I? I am.
Forget it, I don't care. You're hired as sous chef.
Sous chef?
Not that there was a queue for the job. We hung the sign outside the door 2 months ago, and you were the first and only one who showed up.
You'll be shocked to discover that there's no sign hanging on the door.
Damn Roger. He must have stolen it to use it as a dish. Such ingratitude.
Anyway, there must be some misunderstanding. I'm just here in the capacity of,
Are you here to work as a dishwasher? Very well, you can start right now.
It'd be an honor to work as a sous chef for a professional in the business. In fact, I've always dreamed of a career like this.
Great. I'm Chef Tony, and from now on, your life is mine.
Can I call you Antoine?
No. For now, there's not much to do, so just observe me and try to learn something. I'll find you something to do for tonight.
Helppoa työtä. Some questions?
Do what you like, but try not to pester me.
Helppoa työtä. Mitäs täällä löytyy? Cookbook.
A cookbook that seemed to date back to the Babylonian civilization. The maid had mentioned a bleeding heart materializing out of nowhere. Maybe there was a fresh heart in there. I had to ask Antoine. A cooking station, as filthy and messy as the rest of the room.
Hyvät hygieniat kyllä.
Establishing how long that stew had been in the pot would have required carbon dating. Above the shelf I could see a grater, an empty bottle turned on its side, and some heaps of garlic. Chef, did you notice anything weird in the alley out there the past few nights?
Weird? Weird, you say? Now that I think about it, yes.
Does it concern a mannequin with a bloody smile drawn on its face by any chance?
No, of course not. What kind of sexual fantasies do you have in that Yankee head? I just noticed that the night before
Yankee
last,
head.
old Roger didn't show up to beg for food like he usually does every blessed weekend.
Is he homeless?
By now, I consider him more like a regular. He comes here because he knows that on Saturday night the leftovers are more nutritious and elaborate than any other day.
Where could I find this Roger?
Roger is a vagrant. He
Mitäs
usually
tekee, kun
changes
sulla on
places,
juttu kädessä?
so it's hard to say. But if I was really in a hurry to find him,
Leikkuvaltakunta.
I'd take a walk around Nancy's.
That pub-like place on the promenade, right?
That one exactly, Pipsqueak. Now go slice 5 pounds of fresh tomatoes, then mix them and put them on the stove with a drop of oil and a pinch of mustard.
Of course. Maybe in a minute. Hey, Chef, you don't have a spare heart, do you?
They constantly ask for them. Those aristocratic pigs. You can find a bucket full of them near the entrance door.
To be honest, it's for personal use.
I knew immediately I'd hired a beginner, but I'd hope you had at least a little taste.
I am full of taste. I am a...
You're a runt, that's what you are.
Stop interrupting my official presentation. I perfected it over years.
Listen, Ant. Fresh hearts are really expensive, and I surely won't waste one of them on a kitchen boy.
Okay, I get the message. What do I have to do to get that heart?
Now we're talking. I need some special number 5 meatballs, cooked with the recipe you can find on that counter over there. I'll need them in large quantities for tonight, so try to hurry.
The preparation seemed elementary, but the ingredients would be a problem. Florida ginger? I have no idea what that is.
It's a root, but I don't know its shape. Normally, my supplier delivers it already grated.
And the other ingredients? Don't we have any of them already?
You can find salt and pepper on your workstation. For the rest, you need to make do yourself. Ever since I threw that cleaver at him, my supplier has disappeared. Oh, and be careful with the exotic meat. It must have a fresh new taste, something never tried before. These aristocrats become more and more demanding.
Can I take that Parmesan from the shelf up there at least?
No, it's only the crust. I keep it there to lure out those damn rats that plague West Miami.
Tell me about it. I've also had my share of headaches with those little pests in my place, so I'd find salt and pepper right on the workstation.
Exotic ground beef, no supermarket.
Considering the sophisticated nature of some of these ingredients, the Malmsberg residence seemed like a promising place to start.
Okei, nyt se kananmuna siellä yhdessä. Okei, no sitten tuli lista. Avaa oven ja siinä on ovi.
If I asked you for some ingredients, could you help me?
Lo siento mucho. I don't deal with the kitchen myself. The vintage wine, though. Senor Malsberg has always some bottles, but he does not keep them in the mansion.
Do you know where he stores them?
Unfortunately, no. But you know who you should ask? The gardener.
No se avaimet sille.
Wine?
Actually, he shouldn't. As a matter of fact, he will never confess to you. The point is that le gusta beber, so from time to time he nicks a bottle from El Señor and hides it in the shed at the back.
In the shed, you said? Huh, good to know.
Oh, but he'll never let you in. He keeps the keys on his belt and guards them as if they fueran part of his body.
Don't worry, I have no intention of wasting time asking. So the wine...
Yes, senor, but as I said...
I agree. Let's make...
No niin,
There were
saksikäsi
the
Edward.
keys to the shed, hanging from the belt of the gardener. Asking him would be useless, given that they were covering up his little crime. The only solution was to try lifting. There was an obstacle, though. The huge brim of his hat blocked my view. Maybe if I made him bend over... Hello, good man.
Yes?
Have you got any of these ingredients?
Incredible! This seems like the recipe for meatballs my mother used to make.
What nonsense. These are needed to create powder to help detect fingerprints at the crime scene.
Huh, a PDO egg. That's curious. Our Betsy is a purebred. A Sicilian hen, to be precise.
But that's exactly the quality I need. Can I take one egg?
I don't think it would be a problem, but I must warn you, that hen is a little surly.
And can you tell me anything about the Florida ginger?
I can't help you there, sorry.
Aren't you the gardener?
Confidentially speaking, I'm not exactly an expert botanist. Mr. Molesberg took it for granted after he saw my topiaries and hired me.
In short, you're totally useless. Lupe was right. The gardener completely glossed over the vintage wine. What can you tell me?
Well, well, they look like two tender lovebirds.
Did you consider this could be the
Miksi on
Knepper's
kaulaliina
face?
tuossa?
You're right. Did you
Edes
show the
jätä
picture to the
kaulaliina juttua.
authorities?
Of course I did. Experienced forensic scientists are working on tracking the subject at this very moment. Let's talk about vintage wine.
Vintage wine? Never seen, never heard, and in fact, I'm a teetotaler.
Such a guilty conscience. Lupe was right. I would never get him to talk. Never mind. The keys were my target. Stick around.
Stick around. Egg. I
was so... The hatch didn't want to stay down. The spring was defective and tended to pop the hatch back up into its original position. I doubted the hen would give me enough time to tie the hatch. I needed a more immediate solution. I could use the lock that caused me a big problem earlier to solve another. Now, bite me if you can, you fiendish hen.
Doink. Sieltä yksi muna.
One more egg for me, one less for you, Featherbrain. Yet I didn't feel like leaving the diabolical creature locked up. I've always been a fan of personal freedom.
Jahas. Tätä ei varmaan pysty niinku joinkkaan.
The key exchange? Nah. First of all, I couldn't reach his keys. Besides, the ones I had might still be helpful to me. Doing that, I wouldn't have made the gardener bend down, just run away like hell.
Okay.
The sight could have fooled me, but surely not.
Onko tässä klassinen?
With Ramos, it had proven to be a good plan, so why not?
Se suoraan kasvojen edessä heittää se sinne.
What's happening to my pile of leaves?
Now that the gardener was bent over, I could...
Siis laittais perseestä. Oho, mun pitää ottaa avain, laitankin munan sinne. Perseestä.
Hey, you know what? I guess I lost my phone in that pile of leaves.
You freaked me out with that damn vibration. I thought it was a mole attack.
Molotek. Okei, mä sain avaimet. Olikin avain. Missä oli keys?
Hey, not bad at all.
Booba.
Toilet in the same room as the bed? Interesting idea. And there was the reason for my raid.
B.
Pebbles and dust, nothing more.
The toilet seat was up. That was enough to know that no woman had been there for months. The boxes were stacked in no particular order. I didn't know what they contained, and I couldn't be bothered finding out. Grope a statue made of grass? Why not? A nice way to air out the room on hotter days. I didn't want to rummage through that man's fridge. Who knows what kind of crap I'll find inside? That clothes stick was too appealing to leave it where it was. Fortunately, it was retractable, so I managed to put it in my coat. Flea-bitten, creased, beaten up, old, smelly. The only adjective that didn't apply there was inviting. I'd have picked up the sprayer if it didn't contain a strange and probably toxic greenish liquid. I don't know why, but I've always had a passion for vaporizers. That rope might have been useful if it wasn't rotten from its first to last fiber. The shears were inviting, but I would have felt like a worm depriving the gardener of his best tool. Nah, who am I kidding? I didn't steal them only because they were all rusty.
Exotic ground beef.
The cook demanded exotic meat with a taste never tried before. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that one satisfied. I couldn't pick it up with my... The cook demanded exotic...
Florida ginger. Mistähän vitusta mä sitä löydän?
They contained grain and animal feed. I was fond of that feed. It tasted like ham. Better... I thought it was better to look for another solution.
Oh. Otanko tällä on varmaan saa tuolla glowstickillä sen omasta kämpästä sen, tai siitä käytävästä sen parmesan.
Being very careful, I believed I would be able to grab that piece of Parmesan.
Sitten vielä toi yksi. Mennään tiedonlähteen luo. Mistä mä saan kinkeriä?
Hello.
Hi, Lars.
Onpas niinku järjettömässä kulmassa toi.
I need a quick search.
Of course. Do you need information on Eric Molesberg? Or maybe his daughter?
Nah, much better than that. I need to know what Florida ginger looks like to prepare some meatballs.
Your investigative methods are even more bizarre than I thought.
I never back down from even the most absurd challenge.
Give me a second. Here you are. You should look for a little plant with wide leaves and red flowers. They look like small artichokes if you examine them closely.
Mm-hmm. Little plant, red leaves shaped like artichokes. Got it.
If you want to obtain its spice, you'll have to gently extract the root.
Excellent. You just saved me half a day of investigation. We'll catch up later, Alice.
Keep me posted.
Mut mistä mä löydän sen? Ei näillä varmaan on näillä.
Among the many books, I noticed one about botany. If I looked more closely at it, I could have handled things myself without asking Alice's help.
Hymymysmerkki. Mistäs vitus mä löydän? Pieni kukka, missä on punaiset meitä. Pieni kukka. No?
Hello, good man.
Yeah.
Stick
Älä
around.
ei mitään. Ai kun niin se antaako se mulle uuden paikan? Niin se muuten taisi antaakin. Yes.
Here's Nancy's, but still no trace of Roger the homeless guy.
Ja siinähän semmonen...
Hey, are you the homeless Roger?
Dude, do I look like a homeless guy?
I don't know. Maybe you're undercover.
I'm Mike, and you're a detective, I gather.
How do you know that?
You're wearing a coat in Miami's promenade.
Huh, touche. So, do you know Roger the homeless guy or not?
Knowing him is a stretch, but I caught a glimpse of him sometimes. He sits right on this bench and stays there enjoying the sun. I didn't see him today, though.
I guess I'll have to stop by later then. So, what brings you to the promenade? Yoga?
Just stretching. I warm up for my daily training, as I do every day.
Are you an athlete?
Not by profession, but I like to keep in shape. Plus, this year I'd like to take part in the famous triathlon held here in Miami.
Ah, yes, the triathlon. Well, last year I went to watch it, but I had to leave halfway through the race. My scarf ended up in the spokes of a participant's bike, causing a series of spectacular falls.
You aren't going to assist with this year's competition, too, are you?
No, they put up posters with my face on them to keep me out.
Good.
Have you heard about the Mosberg Scion's kidnapping?
No. I don't live in Miami, and honestly, I don't follow the local news.
See you, Mike.
See you soon, mate.
Mate.
Judging by the description I had, that surely had to be the Florida ginger. Delicately, I extracted the root. By grating it, I'd be able to obtain the spice I needed. I had collected all the necessary ingredients for my brief excursion into the culinary world. Now, I could start the actual preparation. My sous chef table was waiting for me. The palm was marked with a red symbol on its trunk. I wonder what it meant. Typical seaside place, where exotic cocktails and Tex-Mex plates were served regularly.
Oh, Tex-Mex. Joo.
About the ingredients I have to find.
Why do I pay you if I have to do your...
That's not a problem since you don't...
Dwarf.
Tightwad. Skinflint.
Dachshund.
Piker.
Garden gnome.
I've run out of...
I can go all day.
I'll go...
This...
Was it really worth it? First, I'd have to collect all the ingredients. Then I could... Plus, I had to get close to the table. Let's do...
Se meni automaan.
Now, salt and pepper. Now, I just have to follow the recipe step by step.
Okay. Liha. Parmesaani.
First of all, the meat had to be minced. I'd be starting my culinary I put the meat back in the can, ready to be used. I must admit that it emitted an inviting aroma. The meat was ready to be prepared.
Parmesan.
The grater was ideal for, well, grating. Let's start with seasoning.
Oliko se aika? Egg.
I hope to crack open the egg without breaking it. I've always been really bad in the kitchen. At that point, I turned the griddle on to start cooking.
Everything with white wine.
I'd extract the spice from the root using that grater. And now, the final touch. Finally, after a half day of unpaid hard work, our incredible Chef Lazarus had completed his little culinary masterpiece. Now that I think about it, it still seems crazy to interrupt an investigation just to make some meatballs. But part of the reason I'm famous is because I never back down from a challenge. Yeah, not bad for a beginner. Here's your meatball, Chef.
I'd given up hope, damn. And you took only half the day to prepare them. Maybe I underestimated you, lightweight. Let's see what you did. Hell, it's formidable. I meant passable, that is.
I told you there was a real cook hiding deep inside me. I just had to spread my wings and fly. Can I take a heart now?
Suit yourself. I'll see you at 8 o'clock tonight. And be on time.
Like a Swiss watch.
Okay,
I'd finished in there, and I'd probably never touch another stove again in my life. Just a minute. Lazarus Bundy!
What the?
Now, I could finally leave.
Sitten varmaan tänne. Se onnistuuko mun säikäyttämään se Mimmi?
I thought I could tie some clothes to the radiator, creating a handmade rope that might lower me from the window, and the tycoon's room was directly underneath. A risky plan indeed. On the other side, I had walked across a wooden board suspended in midair the previous day, and I like to be consistent. I just had to take some more clothes downstairs.
Pakko käydä kyllä vessassa. Seivataan ensin. Un momento. Siinä oli vähän vatsa sekasi. Vatsa sekasi perkeles. Yes, sit pentiin.
With what I had with me, I was sure I could scare Lupe to death. I held my breath.
Anteeksi. Miksi toi näyttää siltä, että se menisi yöllä? Missä se seisoo?
Don't look down, Lars. Don't look down.
Nyt on musta ahjo. Susta tuli musta ahjo vai?
It was time to terrorize that poor woman beyond all limits.
Otin vitun äkänen povi. 400 damagea. Äkänen.
Who's there?
You know who I am, woman.
Sillä sitten varmaan pystyy murhaa sitä lentävää tissiparia.
My witness, verily it is me.
My imitation of medieval language is pitiful, but I never bothered taking a course.
But por qué you have come to me?
Thy beauty beckoned me back to this vivid land, and to its call I shan't resist.
But you are a ghost, and yo soy alive.
Ooh, we can easily remedy that, can't we?
She was totally spooked. The time to chat was over. If the words had opened a crack, the bloody heart would kick the door down.
Paloittiin eka luola. Ai saatana, mun kanssa päästä vähän luolailemaan. Joko voi tulla jostain maakin. Oltiin 3 kertaa. Yes.
The woman took off like a race car at the green light. Well, at that point, I had to find something. I had to find it fast before she could call for help.
Okay.
Nothing interesting in there. Eric Molsberg wanted to keep me out of his room at all costs, so it had to be hiding something. I sensed immediately, thanks to that irrational sixth sense that always assisted me at crime scenes, that something was hidden in that desk. Nothing happened. Books on oil drilling. High literature.
Oh my, tässä on joku koodi.
Nothing happened.
Shit. Vitun punkit olivat joka anaalissa kiinni. Ai kato. Se on niinku sointu. Mut siis... Ai vittu. Mitäs muuta täällä on? Kato, mulla on tää puomi edessä, niin mä näen tollasia. Justiin tonne alas. Okei, eli tossa on toi... Oi. Okei.
The bed was made and it didn't seem to hide anything. There wasn't anything under there, not even dust. Cleanliness of that house was unnerving. They were mainly books on shipyard management, the economy, the oil market.
Kyllä.
Their titles alone made me yawn. The house owner's educational qualifications. Too specialized to be fond of him.
Eli toi me tarvitaan ainakin.
I didn't know much about music. I didn't know much.
Se niinku...
I didn't know...
Vähän se liittyy. Ai vittu. Mutta tässä nyt on kysymysmerkki. Niitä oli 3 rivissä. Mä en pysty ottaa tuon mukaan vaan.
Soapy water in a bucket. Oh, the smell it exuded made me cry.
Okei, eli 3 ja 2. Ja tossa on vaan niinku gridi. Hetkinen, tarkoittaako se niinku... Tossa on niinku 3 pistettä. 3 pistettä.
I didn't know.
Miksi se niinku... Mä en ymmärrä sitä, että tää tyyppi ei ymmärrä sitä, että se on nää 2 asiaa menee niinku yhteen. Unless...
With the light on, I saw a little engraving in a corner of the desk.
Tässä nyt se
The
näkee.
engraving seemed to resemble the shape of the desk, but every row of drawers was marked by a musical key and a series of Roman numerals. I remembered seeing the sheet music previously on Catherine.
No niin, käy hakemassa se. Nyt se varmaan hakee se.
The engraving I found on Molsberg's desk contained a musical reference that seemed to match those on the sheet music. I realized that the 2 clues were connected. The sheet music was the key that would let me unravel the secrets hidden in that desk. I remembered Molsberg's words when he confessed to me that he knew nothing about music.
Mäkin on samaa mieltä, nyt mä en ymmärtäisi tänään vittu mitään.
The sheet music, therefore, had to conceal a code not strictly connected to music. The musical notes must have to be interpreted another way.
Toi on toi.
The engraving seemed to resemble.
Joo.
Ruling out the 2 erased lines, were the notes on the sheet music a reference to the... I also noticed something written on top. Allegro aperto. In music, that means something like cheerful open.
Okei, nää on nää laatikot. Mitä tää nyt tarkoittaa? 3, 1. Hetkinen. Onks toi niinku kiinni, auki, auki? Auki, kiinni, auki. Ei kun kiinni. Mitä sä puhut? Kiinni, auki, auki. Auki. Kiinni. Auki. Musta tuntuu, että se ei mene näin. Se olisi niinku kiinni. Auki.
I knew that desk was hiding something. With my hands shaking with emotion, I grabbed the folder. I was prepared for anything, but what I found on that paper left me speechless.
What do you think you're doing in my room? Who let you enter?
Normally, I'd have a pair of sarcastic answers for you, but right now, I've completely lost my sense of humor. How do you explain this?
A baba! It's a baby! It's a baby! Onneksi mulla on vinksei. Vinksei! I have some wings! Spicy wings!
Keep on dodging the questions that really matter, Mr.
Ei tee ole vihanneksia eikä mitään lihaa.
Your daughter was pregnant, and you knew that.
Ainut mitä sun pitää syödä on pillua sitten tänään, ei se on ainut.
I don't know if it's clear enough.
Oho, anteeksi.
But this makes you the prime suspect on my list. Who's the father? The guy in the picture I showed you?
What you doing tonight? Nothing much. Eating pussy and kicking ass.
Never come back.
Ai
vittu. You'll be hearing from me.
Ai vittu. Ostan jäätelöä, aina hyvä ajatus. Jätski olisi ollut tarjouksessa kyllä täälläkin, mutta vaan 6 euroa pötti. Tää odottaa taas tulee Ben & Jerrysit 10 kolo. Mä oon ostanut yhden Ben & Jerrysin, josta mä en tykkää yhtään. Se on ensimmäinen jäätelö, mitä mä en oo syönyt Ben & Jerryseistä ollenkaan kokonaisuudessa. Mä oon avannut sen, syönyt muutaman lusikallisen, tarannut. Tää on paskin jäätelö Ben & Jerrysiltä ikinä. Se oli joku vegaani jäätelö vielä. Mä halusin testata, että minkälainen on vegejäätelö. Tai on mä vegejäätelöt ennenkin syönyt, mutta se oli kyllä ihan kauheeta paskaa. Miten vittu?
Apparently prepared using dog meat. The chef defended himself, claiming he had given instructions for the making of the dish to an elusive sous chef, of whom no traces can now be found. What can we say? If it's a pet-friendly local establishment you're looking for, Tony's Restaurant could really be your pick.
Yeah. Absolute #1, intern.
Isn't that because you're playing against yourself, Mr. #1?
If someone had tried socializing rather than carrying around her job, we would not still be here arguing about it. So at the current state of things, I am the undisputed #1, and that's that.
In the meantime, your someone might have found something by analyzing the picture that was slipped under your door. I couldn't find any information on the man in the company of Catherine Molesberg, but the logo visible on the building gave me a lead to follow. It's a decommissioned factory belonging to a company called Fallen Rose, for which I've written the address down. Unfortunately, there was no way to...
Yes, all right. It's all very compelling. But we'll think about the factory tomorrow. Now put down that infernal device and let me see what you've got.
You really had it coming, small-time detective. What do you think about that?
That was beginner's luck.
Bowling.
And this?
That was clearly a foul.
I found a surprise waiting for me.
Mr. Bundy, I was just looking for you.
Am I late with the rent?
The rent is the least of your problems right now. There are people, Mr. Bundy, who find your investigation really bothersome.
Bothersome.
You were sent by Molesberg, weren't you? The worm thinks he can scare me with his two-bit intimidation tactics, but I have absolutely no intention of stopping. I'll bring the truth to the light, even if a whole empire has to fall because of it.
That's all I need to know.
Wait!
Pyssy, se ampuu. Ei!
I'm listening.
Cooperate, and maybe there will be no unpleasant consequences. Many influential forces are at work in this story, Mr. Bundy.
Are you talking about... Hey?
I'll take the bait. What do these forces at work want from me?
That you don't try to push beyond your capabilities. That you accept your place as an insignificant exile and spend the
Vittu olisi
rest
kyllä
of your
hauska
life
päästä
in the shadows.
peli ääninäyttelijäksi. Vitun
wisely.
siistiä.
Okay, I quit the case. Really, it's not a matter that concerns me. I'm sorry for the girl, but in the end, these things happen. The important thing is that they don't happen to yourself.
You just made the best choice of your life.
Kuinkahan kännissä niitä voisi tehdä? Ei kun siis, oho!
Oh, Bundy. Just some
Mitä sä teet
advice.
työksi?
Let
Mä oon
this be your
kännissä
last
aina.
meeting.
Ei kun mitä sä teet siis ei kun siis...
If I didn't comply with his demand for answers, he'd kill me without giving it a second thought.
Alan paras känni
Rational size urged me to really let it go. Goodbye case, goodbye challenge, goodbye unsolved mysteries.
On jo maksajonotuksessa koko ajan, niin saa aina uutta maksaa.
But no, I couldn't leave that girl to her destiny.
Uusia munimaisia.
Her father did something horrible to her. He had hidden the truth from the world, maybe even going so far as having his own flesh and blood kidnapped, or even killed. No way I'll give up. I am...
Lazarus Bundy!
I am up against the wall. Things just get better and better. I'd fallen asleep with my clothes on.
Silloin tietää, että on
The
väsynyt.
visit the previous night had shaken me more than I wanted to admit.
Tai että on
Well, that must be Alice. The door's open. Come in. Hey, intern. Welcome.
Hello, Lars. Do you always leave the door open?
Yeah, of course. So the delivery boy can leave me the harbinger at the door and I can do this? Hey, Alice, look at that.
Did they finally find Ramos?
Much better. Today, the harbinger is giving out firecrackers to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the opening of the newspaper.
You get excited over very little sometimes.
But it's a pop-pop. One of those kinds that explodes if you throw it on the ground. So cool.
I was expecting different furnishings. You look more like a guy with a toilet in the bedroom.
Everything was more or less already like this when I got here. Hey, what do you mean by I look more like a guy? Well, at this point, I'd say it's best to leave behind the beating I gave you last night and focus on the job.
Are you talking about when the ball slipped and landed on my foot, or when you elbowed me in the stomach mimicking your Lar swing?
Well, I did get a strike, right?
Yes, in another alley.
Try to make yourself at home.
As I was trying to tell you yesterday evening, I couldn't trace any information about the man in Catherine's company, which is quite strange, considering that I have total access to all the government databases in the world.
But this can be explained in perfectly legal ways, and in any case, it doesn't help us with the investigation.
On the other hand, I found some information about the symbol appearing in the background, which identifies a company called Fallen Rose.
Fallen Rose?
It doesn't sound familiar. What is it?
The company itself did business in many sectors, but the Miami headquarters specialized in building...
Se kola on vaan hyvää, mutta kyllä se kaipaisi
From the
aina vähän
archives, I couldn't find anything
spicea tonne.
suspicious. All above board until they declared bankruptcy last year. But here's the kicker. Although the company is supposedly bankrupt, I found signs of recent activity by analyzing surveillance camera footage in the neighborhood.
So, they're still there. Maybe I could. Alice, I need access to that factory, this very day.
It could be risky, but I certainly won't stop you. I feel this case could really push my career years ahead. And by the way, my zealous detective, I think it's time you tell me everything you know about the case we're investigating.
All right. At this point, I can't deny you deserve it. Okay, let's start from the beginning. That is to say, the night I tracked down Ramos. This is, in broad terms, what pushed me to investigate the Molesberg case.
I'm still not totally clear on the relevance of the porn magazine.
Oh, that? Wait, I can explain that in more
Doesn't matter. Anyway, it's really absurd. How did you manage to get yourself involved in a case like this?
This could be my big chance at redemption, Ellis. I'm not ready to surrender yet.
I get it, but now... I'd better get back to the office. I really can't afford to be late.
I'll leave with you then. I expect this will be a very emotional day.
What?
Well, see you
How
later
do you
then.
reckon?
Alice's contribution was crucial, giving me another lead to follow. An abandoned factory belonged to the Fallen Rose. I figured I should also swing by Nancy's. Maybe I would be able to talk to the mysterious homeless guy, Roger. Come to think of it, this was the day I was also supposed to have my interview with that leech Gwendolyn Pratt. I had serious doubts about what to do. Maybe it would be better to go back to Ramos's house to face that shrew.
On paljon asioita pitää hoitaa tänään.
I was surprised to find Ramos in the lead story. According to an information leak, the night before, there had been 2 murders at the same time in the city of Concord, Massachusetts. The journalist was reporting on a connection between the murders and Ramos being on the run, but I still couldn't believe Blowtorch would have been able to reach Massachusetts with all the security checks in place. The article was written by Pratt. God, that vampire was everywhere. A happy day for the Harbinger, and for me too. That firecracker they gave out as a gift was amazing. It was the kind that explodes if strongly launched at the ground.
Exclusive interview with the inventor of the Mecha Pop. He may have invented a firecracker named the Mecha Pop, but his soul is completely devoted to rock and roll. His name is Christian, and during the last few months he has found a way to keep the spotlight aimed directly at him. In fact, many are fervently following his rapid ascent toward the Guinness World Record, a milestone he seems close to achieving already. If that weren't enough, our Mr. T cooked up a new and extremely loud way to arouse our attention by patenting a next generation firecracker. It is a small cylinder that explodes when launched at the ground with force, and is able to emit a thunderous sound similar to that of a firearm, but without any risk. I love explosives. Totta kai. That bone-chilling sensation when you are holding something potentially lethal, he told us. I've always dreamed of being able to design a firecracker that would give me a thrill of danger, while still managing to avoid prison. The interview continues, page 22. Hell yeah! Joo. Täällä ei varmaan edelleenkään mitään, mitä pitää ottaa mukaan. Se, mikä se oli se pummi? David Ramos Hall. Tai siis kodito. Tossahan se Rogeri on.
You are Roger the Tramp, aren't you?
Firstly, the term tramp is now considered inconsiderate, and the preferred nomenclature is homeless person or transient. Secondly, it is very rude to address a stranger by name without introducing oneself first.
I beg your pardon, but I didn't realize I was in the presence of the Baron of Sussex.
Do not be absurd, boy. I'm not the Baron of Sussex. I'm Duke Roger Emerith Ravendish III from Derbyshire.
Yet you live on a bench and you have a torn shoe.
I also rummaged through the refuse, to be completely honest.
This guy was a real madman. Well, Duke Ravendish, may I ask you a few questions?
I am at your disposal, at least for the present moment.
So you are an actual nobleman?
The Ravendish family dates back to the 16th century, during the time of the controversial Henry VIII.
I can only wonder how an actual duke ends up living on the street.
I do not think my story would be of any interest to you, lad.
Lad? Do you remember where you were 2 nights ago?
At Chef Tony's, a modest 5-star restaurant located in the West Miami district.
You answered with extraordinary promptness.
I stick to my weekly schedule precisely. It's a carryover from my old life.
I see. Do you remember if you saw or heard anything strange?
Might you be a detective, young man?
Of course I am. Do you want to see my badge?
Your poor attempt at dressing like Sir Arthur Ignatius Conan Doyle's character is enough for me.
What's your point?
If you are a detective, it means that you are a representative of the authorities, or at least you are in contact with them. Ergo, you can help me save my Camerops humilis.
What?
My dwarf palm. My shelter from the warm, sultry summer days in Miami. I have spent my afternoons basking in the shade of its leaves for years, and now it is at risk.
Explain.
Recent studies have revealed the presence of the red blatodia on these picturesque beaches, a disturbing and voracious insect that can prove lethal to these plants. My palm was judged to be sick, which was clearly a rush evaluation. Just a glance will suffice to see that it is in perfect health.
I think I understand what you're getting at, but I have to point out that someone could consider this an attempt at bribery.
I am not offering goods in exchange for a service. Any assistance would simply bring peace to my disturbed mind and therefore encourage me to remember.
That man was used to
To
these
remember.
kinds of negotiations.
Joka kerta se osui
All
heti
right,
päässä.
let's see what I can do for your palm tree.
Make that red mark disappear, and then you may ask what you will.
So what if I asked you...
Oh, my... If only...
I think I know perfectly...
Quid pro quo.
Sillä on hyvä ääni tolla ääninäyttelijä.
Don't leave the country, Duke Ravendish.
I would be reviled for doing so.
I would be reviled if doing so. Abandoned factory? Huh.
And this would be an abandoned factory? I'd underestimated the size of the matter. That building was huge, and I'd lose an entire day trying to inspect it completely. Plus, the place was being watched. I had to find a way to access it without being noticed by the guard.
Blowtorch poster.
The HPD did a great job of wallpapering all of Miami with Ramos's ugly mug. The poster fluttered, held only by 2 little pins. It contained all the details about a missing little dog, including the promise of a reward. I saw a hole in the wall, right behind that fluttering poster. The manhole could have been a perfect gateway into the factory. The question was, how to get there. Alice held her own quite well with that computer, and I had started to rely on that. I always wanted to drive one of those. Even after entering the premises, I don't think I could ever lift that big shutter door.
Kyllä se tällaisen.
I always wanted to...
Yes.
The upteenth beach party, complete with a contest for surfers. I even tried to surf once, but my scarf continually covered my eyes, and I kept on falling off the board. Hello.
Miksi se luo sille
Did
varjon,
you by
kun
any
se on
chance
tuolla
come from the
sisällä?
future to stop android domination?
Huh? I don't understand what you're saying, mate. Who are you?
I am... Maybe it was best to use a fake name, given the circumstances.
Lynch Stallone!
Like the cartoon they show every Thursday night! I like it a lot. Especially when Clint kicks the bad guy's ass. I am Eugene, mate.
Meeting you is a huge pleasure, in all possible respects. So, what are you doing here all alone?
I'm guarding the fort, uh-huh. Mama says it's a job of responsibility.
Responsibility.
Exactly. Responsibility. Mama said if someone we don't like or is not our friend shows up and tries to enter,
you kick them out.
I break his back and throw him down the drain in the square. Every time this happens, Mama makes big laughs and buys me a bag of chips.
The innocence with which he confessed the atrocity left me without words. This Eugene was oblivious about being so dangerous. I heard you mention a certain Mama.
Mama Cecily. She gets angry when people call her Mama. She says it makes her feel old.
Is she your mother?
No, but she took me from the orphanscape and found this job for me.
Orphanage, Eugene.
Yes, scorphanage.
And what's her line of work?
She tried to explain it, but I didn't understand. She says she loves working with other people's money.
Loan shark. They're criminals of the worst kind. And is she here now?
No, she comes later. First, she goes to find her girls to see if they're okay.
Better and better. She must be a barrel of laughs.
Imagine that once, when she was young, she took gas and matches and set fire to our school. Boom! The owner says it's because of that funny story that he gave this job to Mama.
So, this is a restricted area?
I don't know that word.
I mean, only certain people can enter here.
It's true. It works like that. Only those who are nice to Mama can enter. And that's just me, the owner, and the guy driving the truck. No. I broke the back of him last Thursday.
You really know how to have fun around here. What do you think about giving me a sightseeing tour around the factory?
Like when you're in those places with a guy talking weird. I never understand what they say, those guys, but I like them.
Let's play a game. I am a Japanese tourist, and you're the nice guy talking weird. The game is not started yet, Eugene.
I don't know, Stallone. I'd really like to, but Mama would kill me.
I had to persist with Eugene. About the owner of the factory. He runs the place, does he?
Yes, he's responsible.
Responsible, Eugene. Can you describe him?
I'm not good at doing identity descriptions. He's not funny, though. Mama says he scares she, too.
Her, Eugene. Is this him, by any chance?
Yes, that's Redwad. Why do you got his photo?
Well, he and I are old friends. I'd really like to enter and visit him.
Now he's out, but you can wait for him outside with me.
What a shame. I wanted to surprise him.
And jump out from a corner screaming boo? I'd really like to, but Mama would kill me.
At least now I knew the name of the mysterious character in the photo. Radwad. Let's suppose I managed to convince this Mama to let me enter.
Yes?
Where would I find Radwad's office? This place looks huge.
I can't talk about this stuff with strangers. Last time I disobeyed, Mama punished me. She took away Bert, and the same night she made me found his severed head on the bed.
Good Lord. Was it your dog?
My stuffed panda.
Well, it must have been a painful loss for you, nonetheless.
You can say that again, Stallone.
Getting back to us, are you sure you can't tell me anything? After all, nobody will ever know.
No, and again, no. I already suffered too much.
That information was useful. Even if I managed to enter the factory, I'd risk being seen roaming around without more detailed directions. I needed Eugene, so I had to deceive him somehow. So, you really loved your teddy bear?
A panda! It was a panda!
I have more important...
Bye!
Tällä on se ainakin se nalle siellä. Et se.
Look at that, Jimby! The brave Lazarus Bundy has really come to see us!
I can't believe I'm actually here.
There, no reason to be upset. I can assure you you've made the best decision of your career.
I'll content myself with the assurance that you won't smear me out of turn.
Alright, so I'd say we've got everything we need to start rolling. Jimby, you can start recording.
Whoa, wait a second. Just like that, out of the blue, without preparing the questions a bit?
This is Gwendolyn Pratt reporting from the house of the serial killer Blowtorch, aka David Ramos. We have with us the detective in charge of the case, Lazarus Bundy. Good evening, Mr. Bundy.
Good evening.
Let's get straight to the point. Last night you were involved in a struggle with a dangerous individual who, we mustn't forget, is on the run. How would you describe this experience to our viewers?
You know what they say, the bigger they are, the harder
they say. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Ramos is huge, but I exercise a lot. And then, I'm a black belt in karate.
You can't tell by looking at you.
I wear baggy clothes to keep low profile.
Where do you think Ramos is hiding right now?
I'm afraid that lunatic has unfinished business with me, so no doubt he's still in town.
If things are really as you say, I'm sure Seamus Burton will hunt him down wherever he's hiding. The respectable Seamus Burton, who always diligently watches over our city of Miami. Let's cut to the chase, detective. How do you answer the accusations that you purposely let Blowtorch escape just to have someone to hunt down to keep your already at risk job?
Already at risk job? What are you talking about, you ugly witch?
It's no secret that you've just been fired, detective. Or I should say, ex-detective.
I wasn't covering up anything. I was fired specifically because...
Facts tell another story, Bundy. It seems you've been in difficult waters lately. That your alleged detective skills have been, how can I say it, deteriorated for quite a few months now. My understanding is that you haven't successfully closed a case for at least 6 months, ex-detective. How do you answer to this real data?
I knew I was making a mistake coming here, but your lowness knows no bounds.
One more question, Bundy. Have you given any thought to your immediate future? I doubt that anyone will offer you work after what you... As you wish. I'm Gwendolyn Pratt. Back to you in the newsroom. I told you, Bundy. The important thing is not for the audience.
Karma lucky.
Just a plausible one. Have a good day.
Go to hell. I knew it was a bad idea to challenge Gwendolyn Pratt, the Queen of Mud. And so my decline in those previous months had become a matter of public domain. Anyway, who cared? My crisis had been leaked, yes, but not the real reason behind it. They could speculate, but the real truth was mine alone.
Se Teddy ensin.
And so Eugene was heartbroken over the loss of his stuffed panda. Could I use my little bear to entice him? How long since I last pulled it out from down there? My beloved Bobby. I called him that in memory of my grandpa, Roberto. That stuffed animal had been with me since I was 6.
Sitten mennään Mimille kyselemään, missä on sinun karvaiset kassit? Mitä?
Hello.
Hi, Lars.
Hi, Lars.
I've been to the factory you mentioned this morning, and you know what, Alice? That place is anything but abandoned.
Which makes it a real lead, instead of the potential dead end that it seemed.
The problem of sneaking inside remains, though. The place is guarded by the last descendant of a race of prehistoric giants. Yet I think I found a possible access point. You can hold your own with that hellish thing, can't you?
I'm usually able to find out more than an average person can learn about their spouse by rummaging through their wallet.
Remarkable. Could you provide me with a map of the, Alice, I know it may seem strange, but I need a map of the city sewers, with a marked path that will lead me from a certain starting point to an end one.
You want to go through the sewers? Such elegance. Give me 2 minutes. All right, I already found an up-to-date map and I marked the coordinates for the old factory. It wasn't easy. I had to hack the server of the Miami municipality,
Aika nopeasti
upload a worm
hakkeroi.
that would hide my IP from the IT controllers, and finally download all the updated floor plans for the sewers.
And you did all that in 20 seconds?
I'm messing with you. I just loaded the appropriate site and found a recent map.
Printer. Ai saatana.
Are you sure you want to sneak through the sewers all alone? With or without a map, it is still a dark and smelly labyrinth.
Recently, I met a kid that could prove useful.
Let me know what you find in there. And most of all, be careful. I have a bad feeling.
You bet. Bad feeling is my middle name.
That would be 2 names, Lars.
Yeah, that doesn't quite work, does it?
Not really. But wait, you could say, bad feeling is my nickname instead.
Great. Bad feeling sounds fearsome as a nickname, doesn't it? This time, I'm sure I've deduced the origin of that lock.
I'm starting to make you lose sleep over this. Bring it on.
So, I think the trauma is not due to your adolescence, but your childhood. The fact that you don't have a picture of your parents on the desk makes me think that you're not particularly interested in their approval. This is because of a family conflict in your background. Your father was a bad man, maybe a drunkard, who didn't spare any occasion to beat your poor mother. Time and fatigue weakened the woman, causing premature aging and the total whitening of her hair. Your lock is dedicated to her, your heroine.
Come on, knock it off. My mother works in a dry cleaners around the corner and still has long blonde hair. My father, on the other hand, is a retired detective, and he's still my role model, even today. I dare say he was probably a much better detective than you, given your performance.
So you think this will be enough to make me declare surrender? I'll be back for more soon. See you later, partner.
Bye, Lars.
See you later, alligator.
Attention, monsieur! Huh? Attention to what?
Silloin nyt olisi pommi.
You horrible brat!
I told you, the Harbinger today made us a really big favor with those firecrackers.
It almost sounds like a gunshot.
They should be illegal. They throw them on the ground, then they explode and we all jump in the air by fear. Where will we end up, I wonder?
At the morgue. Another prank like that and I'll have a stroke.
And yet, I suspected that having one of those firecrackers in my pocket would help me in the future. I thought it was better to look for another solution. That way, it would have looked like a panda.
Jaa. Onks mulla se tussi vielä? Oh.
With the proper modifications, I'd turn Bobby the polar bear into Bobby the panda.
Joo. Laitetaan sille se. Eugene.
Eugene, I have a surprise for you.
Bert? You're alive!
I knew a specialist doctor owed me a favor, and I asked him to help me. Do you want him?
Of course! Give him to me, please!
Business before pleasure. Can you tell me where to find Radwed's office inside this huge factory?
Enter the big door, take the alley towards the hand you're right with, climb the ladder, and you'll find it up there. Now give me my Bert, Stallone!
I knew Eugene was totally at my mercy then, and he would let me enter without making a fuss. Can I enter the factory?
No.
Oh, okay. So, here's Bert.
Bert!
I lingered a few moments to watch Eugene playing happily with a piece of my childhood, the only toy my father ever gave me. Parting with it was a bit like giving up a sweet memory.
Oh, the fond memories. Sitten varmaan Onko se täällä? Tästähän pääsi varmaan sinne viemään. No niin. M.
Hey there, kid.
What do you want?
The moment has come to finally assert your peculiar talent.
To open tuna cans using only my toenails?
No, gross. I mean, your infallible sense of direction in the depths of the city's underground. You must be my guide, and lead me to a specific point of the city, in the vicinity of a manhole.
And how do I know where it is?
I have a map here with the route displayed. I'm not that naive.
Okay. And what do I get out of it?
My unconditional love. All right, what do you want? More electronic junk?
I want you to recover my medallion from that mound of dirt.
Is it yours? And why is it there? Is it yet another gift from the surface?
Don't even joke about it. That medallion is mine.
Maybe we can retrieve it and give it back to the rightful owner.
I told you it's mine. I always have it on me, but this morning I woke up and somehow it had ended up there. I just couldn't reach it, and so I need you to get it.
Ha! It must be tough to be as tall as it can.
If you're going to be like that, then I want a Sfrizzo Cola too.
Do you think this is the right time to drink a soda? I'm in a hurry, you little punk.
It's not for drinking. I need it as fuel for my modified vehicle.
I heard something about that. It seems that Sfrizzo was withdrawn from the market just because of the diluted fuel scandal. Wait a minute, though. What vehicle are we talking about?
Listen, do you want to ride or not? Then shut up, bring me my medallion and a Sfrizzo Cola.
Okay, I'm going.
Joo. Eli. Chain. Mulla on magneetti ja toi.
A magnetic fishing rod. I couldn't pass up such an invention.
Missä näyttää, että se runko? Jos mä menen tohon. Pystyks? Ei. Se menee automaagisesti.
It remained out of reach.
Joo. Miksi sä voi mennä?
I considered jumping from the mound to the little floating cage so I could reach the medallion. If only I was 1 foot taller and 60 pounds lighter.
Ai jaa, olipa sattumaa.
The line from my amazing fishing rod had broken, giving me barely enough time to grab the medallion. I was astonished by the craftsmanship of the object. This surely wasn't street jewelry. A crow, with a threatening look, surrounded the world with its wings. What was a little gangbanger like him doing with a prize like that? Then again, it was absolutely none of my business. I already had a mystery on my hands, and one at a time was enough.
Hey there, kid.
What do you want?
Not bad at all, I must say. Where'd you find it?
Throw it to me, and mind your own business.
Okay. I was just being curious.
Isä halusi sitä limsaa. Siellä oli se, täällä oli se... Tällä oli se... Tossa oli toi vending machine.
It's you again.
Do we know each other?
No, but I've seen you on TV. You must be a VIP.
Ah, well, you can proclaim it loudly. Because before you is the famous detective... Lazarus Bundy!
Clean
That's why you're wearing Sherlock
Stallone!
Holmes hat?
It's more like him wearing my hat.
Well, actually...
Anyway, let me work now, Mr...
Issa.
Stay there and watch how a real investigator works.
I have to wait for the pawn shop to open anyway. The owner has no will to work. He should have been here already for a while now.
The vending machine wasn't working, so I couldn't buy a soda. I had no choice but to come up with something illegal.
Trying is useless. It's gone. I put some money inside and it was eaten. I also tried to kick it, but no dice.
Believe me, you were lucky. I wouldn't wish a Sfrizzo even on my worst enemy. I thought it was better to look for another solution. Maybe. Or maybe not.
Sometimes, my obsession with using random... As a result of dealing with the worst individuals in society, I learned every kind of possible trick. Scrounging a soda was one of those tricks.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ei katso nyt saatana oikeesti toiminut.
That would be perfect.
Sorry, aren't you a detective?
Exactly, and this vending machine contains some fundamental evidence from my latest case.
How cool. Can we take a selfie?
Ah, no thanks. I already had breakfast.
Actually, a selfie is...
Ai vittu. Vittu oli huono juttu. Hei, voidaanko ottaa selfie? Ei. Mä oon nauttinut aamiaisen.
Hey there, kid.
What do you want?
Selfie.
Here's your Srizzo Cola, you brat.
We'll get around half the city with this.
All ready for our departure?
I'm ready for anything.
Mikä silloin surfilauta, jos on tuuletin?
Walk? Wait here, you fool.
Mä toivon, että silloin se vaan.
I just about convinced myself that I'd been scammed, when from the depths of the sewers, I heard a rumble.
Vene.
All aboard! The next ferry is about to weigh anchor and set sail to the sewers of death. Hold tight to the dinghy.
Following June's instructions, I quickly reached Radwed's office. Finally in the Wolf's lair. I had to move quickly then, and above all, find something that would get me close to young Catherine. Messy and without style, the desk displayed a hasty and maniac mindset. Light solvent. Alice told me the factory produced building materials before it closed. As was reasonable to expect, Miss as expected. They were all pictures of Catherine. Catherine at sea. Always smiling. And among all those shots, the picture that led me there. She was on a luxury boat, probably the property of her rich father. The photo that led me to the photo that led... Catherine at the beach. No detail that indicated where she was specifically. Catherine at the... I wondered if I'd ever get the chance to hear her play. She was running carefree. That picture made my guts churn with rage at the thought of the kidnapping. Catherine in a park, in the tranquility of a spring sunny day. The baby bump showing on the girl suggested that the photo was recent. On a horse, smiling, on a sunny day in the hills. Huh, she had the sunniest smile I'd ever seen in my life. Catherine was holding a snow globe, inside which Miami was represented. Silly nonsense. Her expression suggested she felt the same way as me. I recognized the glass ball. It was the snow globe Catherine was holding in her hand in the photo. I inspected the sphere and discovered a small brass key in a battery compartment. A very stupid place to hide something. The batteries must have leaked and the key was oxidized. That solvent and vigorous friction could restore the key back to good condition.
Yes. Sattumoisin oli noin. Sitä varten se varmaan oli.
The lock triggered, and the drawer opened with a soft sound. Among the several documents inside, I found a freshly printed dossier. It was related to an unspecified exchange of goods that would be happening that very night. The location of the meeting wasn't specified, but a certain detail grabbed my attention. One of the records was for a bribe to a harbor office, also unspecified. Considering the number of piers in Miami, finding the right one would be far from easy. I needed more clues if I wanted to find the exchange location.
Oh.
Fee-fi-fo-fum. I smell the blood of a snoop.
You seriously said fee-fi-fo-fum?
Mama got it right, like always. Pull your head out and let me take a look at you, smartass.
Like heck. What would stop you from shooting me then?
I only need to take 2 steps to have you at gunpoint anyway, sport.
You don't want to do that. I'm a detective on duty, and I'm armed.
So you say, and yet I don't see you flashing any gun.
I'm just waiting for you to take a wrong step.
I say you're bluffing. Okay, I'm fed up with this chattering. You have 3 seconds to come out of there, or I'll be coming to get you myself. 1...
I couldn't see anything. Could that ashtray... I doubted that the power strip...
2...
I wouldn't have managed to sneak out of the window. It was no longer... It was already set to on, but the power strip wasn't activated.
And 3! It's the end of the road, baby!
Oops. Okay.
Okay, I'm fed up with this chattering. 1... All right, Squirt. It seems you weren't bluffing after all. What do you think you accomplished? Radwad will be here soon, and together we'll flush you out of there.
True, but I'd bought precious seconds to get out of that hell. As soon as the smoke reached me, waves of desire washed over me. How tough can it be to quit such a vice? By doing that, Mama's attention would have drawn towards the office window, aka my only way out. I needed a good reason to make such a silly move. I couldn't see anything that might help me. That might have been my only way out of that, maybe. By turning on the power, I thought I could divert Mama's attention towards the fan, clearing a way through the office window. From where I was, though, the power strip was beyond my reach. I couldn't see anything that might help me on the... Could that ashtray help me in any way?
Hey, Squirt, are you out of your mind? Don't take another step or I'll end you, understand?
All right. I was just using the ashtray. I wouldn't want to set the entire factory on fire. The fan could have distracted Mama, but I couldn't reach the power strip. The clothes stick wasn't long enough.
Vittu se on kätevä sai kyllä niin paljon vääntäviä voimaa.
What the hell is happening in here?
It's time to go for broke, and quickly.
I'm really fed up with this farce. I'm coming to get you, moron.
Se tappaas.
I'm really...
Eiks voiks tässä enää päästä niinku... Nyt.
What was that? Okay, Squirt. I'm sick of this. Come out of there and let's get it over with once and for all.
Doink.
Adrenaline was pumping through every cell of my body, giving me the necessary strength to knock out that behemoth. Now, to get out of there, I'm finished. As I walked away from that hellish factory, I thought of how I had miraculously escaped one of the worst situations of my life. Yet, it was worth the risk. Now, I knew there would be an exchange of unspecified goods at the pier that night. An exchange I could not miss. I just had to find out which was the right pier among the thousands in Miami. The paint was still fresh, so the solvent would be sufficient to remove it. Good morning, Duke Ravendish. You can stop worrying about your palm tree.
You do not speak fallaciously. I see the mark has actually disappeared.
Now, will you answer my questions?
Ravendish can be ruthless, but always keeps his word. Ask away.
About the night we discussed earlier, do you remember witnessing anything suspicious?
The stroganoff stew was cooked without sour cream. These Americans and their culinary reinterpretations. Beyond that, I remember seeing an extraordinary individual. He was not a regular, I'm quite sure of that.
Can you describe him?
Formally attired, classy, possessing remarkable posture. He always had his back turned to me, so I cannot provide further details about his appearance.
Nothing else?
Not that I remember, no.
Another dead end. He was the only witness of the event, and I only obtained a vague description. The alley was a cold lead after all.
Where is my head? I unintentionally omitted a detail.
I held my breath.
As he strode towards the main street, the man received a phone call, from which I only managed to capture certain words. One in particular aroused my attention, and I determined to research it for purely academic reasons. I wrote it down in a note that, given your precious help, I am willing to share with you.
With excitement, I prepared to read the note. It contained just one strange word. Sitlalikwe?
Do not look at me like that. I have no idea what it means.
I'll handle this. Although I didn't know how to interpret it, I was sure that bizarre word would lead me to the man in the mask. I had to consult with Alice and try to tie together the strands of my investigations.
Oh, lad, can you remain a little longer?
Do you want me to prune your palm while I'm here?
You have proven to be a reliable collaborator, so I have a second request of you. Being a detective, you may have access to government databases through which you could research, this.
I couldn't help but notice the effigy, a crow, and the actor surrounding the world with its wings. I had already seen the same symbol shortly before, M's medallion. What the hell was going on? Had I exposed a conspiracy of vagrants? Well, can you give me more specific information?
The crow enveloping the world is the symbol of the Ravendish family, as well as of the company I run. Or, more accurately, I ran.
Tell me everything, forwards and backwards.
That shan't be easy, but very well. The Raven was, to me, a constant commitment. I ate with colleagues and slept in the office most of the time. I went home just one weekend a month at most. Over time, I started to ignore my family. First, my wife, who got sick of that situation and left the marriage. Then Cynthia.
Cynthia?
My only heir. She gave birth to a child, but I was so absorbed that I never went to visit them. When I saw her again, she told me she wanted to leave England to move here, to Miami. I was furious. I had filled her pockets with money, given her houses, clothes, and luxury cars, and she just wanted to abandon me, like her mother did. Oh, I feigned indifference and she left, repaying me with a taste of my own medicine.
And since then, you've never seen your daughter again?
My daughter reached Miami, but sometime later, she suffered a terrible accident. She was killed instantly, without pain. The baby, however...
He died with her?
No. I would add, fortunately, but what I discovered later destroyed me. My daughter realized she couldn't take care of the baby, so she abandoned him. I don't know what her last thoughts were, but I was sure they were about the choice she'd made. I used most part of my fortune organizing searches, but to no avail. I felt like I was going crazy from helplessness. In the end, I was declared unfit to manage the Raven, and my portion was bought out by a private group, the Fallen Rose.
Before my eyes, the pieces were being arranged in a very strange way. How could it be that the Fallen Rose itself, the company run by Radwed, was connected to that old man met only through chance? At that moment, I began to suspect that my meeting with Roger Ravendish was anything but random after all. You're telling me you stayed in Miami to look for your nephew for how many years, precisely?
12 years, give or take a few days, and I shall stay here as many more need be to reunite with him.
Listen, Duke Ravendish, I don't want to create false hope, but what are the chances that a 12-year-old kid who calls himself M would find himself in possession of your family medallion?
Boy, if this is in jest, I must warn you that...
I believe it would be better if you came with me.
So this relic would be my grandpa.
Hey, no monster. Watch your mouth.
Come on. I get that you're a bit of a sucker, but I didn't think that much. This guy comes out with an absurd story and I should believe him without any evidence?
Michael, you wear the medallion of the Ravendish family.
Michael?
But there's more. An irrefutable piece of evidence that leaves no doubt in my mind. I see my Cynthia in your eyes. Your mother.
My mom?
Come.
My mom?
I'll take you out of this hell.
Mihkä se vie sen, koska se on kodituva?
It's been such a long time since I've seen it. It has a weird smell.
City life is a collection of scents. The asphalt, the gardens, the water of the fountains.
The pollution.
You'll learn to distinguish them. But for now, let's go home, Michael.
From the beginning of the story, I had done nothing but use everybody else to achieve my aims. But as I watched that grandfather and grandson leaving together, I realized that for the first time, I'd acted for the good of others, and not myself. It made me feel better.
Better?
Hello.
Lars, don't you know that if you have to meet a girl after being in the sewer, you should first take a shower?
I would have really liked to, my dear, believe me. But today is not Saturday.
I already heard that one. So why do you have that strange smile?
I found out that two homeless nobles are related. I've brought them together.
Does it have anything to do with our case?
Yeah, no.
I understand. First, the secondary quest, right? Now, can we get back to the main one?
I was able to sneak inside the factory.
How'd it go? Did you find anything?
I think, my dear, that I underestimated those people. I had to deal with a person of uncertain gender armed to the teeth whom I managed to survive only by a miracle, and thanks to my cat-like reflexes. Add to that the sketchy individual who gently suggested that I leave the case alone. And you'll have a clear picture of the current state of our investigation.
Somebody is not happy with the progress we're making.
Not at all. And the closer we get, the more I feel hunted.
The situation is more serious than I imagined. I really might have a chance for a promotion.
Hey, what about my life constantly being in danger?
Summing it all up, what do we actually know for sure?
First of all, I was able to put a name to our brown-haired mystery man. Now, the factory was registered to his name, a certain Radwed. Then I discovered that tonight an unspecified merchandise exchange will happen nearby at a local pier.
Considering the number of piers and ships anchored in Miami, it doesn't seem like enough to move forward. If only we had another hint of any kind.
I found a witness who swears he saw the lunatic who challenged me. According to this highly refined homeless person, the man uttered the word Citlalique.
Circle Ciplo what?
Yeah, I basically had the same reaction. Can you do a search?
Let's see what I can find.
Circle per circle.
So the word itself is a proper name, in particular of an Aztec deity. I think in our case it means something else, though. I did a cross-check with anything that might have local relevance. The search produced some matches. A themed hotel in the suburbs, a ship anchored here in Miami, and a strip club in
Strip
nearby
club.
Miami Beach.
It must be the strip club. See you later, Alice.
Stop right there, you pervert.
You don't get it. My instincts lead me to believe that.
Keep your instinct at bay. We need to narrow down the field. We can't afford to go off at random.
All right. But I'm sure it's the strip club.
Okay.
Alice, let's think back.
So, in the factory, you found a reference to a merchandise exchange.
That will happen tonight at an unspecified pier.
Then that witness you talked to gave us a name. Citlalique.
Which, among other things, seems to be a ship anchored in Miami right now.
And here we are. I want to do another check. Give me a minute.
Don't get too carried away. The two details could be unconnected.
I don't think so. The Citlalique is a ship used for goods transport and is actually anchored at Pier 5 in the Biscayne Bay. And listen to this. It seems to be registered to none other than Eric Molesberg.
I knew the man was involved with his daughter's kidnapping. Maybe by merchandise exchange. They actually mean the girl. I just have to wait now. If all goes well, I could close the case by tonight.
Listen, Lars, if you're going to sneak onto the ship alone, it'd be better to take precautions this time. Burton wanted me to compile an inventory of new gadgets which just arrived in the department. And there's one thing you absolutely have to see.
Okay.
A metal bracelet. Pretty ugly, too. Well?
It contains a powerful tracker that will allow me to follow your every movement.
So, if I were to disappear, you could at least find my corpse. And this other electronic thingy?
You must pay very careful attention to that. It shoots lethal lasers.
Really?
No, silly. It's simply a Bluetooth headset. This will make it easier to communicate.
Really?
How do you plan to sneak aboard the ship?
I just have to arrange a ride by sea, and I know just the right smelly person for the job. If I hurry, maybe I'll be able to reach him before he leaves the city.
Lars, don't get killed.
Ei tietenkään.
Then, I saw him. Radwood was there, a few feet away from that crate. From back there, I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the tension seemed as tight as a bowstring. From Mama's agitated hand gestures, I realized that I was the topic of discussion. Radwood, for his part, seemed calm, almost indifferent. Was it possible that my interference had passed so unnoticed?
What are you doing here, Stallone?
Shh. Can't you see I'm trying to listen?
Idiot.
They had thrown me inside a cold, dark cargo hold. Oh, that blow was immense. But at least I was still alive. Eugene didn't have the guts to kill me. Not yet, at least. He had also emptied my pockets. If they hadn't destroyed it, the tracker analysis bracelet would bring back up here sooner or later. But would I still be alive by then? I had to escape on my own.
Hyvä Betty.
The springs of that cot were about to give out. Literally. No exaggeration. The winch was being powered with that cable. I found an old CD player. Old-fashioned, but still functioning. An original Pony, by the way. Trying to open it, I broke the little reception antenna. It was completely jammed. There wasn't any
adhesive tape.
They were very well sealed, and I didn't have time to try opening them. Not to mention that inside, I'd have probably just found rotten fish and rum bottles.
Eli Battery his CD player.
One of the last bony CD players. I remember one of its uselessness of that function contributed to the failure of the product, but it could help me right at the moment. The player had no intention of opening manually.
Then the palm. So palmy.
The tent was worn and ripped in many places. It could collapse at any moment.
Ah.
The end of the bed was damaged, and a spring stuck out. That hatch could become my escape route, but it was secured to the floor with a lock. Although I tried with all my might, I couldn't break the lock with my bare hands.
Mystic shit.
Normally, portholes don't have a locking mechanism, yet that one was an opening. And more than just closed, it seemed jammed. Maybe the problem was with the hinge. I was sure the damage was in there, but I couldn't.
Toi on saman muotoinen.
Nothing. The blunt tip of the antenna slipped. Nothing. The blunt tip of the antenna slipped. Years of spy movies suddenly revealed themselves as nothing but shattered illusions. All I did was break the tip of the antenna. And that's why the porthole wasn't opening. The spring that regulated its hinge movement was rotten. I could have slid the rusty spring out of its housing. The new spring perfectly fit the housing.
You ugly rat! You again.
I must have climbed the side of the ship looking for something to eat. Well, wait a second. That means Emma's down there.
Huh?
That wire was linked to the reflector. If only they hadn't deprived me of that beautiful extending clothes stick. If I could point that reflector downward, I'd be able to draw M's attention. I had to pull off one of my magic maneuvers. The winch seemed to be working. I could operate it with those commands. To use the hook, I first had to release the cable supporting it.
Oh. Right, left, right.
The hook was already in position. I couldn't with... I thought it was better. Maybe with the hook, I would be able to make something happen on the exterior of the ship. There was nothing left to do but pull the hook hard.
Let's vedetä.
I heard the clinking of chains coming from outside.
Se tyyppi tulee vaan ylös.
Em had climbed like a monkey up the side of the ship.
Psst, psst. I can almost smell your ode to sewer now.
I knew it was you doing that thing with the reflector. How did you move it from a distance? Are you an illusionist?
In a way. I connected the hook of a winch to the...
If you reveal the trick, it's no fun anymore. You're the world's worst illusionist.
You're not the first to tell me I talk too much.
Did you see my spubby up there by any chance?
See? A little demon jumped all over me.
No! I can't leave this place without my spubby.
I can't get out of this place, period. Give me a hand. Rather than thinking about your lousy rat.
What should I do?
Don't you have something you could help me with? I don't know, like a pick lock, a file, sawed-off shotgun? Or my former pony remote control. Very useful for matters like this. I got it. I'll help you recover that filthy creature. Look how that little critter came out of its lair. It must have an incredible sense of smell. I started to consider that the tiny thing might be helpful in creating an escape plan from that cargo hold. After all, rodents are well known to gnaw everything, aren't they? Even wood. Damn cheese eater! I really need to lure him into the open somehow. The classic domestic problem. How to capture a little pest that can crawl anywhere and run away at the speed of light. Simple answer. With a trap.
Okay.
One of the last Pony CD player models. I remember one of its selling points was the ability to be remote controlled. The uselessness of that function contributed to the failure of the...
Hetkinen, tää pystyy avaamaan.
Curiously, the two devices were the same brand. I wondered if there was a way to open the CD player by using the remote control. I would need help. It's my understanding that you know a lot about technology.
More than you, obviously, given the cell phone you carry around.
I just found this old-fashioned CD player and realized it's the same brand as my TV. My hope is that I can use the remote control to make the CD player work from a distance.
But you don't know how to set it.
I don't even know what set it means precisely.
If your remote control is universal, it could work. Do exactly what I tell you. Hold down the function and power buttons together for a few seconds. If you hear a beep, it means it worked.
Hey, it really worked. You never cease to surprise me, you naughty rascal.
Amerikkalaisia pannareita. Eli kokaiinia ja... laced with cocaine. And chocolate. Mitä helvettiä?
China.
Nyt mä varmaan pystyy avaamaan. Ja se avasi.
The CD player was open. I didn't understand how that could... No matter how hard I tried. I thought it was better to look... Maybe. Or maybe not. I thought it was better to... In that moment, it didn't seem... A technological rat trap was coming to life in my ingenious hands. I had the trap I needed. That was the best spot for the plan I had in mind. Force the rat to dig its way through the wood. I waited a few seconds, but that rotten rat did not show up. I probably scared. Gotcha! Little guy, you're gonna be my ticket out of here. I felt a bit sorry for the rat, but not so much as to free him.
Katso Valheim DC. Hei.
The bulb was very hot. I burned my hand, even with the gloves.
Ai, anteeksi.
The lamp was emitting enough heat to cause the rat to dig down. I just needed to power the bulb now.
Itse kun asui Saironin naapissa, niinpä älä
By
muuta.
powering the bulb, the rat would be
Taisi
forced to
niiden
dig down.
sohvalla. Ai vittu. Ei onneksi mulla on pieni pakasti, thank god.
I was close enough to power the bulb, but how could I plug it in? I was close enough to...
Miten sä voit sen niinku... yhdistää?
Maybe it would have been better to take some precautions before attempting such a move. I was all out of... The heat of the bulb spread quickly inside the trap. At the beginning, the rat ran around in circles, panicking. Then I realized it could only escape in one way.
Mistä tekee sen reijän?
Now I just have to enlarge the hole. Sometimes, my obsession with using random items didn't lead anywhere. The cable was cut and very dangerous. At that... Better not to touch it.
Teko oli jättipakasti. Ei vittu, hei. Tiedättekö, kun se syö niin paljon sähköä, että siinä ei ole mitään järkeä.
The winch might have been useful to enlarge that hole. From that position, the hook was too far. Ready for some healthy destruction? No
Kesäkuussa tekee vasta tuolla kanahamppareita. No
Lazarus Bundy.
Miten se toi tollaset...
Hey, Em.
I don't know how you did it, but Spubby is here.
Yeah, I can barely contain my joy. Now go back to your dinghy and keep the engines ready. We're about to depart from this hellish ship.
Thank goodness. I don't like this place.
Huh, you're scared, huh?
Not at all. It's just that... it's cold out here, and I want to go back home.
And now?
On mulla hiiligrilli. The best grill ever. Totta kai mulla helvetti
Found myself in
grilli.
a cabin full of documents, papers, and a huge map hanging on the wall. On the table I glimpsed a box containing all my
Parhailla
belongings.
hiilillä
I
tietenkin.
intended to
Marien
retrieve
puki
them
hiili.
and then run away like the wind. But the phone started to vibrate as soon as I picked it up. Must have been Alice
Kyllä
trying to
saa
make contact to
kalahamppalta
figure
tai
out what
juo
happened to me.
morgania.
Alice, it's not exactly the best time to talk. I'm about to jump overboard.
I assume you were able to infiltrate the Citlalique. Remarkable.
You.
It's a real pleasure to finally be able to chat, even if not face to face
niin
as
paljon,
I
että on
hoped.
viikossa.
You son of a...
Ei, mutta nythän sun piti tulla sunnuntaina, niin miten tää nyt on tää sun reissun yllä yhdestä pikasesta kahvista muuttunut yhtäkkiä kanahampurilaisten tekemiseen ja morganin juomiseen. Hetkinen, reissua voi aina velittää.
Have you already found it?
Found it? Of course. I found everything.
I'm afraid not. And indeed, your situation is not the best. That ship will be your grave if you don't decipher the riddle that lies within as soon as possible. In the main cabin, to be precise. You'll recognize it by the huge map hanging on the wall.
You bastard. This whole thing is just a game to you. A sadistic game with the life of an innocent at stake.
The life of two innocents, as you have surely already discovered. At this point, I'm curious, Lazarus. What do you think about the kidnapping of Catherine Molesberg?
Oi vittu. Anteeksi.
Catherine is carrying Radwed's baby, and that's what he wants. But I don't understand simulating a kidnapping if the girl was consenting.
That's exactly the point. She wasn't. The girl was mentally reconditioned. Her entire sentimental story with Radwed was created and well orchestrated. Even the baby's conception.
But why? What's so special about that baby to make someone engineer such a plot?
Now you're pretending to know too much, Lazarus. But the clock is ticking. I suggest you spend your time trying to find what's hidden on the Citlalique. One last hint. You have the solution to everything in your pocket. Even if you still don't get it. The hourglass is emptying, Lazarus. See you soon.
I hated admitting it, but the doctor had managed to replace my healthy instinct for survival with an irrational need to turn that cabin upside down. Until that moment, I hadn't learned anything concrete, and the situation was starting to burn at me. I needed a victory, even the smallest one, to find the strength to proceed, but I couldn't achieve it by myself.
Okay.
Hello?
Miss Sharp, I'm Inspector Burton. I was about to drink my 5th afternoon cognac when I decided to promote you as an intern for life. Congratulations.
Lars? Lars, is that you?
Hey, how'd you recognize me?
Has anybody informed you that phones now show the number of an incoming call?
Mine doesn't.
Your phone dates back to 95, Lars. Wait a minute. You're not on the Citlalique, are you?
I'm calling you directly from the oceanic flows.
Are you in danger? Do you need me to send backup?
Well, I've been locked inside a cold, dark cargo hold for a while, and it's only thanks to the supersonic speed of my brain that I managed to get out.
Or combining random objects or breaking things like you usually do.
After that, I received an interesting phone call from the doctor.
The doctor? You mean the man you've been hunting for days?
Precisely. It seems he wants to be called that.
We've established that he likes theatrics then. Are you hurt?
Only my feelings. This guy doesn't want to kill me, Alice. He's having too much fun with me.
He creeps me out. Anyway, you
He
better
creeps
leave
me
that
out.
ship. And soon.
There's a situation I need to tie up first, but I need your assistance.
Then it's time to use the Bluetooth device I gave you. Involve me in all your steps.
Roger, do you receive me?
Loud and clear.
I can't take my mind off the last words of the doctor.
Sulla on 95 vuoroinen puhelin. Onko se
What if it was
Bluetooth?
another one of his subtle clues? Let's get to work. God, there's such a mess on this table. Don't they have a cleaning lady around here?
You wish. So you could repeat your trick with the bloody heart.
That was really epic. The device measuring the pressure and the altitude and
You live in Miami and you don't know the first thing about boats?
if you can believe it, I don't even know how to swim. It's not yet time to abandon ship. I have a challenge.
I don't understand how you can say so.
But I'm a professional.
What did we say about the intern?
Sorry. There's a safe in the room. From the look of it, I'd say it's going to be a tough nut to crack.
Can you read its model?
Let's see. Secure Master Core 2.5.
Bad news. I am browsing a blog of professional safecrackers and it seems nobody has yet found a way to open that specific model. Or at least, a way that does not involve using an abundance of dynamite or liquid hydrogen.
Sorry, is a blog of professional safecrackers really a thing?
You'd be surprised what circulates on the deep web.
Anyway, it seems clear the only way to open this safe is to find the right combination. I don't think the doctor would play so dirty that he wouldn't provide me with all the necessary information to face his challenge. The combination must be somewhere in here. We're sure that trying random combinations wouldn't do any good.
Jaa. tähän ei varmaan koske.
It's not yet time to leave. Hanging on the wall is...
Describe it to me meticulously.
It is represented as a map of the entire world, but actually it is missing entire continents, including North America. Seems antique.
If it's missing the more recently discovered continents, it could be traced back to the time of the ancient Romans. Are there any decorations?
No, nothing specific.
This doesn't add up. Normally maps like that always display a symbol, the windrose. It should be there.
What if it was removed for some reason?
I think we should follow this lead since we have nothing better. Look for anything that might refer to the windrose.
Okei, mitäs mulla täällä on? Onks mä sanonut mitään uutta kamaa? En.
Even though the magnet was split in two, I thought it might still come in handy. Aesthetically, it was very ugly, but contained a useful tracker inside.
Try to find something that relates to the windrose. Anything at all.
Let's see. A few incomprehensible projects, an incomprehensible sort of logbook, a completely incomprehensible stack of papers. Then we have playing cards, a few chips, nuts, and a drink. Somebody went buck wild in here.
Come on, Lars. Don't waste time.
Wait a minute. Here it is. A magnet with the windrose engraved on it.
This is confirmation that we're on the right track.
It was a magnet with the symbol of a windrose marked on it. Okay, I have the windrose. Now what do I do?
Let me check.
Maybe on the deep web there's also a nice blog for code breakers of old Roman maps where a windrose is missing.
Okay, I found a website that seems reliable. If the map is a reference to the ancient Romans, there's only one spot where that magnet should be placed.
Rome, obviously.
Wrong. Apparently the Romans were convinced that the origin of the winds wasn't in Rome, but an unspecified point in the Ionian Sea.
Copy that. It's make or break time.
Ionian Sea. Okay.
Wait a second, Alice. When the doctor suggested I have the solution in my pocket, maybe it wasn't just an expression. The chest note I found along with Catherine and Radwed's photo. It must mean something, and maybe it's even linked to the riddle hidden in this room.
It seems plausible. Describe the note to me.
There are some chess diagrams, a few colored in red and others in green.
The combination of color and chess could be a movement suggestion. You know how it works, right?
Chess? It always seemed to me a pastime for manic obsessives.
You don't know how wrong you are. Ask if you need instructions.
On one side of the note, there's also a windrose. That could be a reference to the map in the cabin, couldn't it?
At this point, I'd be surprised if it were otherwise.
Okay, let's get to work. A knight.
In chess, a knight moves in...
Joo. Kyllä mä tiedän, miten nuo liikkuu. Pystyykö sitä laittaa niinku tähän sitä? Ei. Tässä tapauksessa toi menee tohon. Tohon. Tonne. Pitäis mennä punaiseen. Tohon. Teppa. Tonne. Tonne. Ei! I made a mistake. Enkä vetänyt. Kyllä. Missä mä oon? Mä tein väärin. Se pitää olla punainen kyrpääliö. Pystyykö sitä resetoimaan?
I didn't like...
I think
you could.
In the mean...
Mä tein ääliöisin. Ehkä se on näin. Puhuttu lähetys. Oho. Heppa. Voidaan se pitää tohon. Sitten toi. Joo, ja sit on.
What was that metallic clank?
That, my dear, was the sweet sound of success.
Yeah.
Safe is open.
That means its mechanism was just a smokescreen. Very ingenious.
But why did the doctor give me suggestions on how to solve the riddle of the Sitlalique?
Maybe he was feeding the challenge by giving you some hints.
I hope next time he sends a few pistachios instead. I love pistachios.
Vittu, ne on kyllä hyviä. Pistäs päin.
Hear steps in the hallway.
Do something, hurry!
It's not what it looks like.
Pitää estää
Lars?
se.
It's not what it looks like.
Lars? Lars!
Hey.
Suck on that, doctor.
What's happening? Are you okay?
I gained some
Miten siellä
precious seconds,
yhtäkkiä
but I've gotta
lukko
move.
oli?
The safe contained mostly paperwork, bearer bonds, property records, and notarial deeds. But something else caught my attention. It was a small obsidian item that partially reflected my image. All that fuss just to hide a little mirror. And yet, I immediately understood that this wasn't an ordinary mirror. I could sense its power running through my veins.
Oh.
It was like holding something alive.
Lars! Pull yourself together, Lars. You said you have to move, and instead you've been gawping there for 2 minutes now.
2 minutes? Damn, this little thing hypnotized me. I'm hanging up. We'll catch up when I'm back.
Do get in touch.
Go!
Hetkinen, miksi sanoi tolle go, vaikka se oli itse moottorin päässä?
After my incursion aboard the Sitlalique, I knew I should expect another private visit. This time, without any possibility of a rain check.
God.
I wasn't wrong. The same individual that approached me a few hours earlier had returned. And this time he wouldn't go away with just some simple chatter. Besides, at that point, I was tired of talking as well.
Miksi tää on? Älypuhelin tippuu sinne. Tässä on se tyyppi.
You have nowhere to go.
Are you sure about that?
Magical powers. Yhdellä vitun ulkosyrjällä vittu tulee se ikkunasta pihalle. Kovaa. Suoraan polkupyörän päälle. Tässä on aika paljon cutsceneja tässä pelissä. Mitä?
Hey, freshwater sailor. Open your eyes. Come on. I haven't got all day.
What?
Rise and shine, little princess.
So, it all happened for real, and I'm still alive.
Or are we both dead and this is heaven? The sight is like I imagined it to be. Now, if we're finished with the small talk, let's get to it. I have a Slavic witness rambling in an unintelligible language about two men beating each other up on a public bridge in the middle of the night. I am forced to deduce by the circumstances that one of the two men was you.
It was a true and proper assault, old man. I was riding around on my green dart when, all of a sudden...
Don't bullshit me, Bundy. I know very well what you're doing. If I let you do what you want, it's only because of the respect that I feel for you. But you went too far tonight.
You're not the first one to tell me that.
But I'll be the last. I took your badge back, and this time I'll lock it up so tight that even a funambulist trick won't be enough to get it back. The Mulsberg case is hiding more than it seemed in the beginning. I can agree with you on that. But your methods make me blow a gasket. You have concealed evidence from the authorities. You scared potential witnesses to death. You alarmed our main suspect. And on top of that, you dragged Miss Sharp down with you.
Alice has nothing to do with this mess. She didn't even know I was acting alone.
It's too late now for melodramatic scenes. Alice Sharp was suspended from her already precarious duties, and for that she'll have to thank a man who could have helped make her career. Goodbye, Bundy. In the end, you really disappointed me.
It was a tough blow. I had nothing to lose in that whole story, and I jumped headlong into it. But Alice... I destroyed a dream nurtured for years, and was just started to materialize. I felt like a worm. Going home to rest on a real bed seemed like the best idea in the world at the moment. I'd think about the rest later.
Oh.
Lars.
Oh. You scared the shit out of me. Wait, how'd you get in my flat?
By the door. You're not used to locking the door when you leave, are you?
I know this might seem like a maniacal habit, but the key to this door is somewhere in the city sewers. Alice, I guess I owe you an apology.
I agree, you do. Or else you could get me out of the situation you've gotten me into rather than wasting your time feeling sorry for yourself.
We just have to give it a little time. Then I'll talk to Burton. I'm sure he'll be willing to give you another chance.
You have to face the truth. Burton wants nothing more to do with you, me, or what we have done. Let's admit it. We acted on impulse, sought glory on our own. And do you know what happens now?
What happens is that you'll go your way, and I'll go mine. And maybe we'll catch up once a year to wish each other Merry Christmas with a phone call full of silence and embarrassment.
What happens is that we roll up our sleeves, and we really do find the glory on our own.
You'll find a good workplace, despite everything. Maybe not in law enforcement as you hoped. Maybe as a waitress or a cleaning lady. But you'll manage to move on somehow.
Lars? Did you hear what I just said?
Then kids will come, sweet innocent children that will instill in you a new hope for the future. Wait a minute, what? Are you serious?
Never been more serious. We got so close, Lars. I heard what happened tonight. If Rodwed came for you in person, it's because deep down he considers you a real threat.
Did you know I was able to beat him like an omelet against the mailboxes out here?
Did it happen before or after he threw you out of the building?
There's something wrong with that man. First of all, he lifted me off the ground with one hand like I was a 6-year-old child. Furthermore, and you probably won't believe this, but I saw him. Yes, I mean, I saw him age at least 30 years right before my eyes, in just a few seconds. No snarky comments? Is that a positive or negative sign?
Having reached this stage, I am ready to accept pretty much anything. Except aliens. Don't you dare propose any theories about aliens.
Yeah, only that lunatic from Weird Cases believes in aliens. Anyhow, how do you explain such a phenomenon?
This individual, and also the doctor, they seem to share a certain taste for theatrics. Could it just be an illusion?
Ooh,
after all, it was
magic.
dark.
I can't rule it out for sure, but couldn't you do some research about it anyway?
There was no need to ask. What will you do in the meantime? By now, you've exhausted all your valid leads.
I should find out what that strange obsidian item was that I found on board the Cite Lalique. But during the struggle tonight, I saw something drop down the hole in the floor out here, and I'm pretty sure it was Radwed's smartphone. I'd say that's the top priority.
Then I'll wait for your progress. From now on, we'll use your house as our headquarters.
Fine by me.
Don't expect me to clean it, though.
Joo. Kyllä pitkiä cutsceneja.
Some snoops had identified the winner of the national lottery and the new millionaire Jeremy Boran, or Click to friends, a common man, a game developer working for a company famous for its shooters. From what little I saw from the picture, he wasn't exactly a shooter kind of guy, but you know that looks can be deceiving. The Harbinger officially apologized for the firecrackers distributed the day before,
which had caused disorder and petty crimes all over the city. Never mind the apologies. If it weren't for that firecracker, I'd have ended up 6 feet underground prematurely.
Gentleman thief strikes again for the last time. Arrested last night was the world-famous Velvet Rose, caught red-handed during an armed robbery. The man, who has become renowned as the result of a series of brilliant thefts, has been compared to legendary figures such as Arsène Lupin and Butch Cassidy. It is an ironic epilogue for the talented burglar to be caught with his hand in the cookie jar while robbing a small pawn shop in outskirts of the city. According to initial statements, it appears the target was chosen due to its proximity to the apartment where just a few nights earlier the infamous serial killer Blowtorch was located. I couldn't stand the media being monopolized by that truth, the man declared before being taken to a maximum security prison. Is this the last time we'll ever heard of him? Onpas siitä otettu hieno kuva.
Hey.
How's it go?
There's a matter we...
You still haven't given...
Absolutely. Listen to this. You said you studied behavioral science, and that you specialize in the facial analysis of people. Now, in my opinion, that's a tough task comparable to poker. In addition, the eyes are the mirror of the soul. So you created your secret weapon, a tuft of hair that partially covered your own eyes, so you could spy on others without being seen. A bit like wearing sunglasses to look at girls' bums without being called a pervert. The white dye, then, is just a way to divert attention away from the real purpose of the lock.
I never thought I could use my lock in such a way. Your idea is brilliant.
So, it's not that either. Oh, man, I'm starting to feel frustrated.
Are you ready to throw in the towel?
No.
All right, I officially...
I already mentioned that my father was a great detective before his retirement, but I never specified who he worked for. Mr. Richard Kelvin Sharp, my grandfather. The owner of Spy Corps I, the biggest private detective agency in the eastern United States.
Bucatini smanakari.
Mikä?
You might think this would be an advantage for a girl that dreamed of nothing else besides becoming a detective. Instead, my grandfather was a man of old convictions, son of a patriarchal model that he never thought for a moment to call into question. So he denied me a job.
You were rejected by your grandpa?
Can you believe that? There was a huge fight. I cursed him and his agency to hell while he threatened to cut me out of the family inheritance in order to dissuade me. So I left, knowing that if I gave up, my grandfather would have won.
But he failed. That's how you ended up here, doing an internship for old Seamus.
That's the reason for my white lock. It's my war declaration. It reminds me of the rejection of my grandfather, my own blood, and this pushes me every day not to give up. Disappointed by the reality?
I thought you were going to catch me off guard with something simple like, because I love myself like this, or I copied my look from a superhero.
Well, yes, I love myself like this too.
I suppose I didn't manage to solve the mystery completely. But there is one thing I'm sure of.
What is it?
Your grandfather was wrong.
Thanks, Lars. I'm happy we talked about it.
Let's bring the investigation home.
Iron toi alasti kokkaamassa keittiössä ja tekee pannareita. Mikä kaunis näky. Okay.
I would not be able to reach that little object. I'd need some sort of...
Ja, mullahan on.
Now it was within my reach.
Vittu hyvin sai mahtumaan.
And there was the little object I had glimpsed the night before. Radwed's smartphone, finally in my hand.
Herkästi oli teepaita. Ai,
How's it going?
teepaita nyt palaa rassusta. Ymmärrän kyllä. Ymmärrän kyllä.
Tell me you were spot on and that we have Rodwed's phone.
You better believe it.
Seriously? So taking all those blows was worth it.
Taking all those blows? Since when did you start speaking like a bar brawler?
Since I've been hanging out with you. Give me the device, quick.
Can you get anything from it? Useful information that will get us closer to Catherine?
I can and I will. Let me work. I just have to open the tracking software.
Let's be clear, though. He took the most of the beating. What's that stuff?
What stuff?
That thing that looks like an evil jester.
Oh, that's a trailer a guy outside the HPD sent me. I still haven't had the chance to watch it.
Didn't your parents tell you not to accept trailers from strangers?
There's the documents for my internship, a copy of my lease, and a bit of other stuff. Nothing useful right now. Okay, I'll launch the tracking program. Now I'll connect the smartphone to the laptop and wait for the readout of the results.
So now we will be able to track the calls made with this device?
We should be, but the tracker wasn't able to find enough data from the phone. I guess it's shielded. Darn. Do you see the area that appeared on the map? It indicates the place where Rodwed's phone seems to have been used lately.
Oh, too vast to identify the precise spot. Tell me you still have one more trick up your sleeve or I'll start crying.
I could try to monitor the incoming signals received in the last few days. If we can obtain at least 3 readings, we could triangulate the signal's directions and find the location where Rodwed was at the time of the calls. Here's the first signal. Judging by the reference radio tower, the call must have originated from the old factory building.
Mama did mention she had called Radwed, now that I think about it.
And here's another signal, this time closer to the coast. Any ideas?
Probably the harbor office contacting Radwed after accepting his bribe. Maybe to clarify a few details about that night.
It all fits. And I guess I have access to a third signal. 1 minute and... oh no, that's not good.
Yeah, the fact that the icon is sizzling and dancing all around is not a good sign, is it?
Not at all. The signal comes from a radio tower near the Molesburg mansion, but the results are disturbed. I guess they installed some kind of shielding device specifically to prevent being tracked.
All right, I'm on it. Just tell me what I have to do.
Take this device, for starters. Once you get to the Molesburg residence, use it to track the source of the disturbance.
What should I look for exactly?
A telephone jammer. That is to say, a little device equipped with antennas. When you find it, put this tracker on top. It is also programmed to deactivate the jamming device. Once it is taken out of the equation, come back to me, and I'm sure we'll get something.
No sooner said than done. I'll be back here in no time. The signal didn't point exactly towards the house, but to the garden. I had to figure out where they stuck this you know, the radio thingy. I was able to cross the garden without being noticed by anyone, following the signal up to the gardener's shed. I found the device behind one of those stacked crates. Following Alice's instructions, I put the device I had with me on top of it. Then Alice would be able to...
Did I really need to do that, Mama dear?
Sure you did, idiot. Didn't you see that bunch of fleas was going to bite my hindquarters?
If you say so, Mama.
Don't hold a grudge on me now. We followed that shorty this far, but where did he go?
Come out of there, Stallone!
Not in the garbage, you idiot! He must be in the shed. Now be quiet and let's wait for him to come out.
Trapped again. Mom and Eugene didn't want to drop the ball. To get out of that shed, I would have to devise one of my genius ideas, and fast. I picked up a handful. That fridge was emptier than mine. I just found a honey pot that could be useful.
Mitäs mulla on? Mulla on kaikki työkalut täällä. Yes.
Investigator, cook, tightrope walker, and now also plumber. My portfolio was becoming impressive.
Mitä? Mikä se laittoi?
I never thought I'd say something like this, but the toilet bowl was perfect for the job. Well, now the shed had a comfortable floor toilet. Another step in building my stairway to heaven.
Niin mä rakennan tornia.
How long do we have to stay here, Mama?
Eikö ne näe sen
All
kädet
the
tuolla
time we
ylhäällä?
need, you redneck. Sooner or later, you'll decide to come out of there.
Can we go now?
No.
And now?
No.
Mama, it started raining.
Don't talk nonsense, you big monkey! Can't you see there's not even a cloud in the sky?
But I was sure that...
Hyökkäyslaivue.
Eugene, you idiot! Get back here immediately!
Se mies. Taas, Rentsistä vähän taas.
2-0 for me, Mama. I knew that wouldn't be the last meeting with the two henchmen. But for the time being, I had dodged a bullet. Then I saw Bobby on the ground. Eugene had clearly let him fall as he ran. It was a great relief to have him back in my possession. It was high time to beat it.
No niin. Let's fucking do this shit.
How's it going?
The device is gone. I'd like to specify that I risked my life once again to make it possible.
Perfect. We should have what we need to continue with our search. There. Now we have all 3 signals we'll use for tracking.
And how do we proceed now?
Do you see the light trails? They show the direction of the outgoing calls from the radio towers. I just have to select the radio tower to manipulate and use the 2 arrows on the lower left to rotate the signal.
But how will you know when you've set them the right way?
The signals will become more defined once they're arranged in their correct orientation. And once all 3 are done, we'll have the general position of Rodwed's cell phone at the moment the calls were received.
Hey, I actually understood that.
Now let me work.
Oh, okay. Milläs... Muuttuuko toi niinku... tummemmaksi?
Lars, come here. I think I got it. The signals seem well defined. These are the exact directions of the phone calls. If we consider only the area where the 3 signals overlap and narrow it down to the circular area we're inspecting...
We obtain a decidedly small zone in the Everglades. That would make sense.
In that vicinity, there only seems to be an old, unused building I cannot find any official papers for.
We found it. This is the place they brought Catherine. I'd bet my hat. We have to go, now.
Hold on. We need to think carefully. You always go and charge in without a plan, and as a result, you've risked your life many times since this case started. We must be extra cautious instead. We have very few hours of light left, so we might as well wait until tomorrow. In the meantime, we will formulate a safe approach plan. We could even consider involving Burton. After all, we're dealing with a teenager's life here.
I'm not entirely convinced, but all right. For once, I'll try to restrain myself.
Perfect. At this point, would you mind if I stay over? We could save a few precious hours.
Be my guest. The bed is right over there. On the other hand, I can see that you and the sofa are meant for each other, so I don't want to come between you.
You're really the last of the knights, Lazarus Bundy.
What happened to Catherine Malsberg if I didn't make my move in time? And besides,
How much would I expose Alice by involving her in all this? Those were the questions that kept me awake. The answers to those same questions finally helped me to understand what I had to do. I was going to be alone for the last time.
Everglades.
I reached the place in the middle of the night. I had to leave Green Dart a few hundred feet away because of the rugged and swampy terrain. A lonely wooden building arose in the desolate Everglades landscape. There was no light that hinted of a human presence, but I was sure I was in the right place.
Eiks Everglades ole se niinku tyyliin se krokotiilien ja alligaattorien paikka? Kuka helvetti siellä haluaa asua? Sä ylipäänsä Miami. My thoughts exactly! Saatana, sinne meni wrench.
Alligators. The Everglades were haunted by those fanged demons. The single blow, I had lost my source of light and my only defensive weapon. Oh, to hell with me, and my dislike of firearms. The structure was dark and silent. I didn't think there was anyone inside. Even with the close stick.
Hatch. You know hatch?
With that, I could reach the latch keeping the hatch closed. The lower hatch of the door was open. The hatch was designed for a small animal, not a human, so I could never squeeze through it. Obviously, the door.
Ootas, voiko sinne... Mä pysty katsoa. Oliko siellä avaimet siinä ovessa?
The trick of the key dropping on a newspaper and then slipping it under the door only worked in the movies, but I had another idea in mind. I'd broken my very useful antenna, but at least I was able to poke the key out of the lock and make it fall on the floor of the cabin. The trick had worked to perfection. The shed was completely empty, with the exception of an abandoned envelope on the table. With a trembling hand, I picked up the envelope. I couldn't believe what I saw. Me, climbing the wall of Molesberg's residence. So somebody had been spying on me since the beginning of my investigation? The bowling night with Alice. I'd exposed that girl beyond all acceptable limits. The interrogation of Duke Ravendish. So they knew I was looking for the Sitlalique. That's why Radwood was so calm. Just as I thought, the daring escape from the Sitlalique aboard M's raft. Those fanatics have been following my moves step by step.
Look what we have here. I prepared a little show for you, Detective. Now relax and let me work. The spectacle is under construction.
You.
Not another step, Detective, where I might lose control of this old, trembling hand and make a fine mess. Hands in the air, and no tricks.
If you so much as touch her...
For goodness sake, Bundy, do what he tells you.
Wise suggestion, Eric. We don't want this innocent creature to suffer any premature pain, do we?
For the love of God, let my grandson go.
First you give me your daughter, and now you pretend to play the role of the thoughtful grandfather.
The kidnapping. The kidnapping wasn't planned. Molesberg had promised not only Catherine, but also the baby born of your relationship.
But it seems that the word of a businessman carries very little weight these days.
I was blinded. All the power you promised me isn't worth the sacrifice of...
Eric. This knife is becoming heavier and heavier.
If this is really the end of the road, at least I want to know why.
This is not a pathetic theatrical performance with a happy ending, Detective.
I've been watching you, so I know you didn't warn anybody about your solo plan, because this is what you're used to do, isn't it? Following your ambition without any compromise, putting your work ahead of everything else, ahead of family, leaving it behind in the name of your ambition, ahead of the few friends you've had. I fulfill the emptiness of your existence. That's why you desperately need me, and that's why you can only watch helplessly. So now, if you don't mind...
No! Hold it right there! Keep your hands up where I can see them.
Like this?
Elaborate plan. What the hell?
What the hell was that?
Where did he go?
Se on hirressä
The window, quick!
Yksi on hirressä. Vittua miettikää, silloin oli niinku oikeesti katkasimessa.
Catherine Malsberg was rushed to the hospital while the Everglades was scoured from the ground up by Burton's men. Radwed and the baby had disappeared without a trace. So many questions were left unanswered. How had Radwed gained these mysterious powers? What was the role of the doctor? Only one thing I was sure of. I had failed. I stayed out late that night. I didn't have the guts to face Alice. If she hadn't warned Burton, things would have gone even worse. Radwed had tracked all my movements. Every bit of progress I thought I had made was just one more step toward the ending he had prepared. His ending. I underestimated my enemy. Or maybe I just overestimated myself. I couldn't keep deluding myself like that. Maybe I should... drop my last line of defense.
Lars. We can't let this thing stop us. We just need...
I just need to go to bed and forget about everything.
That's it? Is this how you built your fame? By leaving things half done?
I have no energy left.
I don't believe you. Not after what I've seen.
Listen to me.
You walked on unstable ledges. You twice broke into the den of murderers you were after.
Alice.
You risked it all to save that girl. And now...
I'm dying of cancer!
Mitä? Mikä ton tollanen yhtäkkiä?
You run out of words?
Mikä ton tollanen rappo, niinku, laini oli?
Didn't superpower see that coming? I know what you're thinking. You're thinking it'd take tremendous effort to hide such a disease.
I'm dying of cancer!
And you're right.
Syöpäkortti otti esiin.
It's far worse than you think. Having to pretend every minute in front
I'm not a man. I'm a woman.
Boss.
I'm gay. Ai saatana. Se olisi ollut paljon parempi.
Confident. Brilliant. Unshakable. Invincible. I lied. I created such a well-orchestrated charade that I ended up believing it myself. I lied because I didn't want to suffer the look on your face right now. Concern, sympathy, pity. I don't want anyone looking at me like that. Not once. I was the best at what I did. I was the detective who flushed out all the cruelest and smartest criminals on the East Coast. And I need to be that guy again. Even if my body betrays me and stabbing pains pierce my mind. I was hoping this case would be the last blaze of glory for Lazarus Bundy. But maybe...
Mitä jos se syntyy uudestaan, koska
it's
Lazarus...
beyond my reach. I can't face all of this, Alice. Not in this condition. I can't stop them.
The masquerade is over.
Oh. Tää on pillua sille. Ei. Se oli ensimmäinen partti. Ensimmäinen partti tarinasta. I have cancer! God damn it! Carlos Leal Vallardaressa vaan Davati Paris Boy Frutti Frutti. Mitä? Ihan mielenkiintoinen ensimmäinen osa oli pelissä. Mike Della Pia himself. Ai niin, onko tää Kickstarter-projekti ollut? Olisikohan siellä Kickstarter-puolella mitään hyviä pelejä? Mitään potentiaalista. Paljonkohan tässä on ollut päkkääjiä? Näyttäis eläviä. Niitä helvetistä. Ei. Ei. Joo, en mä päkkäjiä rupea. Jatkuukohan tää suoraan se kakkonen?
I must have fallen asleep with my clothes on.
Ilmeisesti.
What are you doing? Listen, Alice, about last night.
Remember that bomb that Catherine pointed out to you?
Yeah, I got it. I need to take a shower. You already told me.
We were wrong. The clue was referring to something else.
Hey, have you been up all night?
Everything is clear now.
Listen, I really don't want to.
Answer this, Detective. How long has it been since you've gone back to your roots?
Ooh, what?
I was just booking 2 plane tickets. We're going to Italy.
Ah, it's not over yet. Millä rahalla? Yes. Eli seuraavalla kerralla. Niin nää on näitä, joo. Jos painan continue, niin se ei varmaan toimi. Eihän se jatka siitä suoraan. Vai jatka? Ai niin, toi lärpäke. Se on vähän väärä paikka. Tässä tänne.
With a trembling hand, I picked up the envelope.
Hetkinen, mutta mähän olen kattonut nää oli viimeksi jo käyty läpi.
The bowling.
Joo.
Just as I thought.
Tää kato. Joo, ei.
Prepared a little show for you to.
Okei, eli tää on se loppu juttu siitä. Se ei oo tää sitten se, mitä mä haluan nähdä.
You. Not another step, detective, where I might lose control. For goodness sake. Why? For the first.
Tää ei pysty skippaa ollenkaan. Tai pystyy näin skippaamaan. Käytetään kaikki näppäimet hyväksi.
Catherine Malsberg.
Joo.
Too many questions were left only one thing I had. I stayed out late that I didn't have Radwed had I couldn't keep deluding.
Vittu. Joo, eli pitää aloittaa uusi peli, koska ei se muuten onnistu.
Drop my last line of defense.
Ehkä. Mun mielestä se oli niin.
Lars.
Ai niin, tässä oli toi animaatio. Pausekin.
I must have fallen asleep with my clothes on.
Joo.
Listen, Al.
Remember,
yeah.
we were
Joo.
We're going to
No niin nyt, elikkä joo, continue, elikkä se pitää tehdä uusi peli. Niinhän se perkele meni. New game. Play part 2. Ja let's go. Let's go. To Italy. To Italy.
You're troubled.
Volta penne.
Before leaving, I met Catherine Malsberg. She's in shock, as was reasonable to expect. She didn't even see her son, Alice. They ripped him away from her. Took him who knows where.
That's why we're here. I must admit the lead we have is very peculiar, but...
About that, explain where you are dragging me again.
My research led me to a certain Giuseppe Balsamo, who some identify as Count Cagliostro, one of the most famous alchemists of all time, or one of the most notorious crooks, according to others.
To think, I've been dragging this bomb bottle around with me for days. What do we know about this Cagliostro?
Little or nothing. We don't know the date of his birth, we don't know precisely where he was born. Some even doubt he was really Giuseppe Balsamo. The only certain bit of information I found is about his death. Cagliostro spent the last years of his life in San Leo, in the Emilia-Romagna region.
Basically, we're about to land in Italy to track down a man that presumably died 2 centuries ago.
Presumably?
And what about the professor you need to talk to in Rome?
Lamberto Visconti.
Älä usko, kyllä Bram Stokerin tää
International fame specialized
Siinä on
in the occult.
paljasta
If there's
rintaa,
anyone able to help us reveal the mystery of the
väkivaltaa,
mirror found on the Sitla Lique, it's him.
mystiikkaa,
We're about to begin the landing procedure.
romantiikkaa,
Please fasten your seatbelt.
draamaa.
Well, that's that it seems.
Sanoinko mä seksiä jo? En.
Lars, don't give up.
Kauhua.
We'll find that baby.
Täydellinen elokuva.
What?
Catherine told me before we said goodbye. Find my Eric. And yes, we will find him.
Find my Eric. November 17th, San Leo. Jännä, että se on rakennettu toi kaupunki tonne kukkuloon.
Wow.
Onko se toi polkupyörä vittu aina?
I was immediately enveloped by the medieval atmosphere of San Leo.
Sillä on aina tuuli, se toi Kaulaliina on noin pitkällä. Aina tuulee. Tai sitten polkee niin vitun lujaa.
Great men once trod those cobblestone roads and admired the sights. Among them was Count Cagliostro.
Okei. Okay. Katsotaanko täällä flaskia?
It stored a piece of the old tired I'd repaired with Welo's chewing gum. It felt like years ago. It stored a piece of the old tired I'd repaired with Welo's chewing gum. It felt like years ago. Questioning a tobacconist about Count Cagliostro? He would have thought I was crazy. Besides, I didn't want to risk falling into temptation.
Ai niin joo, se olisi tupakka.
The fountain was full of crystal clear water, adorned with fresh flowers. They really knew how to make those kinds of things special in Italy. The fountain was full of crystal...
Puhu sille vitun tyypille, tolla.
Excuse me, are you a tour guide?
No, I sell encyclopedias.
My question was rhetorical.
I'm just joking. What do you need? Hello? Anybody home?
Oh, sorry. I was completely taken by your tie.
Thanks. Your scarf's not bad either.
I was wondering if you could give me a bit of information about the place.
I'm sorry. I've been booked for a week by this tourist group, but you know what? Try the library. Gaia should be able to help in one way or another.
That building with the glass door?
Exactly. Take care, and enjoy San Leo.
What a bad assortment of rabble.
Orista publadl. Mitä kuuluu ba? Kuulupi. Mitä? Mitä mä äsken? No. Joo. Mitäs kuuluu? Kukkuluuruu. Okei. Bulletin board.
Ads of various kinds.
Ihan kiva. Mitäs siellä?
Practice. Oh, tours of San Leo aboard a helicopter.
No ei tässä kummempaa. Aamiainen syöty.
Right. That would teach me. Well, it wasn't comfortably delivered to my home, but at least I could keep up to date even during my stay in San Leo.
Siinäpä se on. Eipä oikein kummempaa. Herännyt tossa niinku tyyliin 2 tuntia sitten. Aha. Personality on visit. He is one of the world's leading experts on biological resins, and he is currently visiting San Leo. He is Matthias B., admired by the international scientific community for his recent discoveries. After the successful finding by some Italian researchers who brought back to light a fly that lived 17 million years ago, Matthias rolled up his sleeves and followed his instinct in a voyage of discovery around the globe. That is how, last year, he stumbled on an unprecedented discovery on a small island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. A snake about 10 centimeters long, perfectly preserved in amber, dating back to mid-Cretaceous. Mikä toi on? Cretaceous varmaan. Approximately 100 million years ago. But biological paleontology and fossilized resins are not his only raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. Mä tiedän, miten toi edes lausutaan. Because underneath that swagger hides a real rock music passion. With his trusty headset and a dancing pace, Matthias will leave on a journey throughout the world, and maybe he will go down in history as the most intrepid discoverer of fossil remains ever. Tuliko flussa vai sama meino vieläkin? Mä en oikein tiedä. Mulla on varmaan vaan tulehdus kropassa. Se pitää taas vaihteeksi sama meininki. Se on meininki, mikä on ollut monta kertaa tässä niin viimeisen 2 vuoden aikana.
Oh.
Okay,
An old-style device with rotary composition.
fascinating, but a bit uncomfortable to use. We had a similar one at home. My grandma kept talking to the receiver as if it were a microphone, and we made fun of her. Then what happened to Dad made all the laughter go away.
Onpas siinä italialainen.
The logbook where the librarian recorded the borrowed books. Hi.
Good morning.
Are you in charge of this place?
Are you surprised because I'm a woman?
You don't exactly reflect the stereotypical librarian I had in mind.
Youth is an illness from which you soon get well.
Sorry?
I mean, I'm not as young as you may think.
Come on, how old could you be? 30? 35?
I'm 28. Thanks a lot. You're a tourist, right? The American accent is unmistakable.
I was born in Italy, but I've lived in Florida for years. Miami, to be precise.
You don't say. That must be fabulous.
You bet your books. I'm Lazarus Bundy.
I'm Gaia.
Et sä kysynyt, saanko mä istua tää?
I'm interested in getting some information about San Leo.
Of course. We have information brochures for tourists.
On aina taskus noita vai?
It seems like good stuff. I'll look into it. And if I were interested in more unusual topics.
You're referring to alchemy, right? I'm afraid I'm not the best person to help you. I prefer to stay grounded, unlike Olive, who does nothing but chase certain ghosts.
Who's Olive?
Oh, just a friend of mine with his head permanently in the clouds.
Permanently. Okei. Okay.
Take care, Gaia.
Ei siinä ei ollut sit... Mikä se brochure? Brochure.
On the first page, there was only an evocative panoramic photo. Wow. Medieval towers. Ancient prehistoric monuments. Bloody clashes. Good stuff.
San Leo. Of Roman foundation, the original core of San Leo is believed to date back to the 3rd century AD. Its ancient name, Mons Feredriu, refers specifically to the temple the Romans built in honor of Jupiter Feredrius. The rocky cusp on which it rises has always made San Leo a highly disputed territory. Byzantines, Franks, Goths, Longobards, and others have fought on the slopes of these heights. But the harsher and longer conflict has surely been that between the families Borgia and Montefeltro, with the latter eventually emerging victorious. San Leo became the chief village of Montefeltro country and the capital of the Italian kingdom under Berengar II. The Pieve. Onko tässä niinku... It's the most ancient monument in San Leo, originally a place of worship. It also assumed a civilian and administrative role during the Carolingian Age. Palazzo Medicio, eli tässä on niinku eri paikat erected by the Florentine Republic, from whose tradition we can admire the lily symbol on the facade. Niin jota on nyt se... Se on nyt se kukka, joo. As the seat of the governor of San Leo, the Renaissance-style palace acts as a framework for the main square, the Duomo. The greatest example of medieval architecture in Montefeltro's realm, the Duomo preserves the Domo, varmaan se on niin, remains of an older church, 7th century, and it's located in a territory believed to be sacred since prehistoric times.
That tower seems
Elekonen torni, perkele, fallossymboli. Selvä.
The Fortress of San Leo. The brochure claimed that Count Cagliostro spent his final days there. It might be a good starting point. Luckily, it was just around the corner, a short ride away.
Fortress of San Leo. Formerly a military stronghold, the fort was turned into a prison 1527. Among the most illustrious names of those imprisoned there, Felice Orsini and Count Cagliostro are worth noting. As one of the most popular tourist destinations, it can be found within walk distance of the main square. Jopas ne on mälliä, kun... mitä? Ja hyvin nukkaa vielä sit näkistä. Voi nyt saatanan saata. Oi. Joo. Kai sitä varmaan vaan voi lähteä vittuun.
Hey, old sport. How's it going?
Beg your pardon?
Oh, sorry, Father. I didn't see
Beg your pardon?
Wait, your name's eluding me.
Well, I really don't see how you could.
No, I can do this. I'm sure it starts with an S. Simone, Samuele, Severio. You're definitely Severio.
I'm Lazarus Bundy, and I just got into town, Father.
Silmät vaan liikkuu.
Yes, well, I was waiting for you to tell me your name.
Didn't I introduce myself? Where is my head today?
I was clearly in front of a chronic senile.
I'm Father Carlo.
Hitto vielä muuten sai ilkeätä katsetta kassa M:ltä. Oho, tulipas sieltä tiukka sanonta hetki. Kun kävi ostaa safkat ja oluen. Erivellä asiakkaalle hymyili, kun Naantali ja aurinko meikää vilkas, niin naama meni semmoseen myrtsiin, että Päivi Räsänenkin olisi kateellinen. Kassa M. No kyllähän sä sanoi sitä M:ksi heti suoraan, niin kyllähän siinä nyt meneekin.
If I ask you for information about Count Cagliostro, the priest looked at me as if my phone started to ring during Sunday Mass.
Count Cagliostro was a godless man who was unable to repent of his own sins to his dying breath.
Hey, calm down. I was just curious.
People
Ehkä
like
se oli se
that
olut.
are best
Se oli se
forgotten.
olut.
Is it
Se
an
oli se olut,
interesting
minkä
read?
takia se
I was talking about the book you're holding.
Ai sit se tykkää naisista
Refreshing,
ja se ei
I'd say.
tykkää
It's
miehistä.
a historiography of our fortress.
Ehkä se ei ole mitään
Right
henkilökohtaista.
here that Berengar II of Italy barricaded himself in with his sons to escape the fury of Otto the Great, and
Otto
he
the
continued
Great.
to resist here until he was arrested and exiled to Bamberg.
Maybe I underestimated the historical importance of San Leo. Goodbye, Father.
Se tuli heti pikku
You know,
nopio.
so
No vittu en.
absent-minded.
Pizzarkkaa,
Today is actually
hei hyvää
better than
päivää.
usual.
Jumalauta vappuna
Astonishing.
ihmettelee jotain bissejä. Mutta jos ei se kato ite juon, niin kyllähän sinä nyt ihmettelee. Onks mulla mitään, millä mä saan ton naulan tosta? Täällä on varmaan vasaraa.
I didn't understand.
Okei, mitä sä teet? Mirror, mirror on the wall. Vi. Voi vittu, nyt et kyllä rupee. Kivi ja tasko hyppää suolla. Saata. Oho. No, jos sä käyttäydyt noin, niin sä voit käydä kysymys uudestaan, että mikä juttu oli. Herranen aika. Varmaan tolla joudun menee.
Majestic, the fortress towered over the surrounding hills. That was the place where Cagliostro met his demise. Fortress of San Leo was huge, and it emanated a centuries-old charm.
Tää on kyllä siisti.
The luxuriant nature, the sun high in the sky, all those shades of green. Everything conveyed a deep sense of peace.
Entisöyköntä mestaa.
Damn, work in progress.
I'm afraid so. Unfortunately, we're renovating part of the fortress, and this is the only area open to the public at the moment.
Listen, Luca, I've come so far to visit this place, and
How do you know my name?
it's written on your badge.
Oh, well, anyway, I'm sorry, but even if I let you pass, you won't find much nowadays. You'll have to make do with this room.
I'll take a look around then.
Okay. Information panel.
That panel was a reminder of the forced stay of Felice Orsini, the man responsible for the attack perpetrated against Napoleon III of France. The emperor survived, but the 3 bombs thrown at his carriage caused real carnage.
Okei, eli tässä on Coat of Arms.
Ancient medieval coats of arms, adorned by their relative names and chivalric mottos.
Elikkä onko täällä mitään, mitä mun pitää muistaa? Suomen lippu. En mä tiedä, alkoi vaan vituttaa noinkin pieni asia. On mä automaattikassa olisi vastenmielisiä ja katsella mun lärvi. Mutta kuten sanoin, niin ehkä se ei ollut mitään henkilökohtaista. Federico Puccio. Papias. Tossa on nyt se kukka. Suomen lippu torille. Toi on niinku, onks tossa Ranskan toi? Osittain Ranskan juttu. Eiks toi ranskalaiset käyttänyt tollaista merkkiä? Gloria! Tempo verita e cuore. Onko se niinku time, truth and heart. Courage makes the man. Tossa ei ole ollenkaan käännöstä tohon. Adeo et virtute spero. Se on kaikissa samaa. Sillä ei ole niinku mitään käännöstä. Näillä muilla on vain. Jesus overtries everything for God. Tossa sama. Niinku 2. Jossa ei oo ollenkaan. Onks tässä niinku
Ancient medieval code.
Onks tässä mitään? Ei. Mikään ei triggeröidä.
The glass was translucent, and it didn't let me see how deep the well was.
Shrine.
Ancient vases, elegant daggers, decorated figurines. When this story started, I'd have never imagined it would have ended up walking around museums. The panel stated that the structure would be closed to the public indefinitely. What followed was very interesting. Some of the artifacts have been temporarily moved to a nearby building, Castle Sancti Leonis. Excuse me.
Yes?
That sign says some of the artifacts from the fortress were moved to another building.
Yes. Castle Sancti Leonis. The Marquis de Vilta, its owner, has agreed to host some of the finds from the fortress there during its period of renovation.
Good to know. Do you know where I could find him?
By now, he will surely be in Dante Alighieri Square. He's a creature of habit and spends half of his days reading the newspaper sitting at Alighieri's bar. You won't have any problems finding him. He's a very little man.
I must thank you. Your contribution will help me save a newborn in danger.
This guy's crazy.
This guy is crazy.
Chainmail was as tough and scratchy as a grater to the touch. All of a sudden, all the hours spent making meatballs for Chef Tony flooded back to my mind. What nonsense.
Okay, ja tolle ei varmaan
I had nothing else to ask him. And led deep into the fortress. It was a pity that at the moment it was impossible to venture beyond. I was always surprised by the nonchalance with which laborers are able to work with such precarious balance on scaffolding like that.
Mitäs tällä nyt oli sitten siinä? Fortress. Niin se on nyt siellä Plasalla tyyppi. Eli täältä ei varmaan edelleenkään. The Farms. Kaikissa samaa.
Ancient.
Niin on. Eli nyt pitää etsiä se ukko. No siinähän se varmaan on.
Good morning. Are you the Marquis de Vilta?
Who are you? And who told you who I am?
My name's Lazarus Bundy. I arrived here a few hours ago. I've just been to the San Leo Fortress, but found it closed for renovations. There was a very friendly attendant, though, who told me about you and of the castle, Santo Leonidum?
Sancti Leonis, the castle of St. Leo, which my family renamed as such in honor of the local saint.
Exactly what I just said. Would it be possible to access the building to take a look at the findings?
The castle is private property, and if I agreed to store a few ancient artifacts there, it is only because Walter Baringla, the director I hired to look after the building, insisted. Certainly not to set up a museum for American tourists. Bah.
Listen, I just got here from Florida and
you should have better informed yourself before leaving. I'm very attached to that building. And the very few trusted people I let enter are in possession of a specific permit.
Vähän kuulostaa liian nuorelta toi ääninäyttelijä tuohon ukkoon katsottuna.
You spoke of a permit. Do I have any shot at getting one?
You'd have a better chance of speeding past my vintage vehicle on that scrap heap of yours, young man.
Hey, don't insult my green dart. I had met my share of bloated windbags, but this one threatened to explode at any moment. I would get that permit, and I would sign it myself. His home was the most likely place to look for one. I absolutely had to get his address. Tell me about San Leo.
What do you take me for, a tour guide? Go bother someone else, for heaven's sake.
Trying to drag information out of that man felt like a...
All right, I'll bear it.
Hey, mister!
Huh? Are you talking to me?
Of course I'm talking to you. Come here a second, please.
Please?
Look, pal. Would you do me a favor? I dropped my pendant, and to get it, I need to go around the building or climb over. Could you maybe...
Why not? Here you are.
Very kind. Mr...
Bundy. Lazarus Bundy.
Lazaro? Like in the Holy Bible?
There's a story behind that, actually.
I'm Oliviero, the second best bartender in the world. Welcome to San Leo. What brings you here?
Nothing. I just wanted to disconnect from work and take a long trip through Europe.
I understand.
Second best bartender.
I've seen you asking a lot of questions around here for a tourist.
Occupational hazard?
Mm-hmm. Why? What's your job?
I decided not to show my cards to a perfect stranger. Operator for a statistical agency.
Exciting, to say the least. Well, Lazaro, if you need anything, just ask. I have everything you might need.
I didn't much like his attitude. He seemed harmless, although, wasn't that quite the interrogation he'd just given me? What can you tell me about San Leo?
San Leo is a small town. I think close to 3,000 people or so. There's a lot of history here. And we certainly don't lack tourism. And yet...
I bet you dream about the big cities of the world.
Oh, spot on. It's just that I didn't imagine ending up behind a bar counter after my PhD in chemistry. I believe I deserve something more out of life.
Oliviero reminded me of myself in many ways. I left Italy with the same spirit, when searching for something that turned out to be just a fleeting moment of glory. What do you sell exactly?
Purely basic necessities. Milk, tobacco,
Tobacco and alcohol are basic necessities?
Are you kidding? Most people would sell their grannies for a carton of cigarettes.
I know what you mean. Until recently, I smoked 2 packs a day.
Wow. We're in the presence of one of the select few who managed to quit.
Too late, though. The problem with smoking is that you don't realize how it's hurting you until someone else, generally in a white coat, shoves it in your face. Why did you say you're the second best bartender in the world?
Rumor has it that the best of all lives in Rome. A true legend. It seems he scattered members of his family around the world, destined to become his heirs.
Well, if you're such a good bartender, then maybe you're one of them.
Hey, you're right.
Do you know the Marquis de Vilta?
Who doesn't know that arrogant ass?
For reasons I'm not going to explain, I need to reach his home, but I don't know the address.
Oh, sorry, but I prefer to stay out of it. I don't want to get into trouble with him. He's too influential a person. Besides which, to tell you the truth, I don't exactly know where his mansion is. Out of town, anyway.
I get it. Do you chew that piece of wood all day?
A piece of wood? I've heard it all now. This is a licorice root.
You still look like a goat to me. Have you ever requested a permit for Castle Sancto Leonida?
Castle Sancti Leonis. I tried once, yes. I wanted to organize a private tour for me and a companion. That little guy, though, allows entry only to a close circle of friends, and apparently I'm not part of it. But then again, I'm just a bartender.
What happened to the form?
I made a great paper plane out of it that earned me the current record here in San Leo.
Eli, mites helvetti? Mä en saa... Katos, olisiko tällä?
Hi.
Jätääks tästä?
What can you tell me about the Marquis de Vilta?
Why the interest?
We just had a little spat, and I'd like to know who I'm dealing with.
I admit he's not the most sociable person in the neighborhood, but at least he actively participates in municipal life. He's given numerous talks to the library, among other things,
nauhoittaa nämä ääninäytteet samassa paikassa.
Genuinely
jossain kotona vittu.
Now I feel guilty. Do you know his address? I'd like to deliver him a gift to make up for it.
The Marquis is registered here, but we don't require an address for membership. We just ask for phone numbers in case someone forgets to return a borrowed book.
That could be a good start.
I'm sorry, But our privacy policy forbids me from providing personal details to strangers, if you're thinking of asking me for it.
Come on. Who's ever going to know?
I don't mean to intrude on your discussion, but I couldn't help but overhear. Clara is bound to respect her duties, especially the obligation of confidentiality.
Gaia, not Clara. And don't worry, I had no intention of ignoring my responsibilities.
This is a full-scale coalition against me. I have an insane desire to read.
To borrow a book, you need a card, which, unfortunately, I can only issue to residents.
But I really have a great desire to read.
You're strange, Lazarus. You make me laugh. Try to swing by City Hall.
You make me laugh.
Maybe they could issue you a tourist permit.
Ja siltikään se ei nauranut.
Expose myself too much.
Mikä juttu?
Let's talk about Castle Pactileone.
Castle Sancti Leonis. It's a great building.
Se on
Ancient,
sanonut väärin.
fascinating. Unfortunately, for a while now, the Marquis has stopped issuing permits to visit it, which is strange. Because until a few months ago, he was more than happy to show off his family's holdings.
Have you ever tried asking for a permit?
No. But it seems he's particularly reluctant to grant them.
So to borrow...
You need, unfortunately...
Okay.
Take care. Father Carlo?
Yes?
Have you got a library card?
Sure.
Niinku
Here,
huumeita.
go ahead and take it.
But are you giving it to me without even asking for it?
Isn't it written, better is a dish of vegetables where love is, than a fattened ox served with hatred?
I started to ponder the parable of Father Carlo, trying to make sense of that enigmatic verse. Perhaps the man standing in front of me possessed a well-concealed wisdom?
No.
Okay, probably not. You must know many of the faithful in your church.
As does any parish priest worthy of such a name.
Good. The man I'm looking for is named De Vilta. He's short, slightly overweight, wears glasses. Does that ring a bell?
Yes, of course.
Oh, perfect.
Yes,
you know his
of
home
course.
address?
I'd really love to help, but, well...
You don't remember it.
I'm sorry. Lately my mind is distracted
mun pitäisi
with the
löytää sen
organisation of
vitun...
Christmas.
Christmas? It's the beginning of November.
Are you serious?
Paikka siis.
Tell me something about Castle Sancti Leonini.
I think it's Castle Facti Leonidi.
No, wait. Maybe it's Castle Sanctum Lapini.
Or Castle Fant Laprini?
Come on, you two. It's Castle Sancti Leonis.
Whatever. At least we got close. I withdraw my question. Goodbye.
No niin, nyt mä saan varmaan. Vai onko se
Näin.
vaan?
So to bar...
You need a library. Unfortunately, I...
Take care.
Pitääks mun vaihtaa nimi siihen vai?
It was Father Carlo's library card. He looked smarter in the photo. A temporary permit to enter the HP photo could come in handy if I wanted to fabricate my own. Wheeler must have used a very...
Mites mä saan irti?
A temporary permit to enter the HPD photo could come in handy if I wanted. Wheeler must have used a very powerful adhesive. I couldn't detach it.
Okei. Eli mä tarvin siihen jotain hässä. Mut mites? Mites mä nyt pääsen sinne?
If I wanted to read the logbook, I had to first get rid of Gaia. I had to show her a... That was Gaia, the pretty town life.
Täällä ei oo mitään dataa siihen liittyen. Mikä näitten funktio on? Jos on niinku ovi tähän tilaan, niin tää pöytä saattaa olla pikkasen liian iso, että nää ei käänny. Mistä vitosta mä saan sen osoitteen? Toi homonautilus ei anna. Oho, sinne joku bottle of gasoline.
I took a deep whiff of the gasoline. What can I say? Everyone has their weaknesses.
Sweet.
It was the Marquis' car, and I must say it reminded me of its owner, small and roundish. It was the Marquis' car, and I must...
Ooh.
What a bad assortment of rabble. I didn't want to buy...
Mulla ei varmaan siihenkään mitään työkalua.
I thought it was better to look for another solution. No matter how hard I tried.
Well, at the very least.
Oh.
A few seconds soaking in the gas would turn the chewing gum back to its original state. A hard piece of tire that came from Green Dart.
Used chewing gum.
The chewing gum would be useful for gluing something onto Carlo's card, but I would think more...
Mun pitäis saada se, tää irti, tää badge.
I thought it was... One of the two keys opened Green Dart, the other. It was a long and robust tick. I was... No matter how hard I tried... I had nothing else.
Mä en niinku oikeesti saa...
I had nothing else.
Ei, kyllä se näytti sen. Caste Sancti Leone.
Move along, move along.
Move along.
There's nothing to see here.
It looks like there's an ancient medieval castle, actually.
You see wrong. This is private property, not a tourist attraction.
Nyt se on samanlainen auto tossakin vai?
Move along.
Immediately got it. That dude would be a real pain in the neck.
Coolin näköinen ukko. Coat of Arms.
The coat of arms depicted a winged lion with the halo, the Sancta Leonis.
Jellona ja sillä on tällainen pyhä rengas päällä. Pyhä rengas.
A huge fancy car occupied part of the esplanade. I guessed it belonged to the person responsible for the structure, Walter Beringler.
Walter Beringler.
He wouldn't have let me in without a signed permit.
Eli mä tarvin sinne...
He wouldn't have let me in.
Tarvin sinne hässä. Mitä jos... Mutta tässä on niinku lepakko ja sitten on siivet. Tällä ei oo siipiä. Eli nää ei oo mikään liittyen siihen.
I had nothing else to ask him.
Joo. Mun on pakko saada se naula irti sit saatana seinästä. Mä uskon, että sillä on pysty tekemään jotain. Miksi siellä on kauko-ohjaaja mukana?
I didn't under... Maybe.
Hey.
No matter how...
Hey!
I thought it was better... I would use the...
Okei. Okay. Ai se irrotti sen. Okei, okay, no sitten. Toin. Noniin.
Hey, Gaia, here's my card.
So you got proof of residence in the last 5 minutes. And you also managed to procure a membership card without me officially issuing it. Moreover, a new card on which you appear to be born in 1963. You don't show your age at all. Congratulations.
Well, apart from that, everything's in order, right?
I've never seen such a clumsy attempt to borrow a book. I'll turn a blind eye just this one time. Is there something you want to consult?
Mitä vaat saa
for at least 6 years,
And on top of that, it was the installation manual for the air conditioner. I floundered about, looking for a title that might at least sound plausible. What the government kept from us by Weelo Wee.
Weelo Wee?
Sure, the much-talked-about Vietnamese writer who was the best-selling smash the last few years. Don't tell me you've never heard of him.
I admit I haven't. I'll have to search in the new arrivals section. It might take a while.
I'm in no hurry.
I'll be back soon.
Mä pääsen lukee sen. Gio Bar.
I'm really sorry, but there's no trace of that book.
Maybe it's too recent. Don't worry, I'll think of something else.
What going? Going?
I could have compelled De Vilta to go back to his house, but I doubted I would be able to chase him with Green Dart.
Tuolla varmaan seurataan. Pistetään se tohon kiinni ja...
By attaching the bracelet around the car's muffler, Alice would be able to follow its every move.
Kukaan ei niinku huomaa noista
Marquis was
ihmisistä.
totally absorbed in his reading and didn't notice anything. I was clearly getting worse by the minute, but I couldn't give up before finding that child. I had to resist.
Sitten mä varmaan menen sinne... Sehän sai. Onnistuuko se nyt, että mä soitan?
I preferred to call from the library so I could...
Oh.
There wasn't anything else to do but phone De Vilta and motivate him to return home.
Beep. Seksipuhelin määräjättää.
Hello?
Hi, is this the Marquis De Vilta?
I am. Who's speaking?
I'm calling from the local fire station. We've had a report of a fire in your garden.
You're joking, right?
We don't have time for jokes around here. I suggest you hurry back and
Ja
get
se
to your
ihmettelee
house as soon
yhtäkkiä,
as
kun puhuu
possible.
My lovely
englantia.
house! My paintings!
Puhuu Lontoota ja...
At that point, it was up to Alice to follow the movements of the Marquis.
Hi, Lars.
Hey there. Have you arrived at the home of Professor Visconti?
Almost.
Great. When you get there, you should give me the current position of the tracking bracelet.
What are you up to with the tech equipment I gave you, Lazarus Bundy?
Let's just say Cagliostro isn't the only nobleman I have to track down. Can you do that quickly?
It shouldn't be any problem. Just give me time to set up an internet connection.
All right. Standing by.
Internet connection. Connection with the internet. Siinä oli hyvä, että toi autoja tossa vasemmalla. Hän ajattu päin persettä parkkiin.
It's a shame I won't have time to visit Rome up, down, and sideways. That's something I've dreamed of doing for a long time.
Mirri.
Well, now I'm officially, or at least almost officially, on duty. I have to show everybody what I'm made of.
Everybody. Everybody.
I don't have to explore the...
Ah, okay.
Yes? Who is it?
Is this the house of Professor Visconti?
Oh, you must be the young girl that called here yesterday. I'll open the door for you, dear.
Hi, darling. I'm Marie. Please put your things on that table.
Thanks a lot.
Missä se hymyilee noissa jatseissa tossa vähän? Hello.
Good. Let's get busy. Everything's ready. Here I am, Marie.
I'm making a cake specifically for you, dear.
Oh, you didn't need to go to so much trouble.
I wouldn't be a good housekeeper if I didn't accommodate the professor's guests properly.
Speaking of which, excuse me for the hurry, but is the professor home?
Yes, but you'll have to wait. He's taking his afternoon nap now, and I can't wake him up. Lately, he's always so tired. He needs rest and treatment.
Treatment? For what?
Oh, you poor dear. Don't you know? The professor has contracted some rare form of Alzheimer's.
What?
Okay.
Why didn't I see anything about it online?
Lamberto is a very proud man. Since the diagnosis, he's preferred to hole up at home.
Do you think he'll be able to help me?
If he made you come all the way here, I'm sure he will. His disease comes and goes. Talking to him is like being on a roller coaster. In the meantime, feel free to explore the house as you please. I just ask that you not go to the upper floor. The bedrooms are there, and you might bother the professor.
Don't worry. I'll use this chance to do a certain task for a colleague of mine.
Beep. Certain colleague of mine.
An eagle with its eyes bugging out. Funny. Threatening. The teeth seem real. It looks like a potholder with eyes. Maybe of African origin. It's really unsettling. It has a fabulous mane. I can't resist. I have to caress it. It looks Aztec or Incan. It's not really my field. What is your relationship with the house owner?
Excellent, I'd say. The professor is a good employer, kind and patient. You have no idea how sad it is to see him reduced to this state. Lamberto was never an effusive person, nor cheerful, but when he worked on his research, you could feel the passion unleashed throughout the house.
I noticed the furnishings are tribal, and yet I thought the professor's area of study was the Middle Ages.
Lamberto studies all kinds of cultures and eras, dear, without any limits or distinction.
Dear.
What are you doing?
Making a cake for you, my dear. A chocolate one. I hope you like them.
I love them, but I'm just terrible with homemade desserts. I can't handle such sticky dough without making a mess.
Oh, well, take my word when I say this dough is very sticky.
Mitä se tarkoitti tolla? Very sticky.
I'll leave you
Onko
for
siellä
now.
jotain niinku evätinnesteitä?
Wonderful. Often the new screens don't match the clear images of those cathode ray boxes.
Okay.
Basically, these warnings tell us that it's like having a bomb in the house.
Vittu, tää on iso varoitus.
This thing saved me from...
Ei tänne varmaan laita.
First things first. I need an internet connection.
Sorry?
My print her. One of the best printers available on the market. A book of the professors, a mini torch, a flash drive, and an electronic voltage tester. Nothing that would be useful at the moment. It's a high-resolution... The connection is protected with a web key. I have to ask Marie.
Beep. Okay. Mitä pääs pois? World. Totta kai.
Marie, I will need your web key.
A key? I'm sorry, but I gave the spare one to the plumber who's fixing the leaky sink.
No, I mean the passcode for the internet connection.
We don't have internet. There's not even a computer in the house.
Then the line I discovered must be somewhere nearby.
Tää on luotettavaa aina mennä
I'll leave you
randomeiden
for now.
verkkoihin kiinni.
I have to find the origin of the Wi-Fi connection that I tracked earlier. Nothing here. I should move. That's it. I'm receiving a weak signal.
What's this I see?
Perfect
Oh,
love.
no! Did I make a mess? I was concentrating on the phone and...
Not at all. It's just that I never saw such a dazzling
Ay,
smile. Except when I look in the
Vito.
mirror.
Oh, please, it's one of them. Sorry, I have to go now. I mistook you for an acquaintance of mine.
So what? Can we get to know each
Acquainted?
other? I'm Beniamino, gorgeous.
Beniamino.
I'm Alice. What a promiscuous man. I'll have to prepare myself to deal with his advances. Did it ever occur to you to talk to Professor Visconti?
Ooh, that fossil? Stop joking.
The professor is a serious scholar of the occult.
That professor's a big dope. That's what he is.
Do you know if there's an available internet connection nearby?
There's nothing free around here, but the guys upstairs have Wi-Fi. You can get there through the front door. They always leave it open.
You don't happen to know the password, do you?
Nah, I'm not a tech nerd. I got other interests.
He has the hungry eyes of a prairie coyote. I see you really care about your car.
I need to make my mark, baby.
Make your mark?
Yeah, with the chicks. Babes like you. You know, if they see you coming with a hot rod like this, and with tinted rear windows.
I wish I never asked.
Oh, don't be shy. You want to go for a ride?
I get carsick. I bet you work out a lot.
Oh, you noticed, huh? Check this out.
Thanks.
Not every woman cares about muscles.
Sure, but it's still cool if I pick up half of them.
See you soon.
Later, Tuffy.
Vittu positiivinen äijä. Best dude ever. Pystyis mun hakea ton tiketin?
Judging by that ticket for illegal parking, I'd say that law enforcement here is much more efficient than I was led to believe. Something terrible is coming up from that manhole.
Hello, Jose.
The muscular guy's The big guy is using it to wash his car.
Se on auki siis. Okei. Elikkä tää menee nyt sinne. Täällä on jotain tyyppejä.
I'm pretty sure the Wi-Fi signal Beniamino was talking about comes from in there. The vent draws in the external air, which is then cooled down and fed back into the house. I can't lift the shutter.
Onks mulla mitään? Ei. Pystyykö mä olemaan mulkku ja...
Hey.
Hiya, girl.
See you soon.
Later.
Miksi sä pystyt
I'm starting to formulate an idea. Inserting the hose into that stinky manhole and connecting it to the vent I saw earlier. The air conditioner would draw in the bad smell, causing the house owners to open the window to ventilate. I have to convince Beniamino to let me use his hose. Hey.
Hiya, girl. What do you need?
I need your hose.
Holy cow. You blurted out just
My
like
hose.
that off the bat?
I need your hose.
It sounded weird. I'm using it now, though.
But the car is clean enough already.
Nope. Gotta make it shine like it's brand new. Even though I really don't want to today, it needs to be done.
I really need that hose so I don't waste time, but I have to find a way to convince Beniamino.
Tällähän oli ne kyvyt. Silmäkyvyt.
Let's see if I can dig under that heap of muscles.
Whistling. Aina panettaa. Läpi. Inner joy.
Judging by his behavior, I'd say Beniamino is anything but bored. I rather think he's enjoying the day and that he loves washing his car. It appeals to many guys. Something I can't really relate to. Not that I have a car to wash, of course, but if I did, I don't think I'd like spending the whole day on... Come on, Alice, focus! I need to borrow that hose, but Beniamino won't stop using it while he's in such a good mood. And I do believe that stirring up some sort of trouble with his car would be the best way to ruin it. No.
Ei.
It's well tightened to the pole. I'll take that ticket despite every ethical objection. A ticket for illegal parking. Beniamino doesn't seem to be particularly smart, but I think he'd notice if the plate doesn't match.
Eli se pitää vaihtaa. Sitten mennään täällä varmaan tekemään jotain. Olisiko mulla jotain työkaluja?
A book of the professors?
Ei varmaan.
I don't think so. Yes, I'll modify the parking ticket with the corresponding plate number.
All right.
Let's launch the photo editing software. I delete the old plate number, insert that guy's plate number, and there you have it. Perfect. I'll send the modified picture to the printer.
Ja se tulee vielä sen kokosena.
Voila!
Surprise!
Hot off the presses. The license plate matches, but the car is not in a no parking zone.
Eli mun pitäisi saada
I really
vielä...
doubt that Beniamino would worry about a ticket if not completely justified.
Ja mikäs tuolla? Sink.
Normally, I don't pick up everything I find, but a bit of aluminum could come in handy. It might be useful. Oh no, what a mess. I can't take it until I find another way to plug the leak.
Elikkä mun pitäisi estää se, että se ei... Mikä... Tälläkin on tää mirror.
Great. I just vandalized Lars has influenced me more than I expected.
Viittaaks toi?
The hair alone won't suffice. The water would wipe it out.
Okei, no silloin sitä sticky-materiaalia tällä Marie.
I know it may sound strange, but can I have a bit of that dough?
I'm sorry, my dear, but I can't give you any.
But I need very little, Marie.
It would damage the proportions. I'm very precise about these things.
I get it. I'll manage some other way. Think, Alice. No, better seek a less drastic solution.
No vittu. We have...
I'm sorry for doing this, but desperate times call for desperate measures. I'll set the timer for 30 seconds, and then I'll disappear faster than light.
Jesus be praised. What happened to the microwave?
Jesus prepared.
By now, the damage should have been done.
Alice, dear, I have bad news.
Has something happened? The microwave suddenly went crazy, and in the attempt to turn it off, I let the dough be ruined. I'm afraid I won't be able to prepare that cake I promised you.
Don't worry, Marie. The important thing is that nothing serious happened. I would have never forgiven myself. Marie, since you can't finish the cake, can I use this dough?
Go ahead. I'd have to dump it anyway. At least it will be good for something.
Miten se niinku meni pilalle?
Yuck. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome, dear. Although I would have preferred that you eat it.
No miekka. Miksi on toinen tikari? Onko hänellä joku merkitys? Okei. Nyt on niinku elikkä saanko mä siellä wrenchillä sen irti sen tän?
A good idea to ruin Beniamino's day. Beniamino only has eyes for his car. He didn't notice anything.
Nyt toi. Sitten se tulee huono päivä.
Let's see how our Latin lover reacts. Say, isn't that Pamela Anderson?
Who? The Baywatch babe with those two built-in life buoys?
Oi vittu.
Where'd you see her, huh?
Oh, dang.
Sup, doll?
Look. They gave you a ticket for illegal parking.
What?
It's true. It's right there on the wiper blades.
What the? How did they find me if I was right here?
They're getting better and better, aren't they?
A perfect day ruined by a ninja traffic cop, and I didn't even see Big Pamela.
Ninja traffic cop.
I gotta blow off some steam.
Bennett.
Now I should put the other end of the hose on that railing, but I really doubt I have enough strength.
Mitä jos...
I know it's not the best time, but I need to ask you a favor.
Come on, I already told you I don't want to do nothing.
I know, but could you really refuse to help out a nice damsel in distress?
No. That I'll never do. I have an ethical code with the chicks. What do you need?
Since you're not using it, could you throw the rubber hose on that railing up there?
How do you spend your time? What do you say we, get the car and go discover the wonders of Rome? Or my own?
Are you afraid you can't do it?
Alright, you win. Give me that hose and I'll throw it to the moon and back.
Give it to me. Mitä vittu, se on se jaloissa se? Amazing.
What a throw! Next year they'll put me in the Olympics.
Congratulations! All those push-ups were useful after all.
Se haju ylipäätänsä menee tonne.
The vent draws in the
Big mistake.
1984. Italian for big nose. If I'm not mistaken, that's what the Romans called their water fountains. Nice.
Oli varmaan nyt se, mitä mä alusin. Tänne juttu, että se oli 1984. Tähän oli kohtalo. Oh, mä ei tarvitse itse.
The web key is correct.
Yay.
The tracking program has already fulfilled its purpose.
Se oli Lars.
And here's our sulky little fellow. I'm sending Lars a text with the coordinates and... Help! But what?
Agile, snappy, reliable. Since we started working together, I have never been disappointed, and you should see those breathtaking curves.
I have to remind you, my son, that lust is one of the 7 deadly sins.
But I was talking about my bike. Now, if you'll excuse me, Father, I'll proceed with my sightseeing.
Mitä vittua? Tätä rakastaa
I
se
just received a
polkupyörä.
text message with the coordinates for De Vilta's house. Alice took longer than expected. Well, after all, she was all alone in Rome.
Bam, bam, de,
But what? My green dart?
Oh man, se on väärässä paikassa.
Oh, that's absurd. A clamp?
Well, that's to be expected. Didn't you see the no parking sign?
A no parking sign for bikes?
That's supposed to be a bike? I thought it was a scooter.
The traffic warden must have thought the same. I didn't even get to try the new assisted acceleration system.
Oh, it's a true disaster. You really could use a hand. A hand from someone who knows how to get around here in particular.
Okay, I take the hint. State your conditions.
You, met the librarian, right?
Right.
Yeah. Very cute.
Yeah. What kind of chance do you think someone like me could have with her?
Do I have to be honest?
Watch what you're saying, mister.
Wait. Do you mean I should repay your courtesy by helping you to win her over?
If you succeeded in such a desperate undertaking, I'd be grateful to you for the rest of my life.
Okay, give me time to make something up. As absurd as it may seem, I found myself thousands of miles from home organizing romantic liaisons. On the other hand, Oliviero seemed like a good guy. Besides, to tell the truth, I wanted to do something good.
See you later. Mennään vuosi.
Bye. So, what do you like to do when you're not here in the library?
Well, I do like the cinema.
Oh, you're a cinephile.
A cinephile, if anything. Cinephiles are dog lovers. Anyway, no, I wouldn't call it a passion. I go often just to please Olive.
I realized that Oliviero was stuck in one of the bleakest and most depressing places in the world, the friend zone. Anything else? I don't know, evening strolls by the sea,
Friend zone.
exotic food, stuff like that.
Excuse me, but are you hitting on me?
No, I swear. I mean, I'm just passing through, and,
Come on, relax. I was just pulling your leg. You turned red as a beet.
let's talk about Oliviero.
Oliviero? What should we discuss about him?
You know him long?
Well, we went to primary school together. I tried to read in peace, while he did nothing but pull my hair and run. I hated him.
Us guys tend to improve once we grow up.
Not in his case. He always has his head in the clouds, plans stupid jokes, gets into trouble. He's a lost cause.
Hey, but you two...
You're funny, Lazarus, but this is my business.
I gain nothing. Apart from the usual embarrassment, how did Alice always put it? Carefully observe who's in front of you. Every detail could be relevant. Take care, Gaia.
A book.
I leaned out and managed to read the title on the cover. Philanta. I supposed it was Greek, but I didn't know what it meant.
Joo. Tässä puhuu sille äijälle. Tää nyt yrittää tästä romanttista ratkaisua.
I had nothing else to ask him.
Tää kun puhuu sille akalle. Ensin siitä. Nimelle.
Hi. What are you reading?
A botany book.
Are you kidding me?
It's funnier than you might think, and it's full of illustrations.
I prefer shooting, pirates, or stories about cowboys and Indians.
I like flowers. I love studying them. I love collecting. I love picking them. And the scent they leave on your skin is simply amazing.
What if Gaia's love of flowers was also the key to her heart? It was worth telling Oliviero. Take care.
Se suoristaa aina selän. Eikö tuollainen asento, jos se tossa asennossa on koko ajan? Se suoristaa selän aina keskustelua.
Hey, Oliviero. I know how to reach Gaia's heart.
In such a short time?
The answer is as effective as it is predictable. Flowers.
Flowers? Maybe 20 years ago that would have been a brilliant idea. But nowadays, girls go crazy for smartphones or luxury cars.
Listen to me, Knucklehead. Right now, Gaia is sitting at her desk with a book in her hands. I asked what she was reading with such interest, and she answered,
"Oh, it's just a book about flowers."
"Do you like them that much?" I asked. And she,
"Bucatinis manicati. Oh, I love flowers."
So your idea might just be less moronic than your hat.
A light just went on over your head.
I know a place not very far from here where a wild orchid grows that is very rare and beautiful.
What are we waiting for? Lead the way.
Huh?
Come on, Lazaro. Off we go.
So much, we're just around the corner. We went deep into the dark forest.
A few hundred feet and you're already out of breath? Anyway, there's the flower over there, on that rocky ledge.
Toi.
It's pretty high. How can we pick it from down here?
I have no idea. That's why I brought you.
All right. How difficult could it be, after all?
If you need a hand, let me know.
It was up to me to get it. It was up to me. It's another one of those moments.
What kind of moments?
The one in which I risk my neck. Give me a hand climbing onto that branch.
Hey, are you sure? It's really high.
Don't worry. I'm very close to being a licensed parkour expert. But who?
Never mind. It's just Tekla.
Who? Mitä?
Shall we proceed?
Miksi se kävi katto? Mitä?
I couldn't get there. I couldn't even climb along the branch or I'd have risked breaking it. Olive could give me a hand to increase the tension of the branch, but at the moment he couldn't reach it. Olive, I have an idea. Hold the branch as far as you can, and then release it suddenly.
We did it, Lazaro.
In the end, it only cost me a couple of sprains and a hairline fracture to the sacrum.
Gaia will be thrilled about the flower. It's just that...
What's on your mind now?
Now that I have this flower at my fingertips, I realize that it is too easy. It can't be enough with something so insignificant. Damn Tekla and her snake.
Mitä?
Tekla's snake? Hey, no, wait, what are you talking about? No dice. Oliviero seemed to be in a trance and disappeared among the branches without even bothering looking at me. Might as well pick the orchid.
What the hell?
To get it down. Come back immediately.
Kuolee.
That crisis put me at a crossroad. I could continue to move forward, ignoring what was happening to me, or finally accept the evil that was devouring me. Yes, and fight until the end. And I'd start by grilling Oliviero.
Okay. Kato polkupyörässä ei
Can you tell me
enää
what the hell just happened?
I decided to be realistic. I'm absolutely unworthy of a girl like Gaia. I first need to finish my job.
What job are you talking about? Does it have to do with that snake you babbled about in the clearing?
I never told this to anyone other than Tekla.
What are you two involved in?
This is personal business. Leave us alone.
As I suspected, Oliviero had something to hide, and my intuition suggested it was linked to my case. I really needed to talk to this elusive Tekla. At least Olive was a man of his word and removed Green Dart's clamp. Now I could reach the Marquis de Vilta's house to try and get a permit for Castle Sancta Leo... Sanctus... anyway, for his castle.
Yes. Eli nyt sinne. Missä se nyt oli? What's the so scare? Mr. Sensei Gabi. Hi. Hai. Mitäs Slots Gamerille kuuluu? Onko sunnuntai lähtenyt hyvin käyntiin?
I lurked near the house until I saw DeVilta leave in his vintage car. In the meantime, I had also recovered the tracking bracelet. That thingy proved itself to be very useful. The house was protected by a numeric code.
Päätä vähän särkeä, en ole
didn't expect
vieläkään
to find the door open.
saanut kasinovoittoa. Oho. Mistä sä oot yrittänyt ottaa?
The reflection from the TV prevented me from understanding what was portrayed in the photo. The screensaver showed an aquarium. Couldn't you just buy a real one instead?
Sähän tiedät, sun pitää maksaa verot niistä voitoista.
Who knew if the universal remote control trick would also work on that device? Bingo! I pressed the buttons on the remote control again, but I soon realized the sad truth. My purebred pony had kicked the bucket for good
Lucky
that time.
wives.
It had been a faithful sidekick, but now it was time to part ways forever. So that pompous dwarf was married.
Tiedä, mutta
Maybe that
tuskin
could be my
verottaja
key
kiinnostuu
entry.
alle 200 € voitoista. Sanotaan, että kyllä se verottaja kuule jossain vaiheessa iskee niihin kiinni. Koska kyse on kuitenkin, nehän, jos koko vitun poliisivaltio ja kaikki on nillaamassa noita kasinoita, ulkomaalaisia kasinoita pois suomalaisten niinku käytettävistä, niin en usko, että jos ei se nyt pure perseeseen, niin kyllä se vielä jossain vaiheessa on. Niin, mikä se oli?
So that pompous dwarf was married. Maybe that could be my key to entry.
Eli se on naimisissa.
I couldn't try random codes the whole day. The possible combinations were endless. Until I discovered the code to open the door, I wouldn't be able to do anything.
Saako tietää, jos käyttää skrilliä? No ei, jos et sä kotiuta sieltä koskaan varmaan et mitään, niin ei. Ei. Tää menee varmaan, pitää jutella nyt, koska ne on mennyt naimisiin.
Father Carlo left.
You just missed him. You'll find him around the corner, at the Church of St.
Kaikki on
Francis in
kulman
Verna.
takana.
Good to know. As much as it might seem absurd, he could be able to help me.
Onks tää niinku kulman takana? On se kulman takana.
The church was exactly like I expected it to be. Colorful and bright, but austere. I wasn't exactly an expert, but it looked very ancient.
Mitäs täällä on? Panel, door, painting. Näyttää, että se olisi Afrokolla, Jeesus. Church of St. Francis in Verna. The original core is very ancient, probably dating back to AD 915. But the church underwent a profound transformation after 1213. Since then, many renovations have occurred, the largest of which happened in 1795 through the work of a local nobleman, the Marquis de Vilta. At the time, so much maintenance and reinforcement were done that later only minor measures were needed. The stained glass window, a colorful mosaic held together by lead inserts, is dedicated to Saint Francis of Assisi and depicts his visit to San Leo in 1213. Saint Francis came to the city during the investiture ceremony of a noble knight, and on that occasion he threw himself into a sermon dictated by the heart and based on a song of the time that said, "So great is the good which I expect that all pain is to me a delight." Okay. The Count Orlando, who was present that day, was so fascinated by it that he decided to bestow the Verna Hill to him, considered an ideal place for meditation. Eli tossa on toi Franciscus, the wolf and the tau, both symbols of Saint Francis. Mikä vitun tau? Miksi tässä on niinku hampaa? Joo, ja sitten kato, tässähän kun se on Curaçaon kasino, niin niillä ei ole mitään. Niitä ei pysäytä mikään, vaikka sä voit... Ne ei välttämättä edes perkeleen laita sitä rahaa sulle. Ja sä et voi tehdä yhtään mitään sille. Sen takia MGA:n kasinot on parempia, koska sä voit vaan uhkailla, että no mä ilmoitan MGA:lle tästä. Curaçaolla ei ole mitään sen. Koska Curaçaon lisenssi saa niinku tyyliin... Niitähän onko niitä 3 vai 4 erilaista Curaçaon lisenssiä. Joo, mutta ei sillä ole väliä, vaikka kuinka legitti on, nehän voi olla mulkku joka tapauksessa. Sanotaan, että jos nyt ei tuu, niin... Jos siellä... niin sitten kannattaa laittaa sähköpostiin. Puhutaan sille... Mähän luin ton jo. Katoinko mä sen, niinku sen tekstin? Joo, tässä ei pystynyt...
I didn't know where the door was leading, but I found it unsettling. The plaque identified the figure as St. Leo, patron of the city. I imagined someone more muscular and fierce. That stained glass window successfully achieved its purpose, inspiring awe and peace at the same time.
Joo, mutta kuuluu...
Forgive me.
Curaçao on niin villilänsi, että...
With the children of the oratory?
No, I meant...
Sanotaan, että se on todennäköisempää, että...
Do you need
sieltä ei saa, vaikka ei sillä ole mitään merkitystä. Curaçao.
Ask me? Are you sure?
Ne pystyy tekemään mulkkuja temppuja. Koska Curaçaon lisenssi pystyy ostaa. Jos mä oon käsittänyt oikein. Ainakin sen, kun niitä on niin montaa sorttia. Tai mä tiedä, onko se MGA:lla mitenkään, mutta MGA:lla kuitenkin siellä on valvonta ja se valvonta on tiukka. Jos et sä... Sitten tossa vaan voidaan vittu lyödä sileeksi ja pistää joku toinen firma pystyy ja se on samat jutut. Curaçaolla.
Have you got any documents for the wedding celebrated in this church?
Certainly. How else could I remember all those names and dates?
Perfect. How much do you want to let me look at the data related to the wedding of the Marquis de Vilta?
We men of faith haven't engaged in such things since the scandal of selling indulgences, my dear Giacomo. De Villa, de Vilponi, de Vilta, 23rd of November 1992. Oh, but here I read about a divorce a few years later. How unfortunate.
Father, you just gave me some vital assistance.
Okay. Toivottavasti ne maksaisi kuitenkin 200 €, kyllä.
Among your parishioners,
Onhan se jo.
is there one named Tekla?
Certainly.
Really?
Yes, a tall, muscular man who loves beer very much.
But I'm looking for a woman.
I'm not the right person to give love advice, Severio. And why are you asking questions about a tall, muscular man if you're looking for a woman?
Oh, for God's sake. Sorry, but you really make things slip out of my mouth. See you later, father.
Mutta toisaalta jos sulla on uusi stili sinne, niin ensimmäinen kotitus kestää enemmän aina. Niinhän se on aina joka paikassa. Jopa MGA:lla. Mut pääsenkö mä nyt sit sinne, kun mä tiedän sen... Otan nyt.
I hadn't confessed since my mother forced me to take my first Holy Communion.
Oh.
And I didn't want to start again just then.
Sitten mennään varmaan takaisin sinne tonne.
Ads of various kinds, missing pets, dental practice. Oh, tours of San
This is a
Leo aboard a
helicopter.
helicopter. Wait a minute. A helicopter? Was it possible it belonged to the very person I was trying to track? The ad displayed an address, and on the bottom an additional note. The tour of Castle Sancti Leonis is cancelled due to permit revocation.
Tekla Novak's house. Vittu, panomatto. Miettikää tuon tikru on lattialla.
Hey, is anybody there?
I don't think I said come on in.
Are you crazy? You could have killed me.
If I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have missed the target.
I am your daddy.
What do you want?
Miksi sulla on
I'm not
reppu
buying
sisällä
Bibles
sit?
or vacuum cleaners, so if that's why you came, I suggest you leave the house before I sit down. At that point, I could decide to improve my aim.
I'm an adventurer. Explorer.
You're
Miksi sulla on
still
reppu
here?
selässä koko ajan? Onko se valmis?
I never receive guests. At most, clients. Are you a client?
It was Oliviero who referred me to you. He claims you might know something about getting permission to access Castle Saint something.
That pompous Marquisaster. I wanted to organize a tour that ended with a visit to the castle, but he refused to sign this useless piece of paper.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you have a permit?
I never throw anything away, especially a nice piece of paper. You know, for when you're in the middle of the woods and nature calls.
Can I have it? I need it urgently.
Do you need it right now? I have some toilet paper in the bathroom.
No, I need it to get into the castle.
Ah, I don't have any use for it. But I don't think you'll be able to get it signed. That small-time noble only pays attention to those who have the same color blood as him.
Blue?
Black as pitch.
I also need to ask some questions.
Okay.
I saw you pass by in a helicopter earlier.
So what?
It's not something you see every day. Besides, I got the impression you were looking for something.
You're wrong. I was just taking a sightseeing tour of the area.
Tekla just offered up a nice lie. Tell me about the snake.
You should have asked my father. My area of expertise is flora. Fauna is just a secondary pastime.
You know full well what I mean. Not long ago, Oliviero cited a snake as he cursed you, and I'm pretty sure you know what he was talking about.
And yet I don't have the slightest idea, all right?
Lie number 2. Do you know anything about Duke Cagliostro?
You mean Count Cagliostro.
Uh-huh. Then you do know something.
They talk about him in town all the time, but that doesn't mean anything.
That's enough. I don't need to have studied kinesics like Alice to know that you're blatantly lying.
I don't know what you're talking.
Oh, I'm pretty sure you do. Since I got here, both you and Oliviero have done nothing but talk in riddles. Initially, I just thought you were being coy towards a stranger, but now I'm convinced. You two are hiding something.
Who are you, really? And what the hell do you want from us?
I knew I had to give something if I wanted to get something. All right, let's dispense with the disguise. I'm not a tourist. I'm a detective on the trail of a sect of lunatics. I still don't know why, but my investigation led me right here, to San Leo, in the footsteps of Count Cagliostro.
A detective. Are you kidding me? Looking like that?
You're free to check my credentials with HPD in Miami. Now it's your turn. Tell me what you're up to, and what Cagliostro has to do with
Niin
it.
sinnehän se on soittamassa sitten ensimmäisenä. Taattais yhteyttä.
You were convincing, but I still can't trust just any guy who comes here and purports to be a great detective. I'll have to do a background check.
Morjesta, Pepe.
Let's talk again this evening at nightfall
Mitäs?
in front of the fortress of San Leo.
Ei niin
Get out of my
jättipenis.
place before I
Siellä
really
varustettu
lose my
henkilö.
temper.
Kuulemma. Mitä?
DeVilta hadn't returned home yet, and I had the feeling he would stay out a long time.
No niin. 2, 3, 11, 92. Noin.
Finally, inside.
Easy.
I could move it to reach the highest shelves, assuming I really needed to do that. The library was well stocked with classics and ancient architecture books, but I
Mitäs
couldn't see
Pepelle
anything that would be of
kuuluu?
any interest. A brand new air conditioner. Mine, by comparison, produced an effect similar to an icicle in the oven. And once when I was a child, my palette of paints fell on the ground. I could swear the result resembled that painting. The lamp was battery-powered and looked like it was easily transportable.
Easel.
There it was, right there in plain sight. DeVilta's signature.
On muuten kaunis.
The canvas revealed two things. The first was the total absence of talent of the Marquis. The second was the void the divorce must have left in him. Everybody suffers, after all. The signature on the canvas could have been just what I needed. That form. The form was properly superimposed, but I still couldn't see the signature on the canvas. The lamp would make the canvas more transparent.
Seikkailupelejä vielä riittää, jos kaikkea pelattu läpi. Tuli eilen katsoa uusi patti, siinä on niin joo se, just se. Mä en muista sitä vieläkään mitään.
Even DeVilta himself wouldn't have noticed the counterfeiting. With the correctly
Ei kummia, just olisin sängyssä, siirryin sohva. Näistä vapaapäivä tai vettä. Todellakin.
I eventually learned the name.
Todellakin. Niin se pitäisi olla. Sunnuntaihan on kuitenkin hyvä pyhä päivä. Hetki, se oli toi. Tuli äsken sivulta, että joku oli tehnyt valituksen, että jos sanoisi 5. Niin, riittääkö? Joka se asialle tehty. Sitten se menee viikkoja.
You again? If I'm not mistaken,
Oli yllättävän
I gently
hyvä. Mä en
suggested that
tykännyt.
you vanish.
I don't
No
think
se voi olla se first year Batman.
But what?
Se on nuori
How?
Batman.
And now, gently lead the way.
This way.
Mä en oikein muista siitä mitään. Varmaan kattoo uudestaan. Mä oon yrittänyt sen Mä oon taas varmaan 2 tai 3 kertaa yrittänyt katsoa sen Batman-leffan, mutta on nukahtanut siinä.
Go ahead.
Ja kerran kattonut. Ja en muista mitään siitä.
Hey, you.
Yes?
I warned Mr. Beringler about your arrival, and he seems unhappy about it. Very unhappy.
And you? Aren't you happy to be in my company?
If you don't shut that mouth of yours.
What's all this commotion? Lake, I told you to show our guest in. Mr.
Bundy. Lazarus Bundy. I have a form personally signed
Ei
by the
lähteä
Marquis
Tampere,
de
mutta
Vilta.
kaverilla oli päivystys. Enää pitäisi lähteä toiselle kaudelle, mutta ei jaksa. Suomalainen jaksa lähteä ajelemaan, kun pitää vanteet.
Would you like a drink?
I don't drink, thanks. At least I was able to spare
Nyt kun
myself
saa
that vice.
auto
Good for
uutta
you.
kuosia
Now, Mr.
vanteiden
Bundy,
muodossa.
I feel it's necessary to clarify some points. I am Walter Beringler, the curator that the Marquis de Vilta has designated to manage his property. As such, I can't help but ask, how did you get a permit to access the building?
I had been provident enough to come up with a good excuse for just such a possibility. Well, let's just say the Marquis and I have some business together, of which I can't openly talk about. Just know that I arrived here in San Leo with but a single aim. Spend the little fortune I've accumulated these last few years.
Fortune coming from?
Oh, well, I'm a partner of a company dealing mainly in boats.
Boats?
Boats!
You have no idea how profitable that sector can be. I strongly hoped he didn't check my credentials. On the other hand, even if he did decide to check, he would need time, while I intended to complete my investigation as soon as possible.
Well, if the Marquis
Kyllä,
has decided so, I guess there's nothing else to do. Please pay special attention.
Joo, ne voi
This
olla
castle is
kyllä
very
aika kalliita jo.
ancient, as such delicate.
Meneekö se sitten niinku... Meneekö se renkaat niinku... vuosiltaan ohkaiseksi?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must ask you to come
Ne ei oo
back
niin
tomorrow
paksut.
morning for your visit. It is now evening and we have to close.
Kai sen tietysti mahdu sinne...
The appointment with Tekla and Olive occurred to me immediately. I had to hurry if I didn't want to miss them.
Sinne.
They're late. I hope they hurry up. I don't feel at ease here.
245 352.
I don't have any hostile intentions.
Oh, tässä on toi ukko. Tuolla on se kukka siinä rinnassa.
I'm glad to finally meet you personally.
Se on valkoinen parta.
Why I shouldn't rip that mask off and smash your face.
I can list a few. First of all, you can't be certain you're capable of it. But the main reason is that you're curious to hear what I have to say. Well, now that I have your attention, I'd say we can start. Until now, you've done a very good job. The lead that took you from Miami to San Leo was very weak, and a less resolute man wouldn't have traveled so far from home.
Or a less desperate one.
You're very frank.
And you have proven to
Sinä
be
olet
smart.
hyvin
A
frank.
smart man knows perfectly well how dangerous
Ei,
a desperate
minä
man
olen.
can be.
I won't underestimate you as Radwed has done, rest assured.
Speaking of Radwed...
Radwed is the withered petal that risked letting the entire Rose die.
Rose?
Now we have more pressing questions to face. First of all, your mission here. Maybe you still haven't fully realized how many things we must bring to light.
I can sense that there is something huge under my feet.
The lost seal of Count Cagliostro.
Lost seal?
An ancient symbol.
Talon
lost
hylje.
for centuries. That I searched for my whole life without success. It's the reason I chose you. I'm compromised, but you're free to move. You're alert, and you're motivated enough.
That's all? You could have found tons of detectives like me.
Touché. There's another reason, but we'll talk about that later. Now, I have another question for you. After which, you can decide if you still want to smash my face or not. You couldn't have made it this far alone. Have you been helped?
No. Everything I did on my own.
You're very trustworthy. You'd never betray your companions. Excellent. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must leave. I have a train to catch. A train that will take me to Rome at the first light of dawn.
You.
Mitä? A magic ball.
Don't wear yourself out. Don't fight the smoke. Welcome it. Make it yours. Take a deep breath. What you've just inhaled is of course a powerful sedative, but also something else. Let me tell you why I chose you.
Okei. Antaa sille suudelman.
Can cure you.
Ois antanut kunnon kielarin tuohon. Tätä sä et muistaa. Sitten vähän kättä housuihin. Mitä? Mikä peli se semmonen on? Uusi seikkailupeli.
Here we are, Lamberto. I told you to call me when you wanted to go down. That vase you broke was a rare piece from your
Michelinin
collection.
kontinentait maksaa tonnin päälle laittuna.
Who are you?
I'm Alice, Professor. It's an honor to meet you in person.
Kalliit. Kontinentait onkin
Like
kalliit.
the heroine from the cartoon.
The cartoon came after the books.
Mä en tiedä,
How do you feel, Professor?
niissä on aina niitä vitu testejä.
Like I've been sleeping.
Mä oon todennut, että vaikka taisin ostaa joku halvat tuohon alle ja en muista kyllä yhtään mitä ne maksaa, mutta oli ne kyllä halvat. Ainut mikä ero niillä oli niin muihin niin desibeliin muutokset.
Maybe I can take a look in a while. I'm not an electrician, but I know my way around.
Muuten ne taisi olla
Professor,
samanlaiset.
getting back to us, the reason I came here is to ask for your help.
Tosin se johtuu siitä varmaan suurin osa noista renkaiden hinnoista nytkin kai osittain, koska nehän on Venäjällä tehty joku noista renkaista. Suurin osa Venäjällä tehty, mitä Suomeenkin tulee. Ja olisiko siinä hintojen nousu niiden kohdalla? Toi on aika tyyri kuitenkin. Jospa siinä olisi joku syy, miksi menee aikaa. Viikonloppu vaikuttaisi niin. Niin, kyllä. Aspasta sanoo, että ei viikonloppu vaikuttaa. Onko muualla vappua muuta kuin Suomessa? Okei. Eli toi on nyt Professori Viscooni. Annetaan sille tää mirror on the wall.
What can you tell me about this little mirror?
Put that away.
Do you recognize it? Can you tell what's so special about it?
Yes, but at this moment, I'm confused, like I've been sleeping for months.
Take all the time you need, Professor. Reorganize your thoughts.
Yes, reorganize thoughts.
Okei. Katso vuodesta Jaru. Ei ole Suomessa myynnissä enää yhtään Venäjältä tehty rengasta. Myytiin jo viime vuonna kaikki pois. Okei. Shit. Oh.
My head.
No tämähän on helppoa.
I'm starting.
Tarvikku.
What? Ha! The fleet!
The fleet! Mikä tässä on väärin? Oi. Mitä vielä? Se on oikein. Eikä tässä mitään väärin. Toi menee tosta. Ei. Ai. Mitä? Ei. Ai, se oli
Invincible.
siipi väärin.
What, Professor? What was invincible?
My room, my...
Sain vaikka Vante kyllä haluaa uudet maksaa lähelle päälle 2 tonnia, sain no käy 350.
Do you want to go back to
Go
your
et
room?
hakee äkkiä pois ennen kuin joku kerkee.
Marie, is it a problem if I go upstairs to take a look?
3,5
I could
tuntia
try to
kyllä
repair the
halpa.
lift platform's control unit.
Well, if that is what the professor wants, I don't think I have any say in that.
Thanks.
Kohta vanteet on kalliimpi kuin auto.
Such a peculiar room. This must be the broken control unit.
Circuit breaker.
At first glance, everything looks fine. If I really want to understand what's wrong with it, I'll need to manually verify all the connections. I will also need something to restore the faulty pins once identified.
Voi vittu, tarviiko työkalu siihen?
I first need to repair...
Okei.
The voltage tester could be useful.
Mitä vielä? Siis testaat voltteja vai? Okei. Selviö.
I need something to restore the electrical... I first need to... Those aluminum remains. I could use them to restore the broken electrical connections. Perfect! Now I can control the tension of the electrical connections with the tester, and then temporarily fix them with the aluminum sheets.
Just joo. Nyt se mirror on the wall.
I did an initial check, and it seems these are the pins I have to focus on.
Okay,
I managed to obtain these 3 usable sheets of aluminum, with which I'll restore the necessary connections.
Okei. Eli nää. Mikä ne laitetaan? Okei, eli tossa. Mikä mun tää saada expected value?
All right. Now it should work fine. Let's hope the professor can give me a hand somehow. Brace yourself, Professor.
Se oli nopea.
My beloved.
Your bedroom. Are you happy to be here?
Here, it's where I work. I worked. The thoughts come and go.
Is there anything else I can do to help you?
My safe. Find it, and I opened it, and.
Do you mean this strange bas relief in your library?
Who are you, and what do you want?
I'm Alice, Professor. I'll take care of your safe. If I can. The safe will surely be protected with a combination.
Okay.
Maybe I'll find some clues here in the room.
Vittu. Mitä siinä nyt on? Mitä tässä safeissa on ensinnäkin?
The figures to insert seem to be associated with clear geographical references. It can't be a coincidence.
Okei, eli numeroita. Great Wall, China, Colosseum ja Sphinx. Painting books.
It's a portrait of Professor Visconti. He must be at least 10 years younger here. He was an extremely fascinating man. It makes me sad that I only met him now that he's so empty.
Missäköhän tää on?
The items in the backgrounds were painted with a special contrast that makes them stand out.
Onks toi niinku 1 ja 3 vai?
He seems a complete... In the portrait... The symbol of Rome. It portrays Romulus and Remus, the epic founders of the city, while they were being nursed by the Capitoline wolf.
Onks toi niinku LX3? Mitä? Onko se niinku 13? Ei se nyt vittu niin. Mitä? LX3. Onko C100? L on 50. 63.
Rome's Colosseum.
Ei varmaan auttanut mitään. Egypti.
It depicts the Egyptian pyramids at sunset. It's very suggestive. Who knows what those symbols on the upper left mean?
Mitä helvettiä?
I'm not an expert in languages, but they look to have a certain logic.
Mikä toi merkitys? Mikä toi jalkajuttu? 4, 6, 2, 2. Onks tää niinku... Tää niinku plus? Eihän oo. Vittua!
Not an expert in languages, but they look to have a certain logic.
Lasketaanko sitä niinku yhteen? Hetki, ei kun nää lasketaan yhteen, vai ja tää on miinus. Eli 6. Onko tässä niinku 4 eri numeraalia? 6. 6, 2, 2. Niinku 6, 9, 3, 5. 6, 8. Se on 3. 5. Hetkestä tulee 3. 3 pois. 5. 55. Paitsi että tossa on kyllä 1 numero. Mut 2 tarvitaan. Fifty-fifty. Mikä vielä? Aina.
Juan D. Concentric circles in the lake of molecular science.
Mitä?
1985, the year of the comet. A study of Zhu Ling. 2D versus 3D. Adventures of the past were better? Am I wrong? The dangers of summoning evil. Eastern demonology. 25 essays about the end of the Chinese world. Reading upside down, a change in perspective. Yes, I'm pretty sure of it.
Hetki, toi äijän ilme näkyy tossa koko ajan. Okei. Okay.
The Japanese read from right to left. Cultural curiosity from the Orient. 15 possible interpretations of Voynish's manuscript.
15.
Reading upside. The only truth behind the mirror. Chinese philosophy. The terracotta army of the first Emperor Qin. The 71 most famous legends.
71.
The 70 beads of the French.
Se ilme oli erilainen. Kokeillaan. Ei varmaan.
I did it.
Vittu! Jumalauta, että menee playerit hyvin. Nyt Postavel tippui sun kolorpes.
There's a lot of money. I don't think I've ever seen so much all at once. And documents.
Tippuks Los
One
Angeles?
seems to be in Polish.
Miten kävi Toronto-pelissä?
Cagliostro. I don't know what they're about, but they could help Lars. I'll think of a way to get them to him later. There's also another paper back here.
Ei
It's in
vittu.
Spanish. Jeez. I can understand little or
Toronto
nothing.
pääsi jatkoon.
It's about something that happened in the 16th century. The Invincible
Ei kun
Armada?
hetkinen.
That,
Joo.
that's the
Toronto meni nyt eteenpäin.
Invincible Fleet.
The professor is upset. What the hell did Lars and I get into? I have to talk to Marie. I hope I didn't unsettle the professor too much. And he was very alarmed.
Vitun Toronto. Se ei saa kyllä... Se feilaisi seuraavan kuitenkin.
I know he doesn't look like it, but Lamberto is a tough guy.
You two must be very close.
And you must be very
Kyllä siellä se kirous
and
vielä
it's
on
already
siellä.
evening outside. So now I'll prepare the guest room for you.
No, please. I'll find a B&B nearby and...
Nonsense. A good night's rest is exactly what you need, and I don't want to hear one more word.
All right then.
Ei
You're too
vie.
kind, really.
Now,
Se
why
on
don't you
selvä
go wait in
peli.
the professor's room? You can keep him company while I fix up the room, okay?
Vaikka siellä on nyt jotakin veteraaneja, jotka on nähnyt jo sen ne finaalit ja
Do you feel better?
nostanut kannuakin, niin
I'd love to help you.
ei herra
Already exerted yourself
viiksimies,
too
niin
hard
se
for one
ei
day.
sillä kasvot
Now you have to
menee.
rest.
Rest, yes. Tomorrow will be better.
Alice, dear, the room is ready.
I have to go now. I bid you good night, Professor.
Be careful, kind miss.
Kävelee joku loukkaantuu.
That's pointless. I won't be able to fall asleep.
Autisti loukkaantuu ja
I might as well get back to work completing my research.
Onko se Tavares? Se loukkaantuu.
All right, the ravings of the professor seem to point towards an invincible fleet. I'll start from there and make a note of all the information that seems relevant. That way, if I happen to lose track, I can just refer to my notes.
Okei. Invisible... Mitä pystyy kirjoittaa tässä? Invincible fleet. Search. Enter. Oh.
Really strange. I remember the historical event in question, but not that the Spanish fleet was completely wiped out from storms. I may be starting to get paranoid, but I find it suspicious and unsettling.
The Invincible Armada was a massive naval fleet created by 1587 by the King of Spain, Philip II, with the goal of countering the prevailing English power of that period. Although the original plan was for approximately 500 vessels, the fleet ultimately never came close to such a number, slowed by the frequent raids of Sir Francis Drake. In the end, the Spanish assembled 130 ships and 20,000 men, which was still a potent force able to cause problems for its English rival. The fleet departed in May of 1588 toward the English Channel, only to be surprised by a tremendous storm that forced a retreat to La Coruna. After months of maritime warfare, the Spaniards realized the impossibility of carrying out their ambitious undertaking, so they decided to withdraw and reorganize. The English, contrary to what might have been expected, didn't pursue them. Perhaps the suggestion of John D. Eli John D. on varmaan seuraava haku. The Spanish were eventually assailed by 3 very violent storms, the last of which was offshore the Connacht Coast in Ireland, where the fleet was finally defeated. In all, Spain reported 40 lost ships and over 10,000 victims. Yonde.
That picture in the top right, the item D is holding in his hand is identical to the one I have in my pocket right now.
Äkkiä Toronto siirtymään pois Kanadasta, niin kirous muuttuu. Ei se siitä johdu vaan. Ei se johdu sitä Kanadan jutusta. Siellä vaan on joku siinä Torontossa itsessään. John Dee was an English alchemist, astronomer, astrologer, mathematician, and geographer, known for his studies of occultism. In 1558, he became counselor to Queen Elizabeth I, who held him in great regard to the point that it was Dee himself who organized her coronation. It was in 1581 that the alchemist began to completely dedicate himself to the study of the mysteries of Hermetism and above all necromancy. In this field he achieved encouraging results after an encounter with Edward Kelly. Allegedly, the two were able to communicate with the souls of the dead, likely using a scrying mirror. Okei, eli se on varmaan seuraava haku. In 1605, the plague that devastated London didn't spare Dee, who lost all his loved ones, having also been separated from his colleague Kelly. He spent the final days of his life alone and poor. Okay, elikkä scrying mirror.
Lars claims to have heard whispers coming from the mirror. Maybe it really is a contact with the next world. Oh, I've got chills now.
Okay. Scrying Mirror or Black Mirror. Hei, tää on se TV-sarja, tiedättekö? Black Mirror. Siitä tulee muuten uusi kausi. Is a divination tool used since ancient times by various cultures and religions. The practice of divination through mirrors is called cataprumancy. Cataprumancy, from the Greek katabrom, mirror. Diviners were convinced they could foresee the future or reflect the surfaces, and their practice soon became popular magical custom. It is unusually considered among the most powerful alchemic artifacts, equal to the Philosopher's Stone or the Sigillum Emeth. Se on varmaan seuraava. Some alchemists have claimed to be able to use a scrying mirror to communicate with the spirits of the dead people. Sigillum Emeth.
Fascinating. These alchemists intended to cross the borders of reality as we know it, and never let themselves be intimidated by anything. They remind me of Lars from a certain point of view.
Pentagrammi. Onks tässä niinku melkein Daavidin tähti? Ei ihan. Se menee näin. Jos nää käännettäis... Hetki, miten ne menee? No, aavitus. The Sigillum Emeth is a magical diagram the English alchemist John Dee achieved by refining the Sigillum Dei, to which he added the word Emeth, aka truth, one of God's names. Okay. According to tradition, it confers to the bearer beatific vision, or the ability to see God and the angels. It is comprised of two circles, a pentagram, a heptagram, 7-pointed star, and heptagon. Inside, the alchemist wrote the names of God and the angels. Sigillum Emeth was lost in 1608 after Dee's death, but still today it is possible to admire a copy of it in the British Museum. This last iteration belonged to the alchemist Edward Kelly, who supposedly received it from the angel Uriel. Jää enkeli Diablo 2. Onko se? En muista. Not the demon by the same name. Niin se oli se. In person. The Sigillum Emeth is often confused with the Hand of Glory. Hand of Glory, nyt päästään asian ytimeen.
And what's this? The Hand of Glory is an alchemical artifact composed of the dried hand of a hanged man kept in brine. That's gross. According to tradition, the hand gives the bearer total control of whoever is nearby. If correctly completed, in fact, it allows paralysis of everyone in its presence. If correctly completed... Who knows what that means? The hand was a tool used in necromancy to speak to the dead or obtain control of the spirits. It seems terrifying, but a few details sound familiar. The dried hand of a hanged man. Is it possible that Molesberg...
Oh no. Siellä on kuule nyt ottanut mikä toi nyt oli Mary mikä se on?
They are here. I don't have to panic. The documents I found, they mustn't get their hands on them.
What? Thief!
Calm down, Professor. It's just a bad dream.
Oh, good. I'll go back to sleep then.
Quick. There, that's all I can do. And now...
Oh shit. Sparta-äijä taas. Siellä tulee toi vulkanilainen puristusote. Ei kun se... Voi vittu.
Be still, young man. You took a very bad blow yesterday evening.
Devilta? But how?
Onpas ystävällinen.
You are surely asking yourself what you are doing in my house. But the answer is simpler than you might think. Yesterday, just before evening fell, I received a phone call from an unknown caller. It was a young bartender, Olivaci?
Olivero?
Yeah, him. Anyway, he spilled everything you were doing, including the story of the counterfeit form to me.
That Judas! Or maybe I should say those Judases. Well, didn't know about the form. I'd carelessly revealed that to Tekla.
I then went to the appointment at the Rocket in his place, determined to expose you.
So, you saw the doctor?
I saw a madman dressed as a crow, and I thought it was better to hide and try to understand what was happening.
Okay, but why didn't you call the police?
To report an assault by a guy with paranormal powers? I thought it would be appropriate to rescue you, to ask what was happening directly. I suppose I was also overwhelmed by curiosity.
You made the right decision. Those people don't fool around.
What kind of mess did you get yourself involved in, young man? And what does this all have to do with my castle?
I can't get into details, but you need to believe me. I'm doing all this just to save a child that was kidnapped in America.
America, America.
What I saw tonight is absurd as well. I'll accept your version and will let you walk around inside Castle Sancti Leonis. I just beg you to follow Beringler's directions. That man scares me.
Only then did Alice and the threat of the doctor occur to me. I found 2 messages. The first dated back to the night before, roughly during my fight against the doctor. Alice had found a Polish document that referred to Count Cagliostro. She had even written the entire text through SMS and sent it to me. The second message calmed me down for good. It was from the wee hours of the morning and informed me she was hitting the road to reach me in San Leo. No mention of the doctor. Evidently, Alice proceeded ahead of time without even realizing the danger she averted. Now I have to go, but I could still use some help.
Leave the door open when you go, and come back whenever you want.
Onpa ystävällinen. Yhtäkkiä.
So, Oliviero had decided to play hardball. I'll give him a taste of his own medicine. You
asshole.
Wait, let me explain.
I don't know who you think you're dealing with, but now I'm really pissed off.
Whoa, what are you planning to do?
Shut up and follow me. And no sudden movements. A shot might go off.
What is this charade?
This is a crazy killer. He wants to shoot me.
I really want to see this. Come on, shoot!
Bang!
But, what? I can't believe I fell for that. Did you know?
You can see the shape of the finger from miles away, dope.
You two nearly compromised my investigation, and now I want to know why.
We can't trust anyone. Don't you get it?
Are you going to listen to me, chump? I said, and I'll repeat it, my sources confirmed his version. He really is a former detective from Miami. We've been stuck on this search for months now. I say let's try.
Let's try.
All right, then. Let's follow your instinct.
How about you start from the beginning and tell me what's going on here, backward and forward.
A while back, we went into the forest on an excursion. It was a perfect night for an excursion, thanks to the full moon illuminating the path. Everything was going perfectly, when suddenly we stumbled onto something unusual. The tracks of an animal that, judging by the print, had to be huge. Tekla claimed she had never seen anything like that.
And what did you do?
Tek decided to follow the tracks, but I didn't feel like going with her. I mean, a huge beast with a full moon told her I would manage alone, and I let her go.
Miten on vappu lähtenyt käyntiin?
After 5 minutes, I was already lost, cold and frightened.
Oh.
You're the antithesis of an adventurer.
Then, out of nowhere, I came across something unexpected. Something that has tormented me ever since. It was an old casket, hidden inside a hollow shaft.
And did you open it?
Sure, what the heck? Nothing remotely interesting ever happens to me. It contains some ancient dossiers. I took a quick
Vahvasti
look,
kuumes. Kohta ehkä live tulilla.
but they disintegrated in my hands in just a few seconds.
Vähän kuumes. No eihän silloin ainakaan kannata juoda.
The only thing left intact is a strange piece of scroll that we've been trying to decipher ever since.
There's something that doesn't fit. How did those documents end up in San Leo if the Count had been dragged there by force?
Maybe they weren't left by the Count himself, but by the Polish soldiers who moved his corpse in 1795.
Polish soldiers. Just like in the document Alice found. Look here, Tekla.
Yes. It's not exactly modern Polish, but it's understandable. It seems like the testimony of one of the
Panoli,
soldiers.
piri ja kaljaa.
Apparently, they uncovered the Count's corpse buried in the bare ground, with his head resting on a rock and a towel covering his face. In this passage, Cagliostro is called master of the rose. Again, with these damned flowers.
Sehän on hyvä yhdistelmä.
It's not the first time I've heard about it, and I suspect it won't be the last.
His body, they found some relics, which they hid. Then transcribed the directions to locate them on a scroll,
Siinä olisi kyllä
which they
kova.
divided into 3 parts.
Eipä tässä kummempaa seikkailua, koska käydä hakemassa
Father
varmaan tosta
Alfredo, who swore to hide it in the
närästyslääkejä.
safest possible place, protected by the wings of the eagle.
Närästyslääke. Eipä oikein kummempaa.
The second group of soldiers,
Vähän
however, was
tulehdusta
confronted
kropassa,
by
niin
a
joutuu
contingent of
vetää
knights in the pay of the de Vilta family and
tulehduskipulääkkeitä.
exterminated.
Mitä
The last
erikoista?
piece was closed in a trunk and buried near an
Selvin
easily
päin.
recognizable centenarian tree.
This must be the one we found. We already have the first piece.
Ensi viikkokin menee olettavasti
I wouldn't be so
selvin
sure of
päin. Ja
that.
What do you
sitten
mean?
onkin jo
Yesterday morning, I went for a helicopter ride to fly over the woods looking for the beast.
Euroviisu-viikko.
When we saw you passing by.
Right. My bag could have accidentally fallen down in that area.
What?
Easy, Blondie. I was planning to go retrieve it today, but I'm waiting for the maintenance guy to bring me back my rifle. I don't want to walk around without a weapon with that monster nearby.
Fine, but we can't afford to wait. I'll go recover the bag.
Do as you wish. But take that pickaxe. You'll need it.
Okei, mä saan pickaxe. Onpas se iso.
And make no mistake, I'm not giving it to you because I feel guilty.
Onks tossa sellainen
Not at all.
kiipeilypickaxe vai semmonen toisaalta?
I didn't know
Pekka,
yet
et
at the
oot
time,
ihan
but
ollut
I should
päin
have turned over
vittua
every stone
vapu.
at San Leo to dredge up those
En
three
oo
scroll
kyllä ollut.
pieces.
Mä oon ollut ihan selvinpäin. Ei yhtään mitään. Jaru oli ainakin. Ei kyllä, mä oon striimannut ja ollut selvinpäin. Mä oon joutunut ottaa vaan lääkkeitä. Mut joo, mä käyn ottamassa äkkiä tosta hakemassa. Närästyslääkkeen, un momento. Palataan Nalle. Okei, selvä. Hyvää livettämistä.
Hey.
Mitä toi tyyppi
Hey man,
tekee?
I'm talking to you.
Fiilistelee. Mitä helvetti?
Sorry, dude. Oh, you almost gave me a stroke.
Wow! Se on meitsi.
It was a really close
Meitsi.
call.
Mulla on
What are you
vaan
doing
lukee
here?
eri lailla tässä
Pleasure
päässä.
trip?
I'd say I'm working. And you?
Yes, me too. Wait a minute, damn! In the rush of the moment, I carved too deeply into the cortex. What a disaster.
What are you doing to that poor tree?
I'm analyzing it, dude. I'm Matthias, world-renowned
Tää on nyt
resinologist.
sekaisin lehdessä. joo.
Resinologist?
I don't think that word exists, but saying biologist specializing in amber is too long and makes other people uncomfortable.
What are you listening to?
Oh, it's the hit of the hour. It's great.
Catchy.
I've been listening to it on repeat for days.
Jätkää lukee rock-painassa, jos se kuuntelee tommoista musiikkia. Mitä vittua?
See you, Matthias.
Take it easy, dude.
Okay. Hole.
In the middle of the moss, a small hole stood out that seemed to stretch deep inside the rock. The movement of the water was hypnotic, and the spray soaking my face delightful. I had read that in areas around waterfalls, the air is better.
Dee-dee-dee-doo-doo-dee.
And there it was, Tekla's bag, a cliff away from me.
Voi saisi ikinä liikkumaan tällaisessa.
The little tree was clearly dead, and I could see a crack crossing it transversely. I couldn't resist.
Yes.
I could have reached the other side of the bridge by taking a long detour, but the path was so long that it was barely visible. Although it didn't appear particularly inviting, that bridge was still standing after who knows how many decades. Surely it would hold for another couple of minutes.
Kuoliko se? Hetkinen, mitä jos mä menen siihen uudestaan? Sitten tajuaa, että ei tästä ole vittua. Joo. Korista noukkiis. Lisää isomman asiaa striimiin.
But now I had to find an alternate way to reach that bag. Going all the way around was still out of the question. I would have to go beyond the crevice to reach Tekla's bag.
Näkemiin.
Let's not kid ourselves. They'd have to scoop me up with a teaspoon. Let's not
Heti
kid
pois. Heti pois saat.
The tree had lost some resin because of the cut inflicted by Matthias.
Varmaan autetaan jo. Ja taas toi drunk saksen kyytiin. Täh? Se siisi sen
It was lying at the foot of the cliff, giving me a...
Okei, tuolla näkyy toi rope.
The tree had lost some resin because of the cut inflicted by Matthias.
Mä en siihen saa koskettaa. Vai? Ei. Tää on varmaan liian.
In that moment, it didn't seem to be a...
Joo, se ei ollut vai. Onks tää niinku... Onks tää niinku kaukana tää vai onks tossa naama edessä?
Once, when I was a kid,
Okay,
I
so
slipped my
naama
head
edessä.
through the bars of a gate. When I decided to back out, my ears got stuck, trapping me. The same thing happened with that tool. I'd never be able to pull it out of there.
Miksi toi näyttää, että se olisi vitun kaukana? Mitäkö ei saa?
Close to...
And whoever was able to extract it would become the king of San Leo.
Mitäs noukkiksella?
I always dreamed of making an actual grappling hook.
Saanko mä sen tuolta suoraan haettua?
If only the rope were a few feet longer. That way I could reach the rocky outcrop, bypass it, and get to the opposite plateau. Why wasn't my brain able to come up with a plan that didn't account for the possibility of splattering on the ground like a tomato?
grappling hook seemed to have found a perfect grip. Maybe things were starting to turn the right way. No, absolutely not. Wrong way. Completely
Yhden
wrong.
leffan katso on nukkunut. Se on
One
hyvä.
last effort.
Minkä leffa oot kattonut?
Only in that moment did I notice a change in my body. I had just crossed a ravine and climbed a steep, rugged wall, yet I felt healthy. Is it possible that the doctor's gas produced such a result in me? Or
Meni
was I
eilen
just being
aamuviiteen.
manipulated again, diluted by a placebo effect?
Mä katoin kans kun aurinko nousi.
I'd risked a very dramatic death once more. But the bag...
Ei millään
certainly
vittu
mine.
unta. Katoivat, jumalauta, siellähän se päivä pilkistää.
An immense trek down awaited me.
Oi vittu. Ja sit 7 aamulla taas ensi tiistaina hereille. Kyllä vittu. Huomenna kannattaa herätäkaan.
I remained speechless. The bag had fallen prey to a rapacious pointed beak belonging to a mean face that boded no good. I panicked.
Niin se pitää
As far as having to climb a steep wall and throwing myself into the void, I could still handle things alone. But I didn't know anything about wild animals.
Pitää varmaan silleen metsästäjälle mennä puhumaan. Ensin tehdään kyllä tällainen temppu, että seivataan. Metsästäjä henkilö. Se on kivää.
Nowak. That's a Polish surname, right?
What are you? An expert on foreign languages?
No, but I've met many people during my investigations. I don't know why, but I always believe my travel would take me to Warsaw someday.
You wouldn't last a second in my country. There are true men there, not little dillweeds like you.
True men.
A strange problem arose. I'd almost recovered the bag when I was assaulted by a fierce winged animal.
A winged animal of what kind? Would you be able to describe it?
Let's see. It had a beak, some feathers.
Christus. I need more detailed information to be able to help you. Take this recognition form, go on site and fully compile it, then come back to me.
Can't you just give me something strong enough to knock it down?
The anesthetics you see on the table are bombs. They would kill it on the spot.
I don't want to hurt it.
Mitä? Keltaiset jalat. Pikku nokka. Onko se tollaset jalat vai tollaset? Tommonen nokka, tommonet siivet. Tollaset silmät.
I had to submit the results to Tekla.
All right, cretin. If you correctly identified the species with the liquid contained in here, you'd be able to ward it off. Throw the ampoule a reasonable distance from the bird and wait until it can smell the odor.
Fingers crossed.
Hands off or all that bag can...
Hunting anesthetics.
Don't get any ideas.
Antoiko se mulle? Antoiko se ampulli mulle? Mitä teit? Mitä sä teit? Katoiko sä niinku leffaa yöllä vai mitä sä oot tehnyt niin myöhään?
I strongly hoped I'd guessed the species right, and prepared myself to throw another of my curveballs.
Vittu sun kuollut.
The bird threw me a nasty look that froze the blood in my veins, but apart from that, nothing. I had to carefully observe the animal.
Oi vittu. Striimiä. Tuo keltaiset silmät. Kumpihan se nyt näistä on? Vittu, minkälaiset silmät sillä on? Silmät on perseestä. Sillä on iso silmä. Isot pupillit.
Better not get too close.
Ei sitä jaksanut live, on niin paskaa. Mitä? Mitä? Kokeillaan toi.
Let's try again. Fingers crossed.
Kuinka monta vittu mä heitän?
I strongly hoped.
Jes se lähti, ei kauttanut. Koepus mut syyhtynyt, ei jaksa. Joo, ei kuumessa kannata tehdä mitään. Mullakin oli kyllä kuumetta eilen, mutta oli vähän ehkä laiska vielä.
I recovered a piece of the scroll once I returned the bag to Tekla.
Okei, nyt mennään sille.
I recovered the piece of the scroll once I returned the... Look what I have here for you.
It's about time. Put it next to the fireplace.
Heitä notski.
And here's one of the scroll pieces retrieved.
Not that this makes you less of a wuss.
And the first piece of the scroll was mine. There were still 2 left.
Eli 2 vielä pitäisi saada.
About the...
I didn't find out anything more since our first encounter. The only certain clue I have is that gigantic print that I couldn't manage to identify. I even sent a scan to a friend of mine, the famous biologist who works at the University of Munich. He thinks I'm dealing with a hoax, a reproduction of a print from a prehistoric creature.
It appears to be one of those mythological sightings, like the Yeti or the Sasquatch. About the scrolls.
Good fences make for good neighbors. You and Oliviero should take care of the scrolls. I'll deal with the beast.
But if you could just...
I'm about to bring out the cutlass from earlier, Cretin.
All right, I'll manage. I have other things to do now.
Good. Now get out of my hair. Hands off or...
The leopard print tarp was thick and heavy, probably synthetic. It gave off an intense heat.
Missä on takka täällä tullut? Onko tää muka niin kylmä?
The map of Poland hanging on the wall betrayed Tekla's heritage even more than her surname.
Puutton.
Why are you yelling like that, you lunatic?
There's a mummy inside this niche.
What do you mean by mummy? That's my father.
Did you mummify your father?
I'll only tell you this once. That is not a mummy for my father. The fight with the animal world was an ancient and noble art. He was very respectful of his prey and had them mummified so that their memory would survive.
I think they'd have preferred to just survive. Like hell I'd touch it.
Okei. Nyt mä saisin scroll piecein. Se nyt oli se juttu. Nyt mennään varmaan sit next.
Hello, Father Carlo.
Hello!
What can you tell me about Father Alfredo?
Ah, Father Alfredo. He was a leading figure in San Leo in the 18th century. A man of unshakable faith, as well as philanthropist and benefactor. His mortal remains reside here, within our ossuary, together with those he deemed worthy of such a privilege. Knights from a distant time.
I was in shock. Carlo had just answered a question of mine. What if the scroll piece was in the ossuary? Let's suppose one wanted to visit the ossuary.
No, I really couldn't oblige the request of this friend.
What friend?
This one you're talking about.
Oh.
I've been appointed by the bishop to personally safeguard the keys, and that is a duty to be followed at any cost.
It was the first time I'd seen Father Carlo so fired up and passionate. I wouldn't be able to fool him with words this time. So the ossuary is off limits.
Don't worry, it's just a dark and damp place.
Dark and damp.
See you later, Father.
Onko mulla klassinen tapa?
Taking Carlo to a secluded place would help me get rid of him. I have an urgent need to confess.
Sit down, my son. I'll be there in a moment.
Onko mulla wrench mukana? Pystytkö mä taas tintaa sitä?
How long since your last confession, dear Mariano?
Give or take, it might be 20 years.
Good heavens. We have a lot to talk about then. Go ahead and start whenever you feel at ease.
I've tricked a big baby into believing that my stuffed bear was a panda.
I tricked a big baby into believing that my stuffed bear was a panda.
These jokes don't help anyone, you brat.
It isn't a joke. I had to infiltrate an abandoned factory to retrieve some files related to the trafficking of strange magical artifacts.
Come on now, stop pulling my leg.
I've stolen things. Of every kind.
For financial reasons?
Nah, not really. I keep facing strange obstacles to overcome. Situations to the point of absurdity that always require a creative approach to solve. For example, a few days ago I had to lock up a hen in a chicken coop to steal its egg and use it to cook some meatballs.
Meatballs? Ah, hunger is a nasty beast.
No, I needed them to convince a grumpy cook to give me a bloody hot. Maybe it would be better to change the subject. I beat a woman of a certain age with an adjustable iron wrench.
I beg your pardon?
More than once. In my defense, the woman in question was pointing a gun at me.
God almighty, help us.
And that's all.
On your conscience weighs a heavy burden. But don't despair, because the Lord hates the sin, not the sinner. Now let us bow our heads in prayer, my son. Listen to your heart
hates
and
the
in your
sin, not
deepest
the
soul,
sinner.
repent of everything you've done.
Nice speech, but I had bigger fish to fry. This was the right opportunity to try knocking the priest out.
Onks mulla työkalua siihen?
I couldn't knock him out with only words.
Onks mulla millään millä mä tinttaan? Eli mulla ei oo mitään, millä mä voin sitä lyödä, koska täällä on. Eikö sitä varmaan, se pitää varmaan suihtua.
I couldn't knock him out. Father, I can...
It's the gift and...
Eli mä tarvin jotain millä mä saan jotain sen perseiltyä. Kato sinun viina. Put vaporizer.
Amazing. Can I have this vaporizer?
To do what?
Billions of useful and extravagant things.
Suit yourself.
Mä tarvin varmaan... Mut sillähän oli sillä mimmellä, tällä. Olisikohan täältä jotenkin?
Did you get your passion for exploring the woods from your father?
No. He was indifferent to the fascination of flora. Flowers and plants irritated him.
Tekla,
he thundered from the top of his 6'4" frame.
If I should tragically die before you, don't you dare bring flowers to my grave. Otherwise, so help me God, when we meet again, I'll plant them right up your...
What an exquisite person.
Huh?
Good.
Tekla did mention her father's hatred of flowers. How could I resist such a temptation?
And what's that supposed to be? What the hell is wrong with you?
I thought it might represent an aesthetic improvement.
What the heck? Get out of my way!
Sillä on reppu selässä edelleen. Okei, se pitää saada pysyväksi. Koska se ottaa sen noin. Otetaan se. Älä sitä vitun tahnaa. Mihin se vitu kukkuu?
Resin would have made the orchid sticky.
Sitten se laittaa sen taskuun, ton kukan. Eikö se jää silloin taskuun? Jumiin. Onpas se mällissä toi kukka. On vähän joku heittänyt kunnon kamitsen.
Damned flower again. This time I'll cut your hands, cretin.
Cretin, ei cretin.
Don't worry, Tata. I'll fix you in a second. What's up with this flower? Did it take root?
She would have seen me. She would have seen me.
Hey, lift the tarp right now.
The mechanism must have been stuck. Give me a second.
So are you going to...
Un momento, por favor.
It's about time.
Miten se repi sen? Ehkä se... Laittoiko se sen... Mihin se kukka nyt on? Hei! Söis.
That way I could have sprayed the anesthetic more effectively.
No niin, nyt mennään vähän muutamat avemariat sanomaan.
I have an urgent need to confess.
Sit down, my son. I'll be there in a moment. What sins have you committed?
I'd say
the same.
Yes, Father.
There's very little we can do. How weird. Suddenly I...
Nyt sitä voisi kyllä seksuaalisesti käyttää hyväksi. Mitä?
The signal on the door indicated that Carla was hearing someone's confession. I hoped it was enough to deter other sinners eager to redeem themselves. Maybe the scroll piece was...
Mitä? Okay. Chain anchor.
It was a metallic ring that allowed the chain to be secured once lowered. Damn, the latch I needed to lock the chain was broken, yet the two ones were so close together. The bracelet would be perfect to secure the chain. Wow. I was gripped by awe for a few seconds, surrounded by death as I'd never been before. Then I realized a huge number of niches in the ossuary. I couldn't
Aika paljon kalloja. Teemana on kyllä melko kallo.
The dates on those niches matched the period I was interested in. In addition, the names looked Polish. What I was looking for was right there, a few inches from me. I just had to find the right grave. I couldn't see any reference to eagle wings.
Eagle wings.
Those niches were ancient.
Hetkinen, Eagle Wings. Pitääkö se nyt sitten niinku mennä takaisin sinne Fortressiin, koska siellähän mainittiin se Eagle Wings. Täällä.
During the day, the fortress was back to shining, engulfed by its elevated tranquility. It gave me a thrill, though, together with the memory of the fight I had the previous night with the doctor.
Täällä on chillimeininki.
Bartolome Yankovsky. Eagle wings. Just a second. Father Alfredo wrote that the relic was protected by eagle wings. That was the name of the man I was looking for. One of the holders of the scroll pieces. So Father Alfredo rested in the church ossuary, along with the knights he deemed worthy. I also learned that a fragment of the scroll was entrusted to a particular knight nicknamed Eagle Wings. I no longer doubted it. The scroll piece had to be in the ossuary, specifically in the tomb of that knight. I didn't think it was I didn't. Right now, no apparent link to no apparent link. No apparent link. No apparent.
Medkit. Okay.
Judging by his condition, that medkit had to belong to the workman. Among the tools, an unused syringe stuck out. Somebody could get pricked.
Doink. Eli se otti syringen.
Syringes always scared me to death. I was always afraid the needle would break off during an injection.
Älä luo tollasta kauhutilannetta, saatana. Local hero honored. Many of you probably know him personally, since we are talking about one of our fellow citizens who last night stood out with a fearless act of rescue. His name is Luca, the guard and supervisor of the renovation work at the fortress of San Leo for a few months. It was nightfall. A worker and I were lingering for some urgent retouching, said the man to our reporters. Suddenly, we heard some loud noises coming from outside, like a violent struggle and some shattered glass. That's when the worker probably lost his balance and fell off the scaffolding he was working on at the moment. And that's where our daring Luca comes in, throwing himself on the ground with incredible reflexes, softening his colleague's fall and saving him from certain death. I couldn't help but intervene. I'm a tough guy, he stated with an uncertain look. An attempted breaking at the fortress of San Leo, then, or a new simple quarrel. More information on page 11.
Wow, you became a local hero.
I didn't do anything in particular. I'm just soft. I knew eating all those donuts would be good for something sooner or later.
All right.
I had nothing else to ask.
Ai vittu. Nyt sitten takaisin sinne, että mihin se oli. Tonne. Mikä sen nimi nyt on? Päässä puistaa sen automaagisesti.
I look for Bartlomiej Jankowski among the names. There he was. The knight who was called Eagle Wings, to whom Father Alfredo entrusted the custody of the scroll, even in the afterlife. But now, how could I open that niche? It wasn't just walled, but further protected by a thick steel sheet attached with some rivets. To open the lid, it wasn't.
Millä sä saat tää auki? Ei täällä oikein oo työkaluja.
I thought it was better to look. That marble slab was all that's.
Vittu mä täällä.
In that moment.
Tarvii siihen varmaan. Mä tarviin siihen joku työkalu. Työkalupillu poikineen. Mikäs tossa on? Mitä toi nussi tuossa oikealla vai?
It's just a folded handkerchief.
It's because of people like you.
Sehän sopii vitoi mun naama tohon, mikä tekee tätä liikettä tuossa oikealla. Kato. Oh yeah. Joo.
A folded handkerchief with the words, "Be right back."
Okay.
Hey, Oliviero. Let's see if I figured out your plan to conquer Gaia. You want to recover Count Cagliostro's scroll in the hope of...
chemical formulas. You know what the alchemists were famous for, don't you?
So, you hope to find the formula and use your PhD in chemistry to transmute gold?
I'd become rich beyond all imagination, Lazaro. And at that point, Gaia would fall at my feet.
I'm no love expert, but I don't think it works exactly like that.
You'll see. You'll see.
I could be just a step away from one of the scroll pieces. I'm sure it's in the ossuary of the Church of St. Francis in Verna.
Oh, gross, Lazaro. Do you really want to desecrate a grave full of centuries-old rotten bones?
I'm not particularly excited about it, but it's what I have to do. The problem is that the niche is protected by thick steel plates, tightened with rivets.
I could synthesize a mild acid. Unfortunately, I don't have any fluorocarbon. I can order some from my supplier, but it will take time.
Of course. Can I get it for you some other way?
Fluorocarbon is found in firefighting agents, cooling liquids, additives for motor oil, and even some varnishes. Watch how you extract it, though. Fluorocarbon can be harmful to human beings.
Where did
Fluorocarbon is found in firefighting agents, cooling liquids, additives for motor oil, and even some varnishes. Watch how you extract it, though. Fluorocarbon can be harmful to human beings.
See you later. A hard piece of tire that came from Green Dart. I wonder if the fire was hot enough to melt the tire. Perfectly insulated. The syringe was perfectly insulated.
Insulated. Tonne. Onks tällä jotain vitu ainetta täällä? Vitu. Täällä oli air conditioner täällä.
Olive told me that the fluorocarbon was used as a cooling liquid. The problem remained of how to pick up a... I could move it to reach the highest shelves, assuming I really needed to do that. Marquis de Vilta?
Oh, it's you. How do you...
Better already. Takes... There's another reason you didn't report me to Director Beringler, isn't there?
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about.
My intuition tells me there's a certain grudge between you two.
You're sorely mistaken.
De Vilta was clearly lying. Do you reckon there's an ancient scroll among the family assets?
No, I don't believe so. I would remember it. Now that I think about it, though, some recent renovation work revealed a wing of the castle that had remained hidden for centuries.
Well, let's suppose I wanted to take a look.
I'm afraid I can't accommodate your request in this case. Safety issues, you understand.
The reason De Vilta offered seemed legit, and yet it didn't convince me. Marquis, tell me the truth. What are you afraid of?
Amazing
I wouldn't
penises.
ever leave control of the family castle to a man like Beringler. Believe me. But in the face of certain explicit threats, I could do nothing other than capitulate. Under the promise that this was just a temporary situation. Now it's been months that my castle has been in their hands. The same people who attacked you tonight, I presume.
That's why you stopped granting permits for the building.
But now you're here, and maybe you can help me chase them off.
That's what I'd like to do, but I need to inspect the recently discovered area.
It won't be easy. First, you'll need a key to the castle, which I don't possess anymore. In addition, access has been sealed with a security door that's impenetrable without the
Sealed
access
with a
code,
kiss.
which Beringler surely keeps as close as possible. If I had to bet, I'd lay it all on his green notebook. He writes down every detail, name, figure, anything at all relevant to the structure, and he's very jealous of it.
I'll take care of that. I assure you that soon these people will be gone from San Leo.
Elikkä.
Can you tell me anything else about Walter Beringler? I don't know. Weakness?
Let me think. Well, he has a sort of strange obsession about the sights he can enjoy from his desk. He made them demolish half a wall to get the kind of view he was looking for.
Huh. That might come in handy. I'm going back to...
Eli. Mun pitäisi saada tosta varmaan sitä ainetta.
Olive told me that the fluorocarbon was used as a cooling liquid. From under there, though, I couldn't reach the air conditioner. It wasn't moving an inch. Maybe it hadn't been used for a long time.
Vittu vihdoinkin käyttöä.
Well, that bomb was viscous enough to lube the wheels.
Dun, dun, dun.
The ladder still refused to move. Now it was time to set aside my elaborate ploys and use a good dose of healthy brute force.
How impetuous. There must be a very interesting book on the upper shelves.
Of course. With the syringe, I could extract some fluorocarbon from the air conditioner.
You're very ebullient. I had never seen anyone inject an air conditioner.
Mä voin antaa se tyypille. Tyyppi antaa mulle jotain. Happoa. Ei mitä se antaa mulle, jotain ainetta.
Here's your fluorocarbon.
You really managed to find some. You're a wizard. Do you have a suitable container?
Will this sprayer do?
Double glass, central straw, and metal alloy. Right. I can produce an acid that won't corrode it. Give me a few minutes. It's a delicate process.
Mitä se tekisi vaan bonanzaa tuolla?
Here we are. A really
Tai italialaiset tai
Be careful.
krappaa.
It's very corrosive.
I've kept worse things in my pockets.
Mutta et tekopeniksiä. Et missään vaiheessa peliä on laittanut tekopeniksiä.
Was it really worth it? Maybe. Or in that moment, it did.
Mitä? Eiku...
That marble slab was all
Ei, kun se oli tossa. Ääliä. Aika äkästä aine. Herranen aika.
I found myself face to face with he who was the guardian of the scroll for the last 2 centuries. Apart from the skull, his remains were kept under a shroud depicting the rose over a cross. I could finally get out of that nightmarish place. But not before recovering my tracking bracelet. I had one piece of the scroll, and the next was waiting for me inside Castle Sancti Leonis. I just needed one more.
Mites mä pääsen sinne Sancti Leonikseen nyt?
This shift never ends.
Ei kun mä pääsen tänne suoraan vaan.
Albert, are you smoking again?
Söikö se sen? Kova jätkää. Kaikkia aikoja äijä.
Every time you force me to risk my neck on these damn slippery steps. I warned you, Albert. Don't say I didn't warn you. Give me those cigarettes right now.
Smoking kills.
And don't make those goo-goo eyes. It's useless.
Goo-goo eyes. Okei, tolle varmaan.
It had to be a drain or a ventilation system. Maybe an ancient well? I knew I should have updated my knowledge on medieval history before embarking on that trip. Link was right. Those steps looked dangerous. Have you been working in this building long?
Yes, I'm very competent in this, sector.
How long precisely?
We can say I've held this position for, several days.
Days? You said you were competent.
I'm a quick learner.
What do you think about Director Beringler?
Heavenly days!
Eli
What
tupakka.
an unusual request.
ainakin.
Well,
The guard wore a concentrated expression. Beads of sweat gently purled on his forehead. Then he said,
I think he's a good-looking man, yes.
I meant, can you offer any other useful information about him? I
Savit
don't
does
know,
not-
anything that he might like or love.
I think he's a good-looking
Once,
man.
a while ago, I saw him choking on a coffee that the bartender in Dante Alighieri Square recommended to him. A new mixture. Well, it turned out it was infused with the flavor of licorice, which the director can't tolerate.
Okay.
You should have
En
seen
mä
how
tarvi
he
sitä.
coughed. He seemed ready to explode.
Very, very interesting.
I
En mä tarvi
agree.
sitä.
That infusion was very tasty.
Ja tupakkaa.
Tell me everything you know about Count Cagliostro.
Oh, yes. Well, yes. It was in the manual. I remember it.
Thick veins
I
appeared on the
remember.
guard's temples as he racked his brain.
Ba-do-ba-do,
All that
ba-dee-ba.
intense thinking inspired him to say,
He was a count, yes.
trust me, read through that manual again. Why did that guy confiscate your cigarettes?
This job is really monotonous, and I never know how
Sulle
to pass the
älypuheli,
time,
vittu rum.
so I smoke.
Onkaan vittu siellä työssä
Forget
se
there's a very good fire alarm in here.
Listen to me. Kick the habit. Anyway, I really don't like that bully's attitude. About the castle key, do you guard it?
No, The director personally locks up the castle every night and reopens it the following morning. He probably gets her at the first light of dawn.
That would be a real impediment. Even if I managed to steal the keys from Beringler somehow, he would surely notice their absence immediately.
Oh, silly me. Lake has a copy too.
Lake.
For emergencies. It didn't occur to me because
Eli jos
he hardly
laittaisi
ever
niukkaksi
uses
toi
them.
portti,
That is great
sit
news.
vetää ne
You're
avaimet.
very kind to worry so much about the fate of our keys.
Fate of our keys. Bye.
It deactivated the main alarm, in case it went off by mistake. A piece of the scroll was probably hidden back there, but to enter I needed the access code. Plus, I had to get the key to the castle.
Yes. Nyt mennään puhumaan tälle taas. Tästä yhdestä ukosta on tullut äärimmäisen tärkeää tähän tarinaan kohden.
Hey, Oliviero.
Mitä ukko?
If I asked for some licorice, would you send me around in search of something weird?
Just admit that you had fun picking that orchid.
Well, just a bit.
Here, enjoy the taste of true licorice.
You also sell cigarettes, right?
What a question. Of course I do.
Well then, give me a pack.
Any brand in particular?
No, the important thing is that they can be smoked.
You are one weird cat, eh? More than usual, I mean.
Because I was literally terrified. I already knew I'd been sentenced to death, but keeping a pack in my pocket was like carrying around a loaded gun.
Nyt mä tiedän. I know, koska vähän liukastin ne vitun portaat, siis ne vitun ne renkaat sillä, tikkaren renkaat, niin kyllähän tää vitun yleiskätevä ainekkä toimi tähänkin.
That was a very naughty idea. That's why I liked it.
Nyt se tämällitsi. Ei se oo tohon kohtaan vaan.
The balm dried instantly, becoming invisible at a quick glance.
Samanlainen paketti. Samanlainen.
Hey, look what I have for you.
Identtinen.
Are they for me?
Ole
Of course.
hyvä.
I'm a fervent supporter of workers' rights.
Heavenly days. Thanks a lot.
Ja, ei muuta kuin tuleksi.
Albert! Now I'm really sick and tired of you.
Yoink.
Everything fine, dude? Wait, I'll give you a hand.
Hitto tönkön näköinen.
You think I don't understand that all this has something to do with you?
If I'm not mistaken, I just helped you. I thought...
That would end up being friends? Wait, I'll call Albert too, so we can sit in a circle and sing Kumbaya.
Alright, never mind. I have to admit, Lake was smart, but not enough to stop me, since I had strategically pulled off his spare key. Albert claimed that it was rarely used, so I doubted I would be caught. Perfect. Once I found the security code too, I could enter the closed-off section.
Chessboard.
It felt like months had passed since the map on the Silalique and that absurd riddle connected to chest. A crossbow, swords, daggers, a collection of coins. Well, nothing that mentioned Count Cagliostro. Count Cagliostro had his back to me. Elusive, mythical, surrounded by his aura of mystery.
Otetaan sille munaan. Munaa Kreiville. Mitä? Ei siinä ole mitään klikata. Selvä.
The panel reported detailed historical information, but my attention was quickly drawn to a specific paragraph.
The theory of the two counts. 1776 London. Giuseppe Balsamo, born in Palermo, presumably around 1743, assumes the identity of Count Alessandro di Cagliostro. Although this is the historically accepted version, a recent study has proposed a reinterpretation of the facts considered to be valid by part of the scientific community. Count Cagliostro always insisted during the course of his life that he wasn't Giuseppe Balsamo, a claim made right until the day of his death. by which point the now famous alchemist was considered a madman. Giuseppe Balsamo may have been paid by the Inquisition with the aim of discrediting the real Count Cagliostro of Portuguese origin, founder of Egyptian rite and keeper of the secrets of the pyramids. Although this is just fascinating conjecture, nobody has ever been able to prove this day that the figures of Count Alessandro di Cagliostro and Giuseppe Balsamo were one and the same. Tässä niinku jotain. Ainoa ei muuta kuin lastaa mitään. Mitä? Joo, ei ollut. Oli varmaan hänessä.
An incomprehensible Latin treaty with typical medieval calligraphy.
Eiks mä niinku tonne? Hauskaa viikonloppua ja Klaara Vappen, kuule hyvää vappua. Mestari Jekku toi. Mitäs kuuluu? Oliko raffipäivä?
Mr. Bundy, how can I help you?
Beringler wouldn't have appreciated it. I need a sufficient distraction to give me time to snoop through the pages for just a few seconds. Beringler occasionally sipped from a glass containing an undefinable amber liquid.
Whisky. 26 tunnin päästä takas töihin. Hyi.
Can you give me some information about Castle Sancti Leonis?
As the defensive stronghold of the De Vilta family, the structure has always been in the middle of fierce clashes between the local aristocratic families.
Does the Marquis have any relatives?
No, unfortunately, his bloodline runs out with him.
Huomenna kuitenkin teet rasvarinkuloita.
Unless he procreates in the coming years. I can't categorically exclude that possibility.
Did you really have to say that? I'll have a picture of that in my mind for days.
Päivä meni siinä, että puolet ajasta istuu työpisteeseen, puolet ajasta takavuorossa, mutta sama kuin maksettiin 50 euroa tunnilta. Se on kyllä...
What is your relationship
se on
with
aika
the Marquis
vitusti.
de Vilta?
Strictly professional. I carry out the task I was entrusted with to the best of my ability. And that's it.
Ja tää tykännyt lakritsista.
You're very perceptive. The Marquis doesn't seem to respect my authority, and the living proof of that is right here before my eyes.
The man sounded like he owned the castle.
Saispa sama palkka joka päivä. Sitten olisi kyllä kova.
The scenery is really breathtaking.
Isn't it? Admire the wonder.
I could have taken advantage of the repulsion Beringler felt for the licorice, but not that way. I mean, an entire stick stuffed into your drink cannot go unnoticed.
Beringler
occasionally... Tell me about the recently discovered area. It was
I
noticed a small tremble in the director's pupils.
Pitäis mun mennä sinne linnoitukseen ja sillä kreitata se. Hinkata sitä lakritsia hässäkkää.
And
non-classified information? Let's say any medieval death traps?
False myths disseminated by trash TV. The Middle Age wasn't the obscure period that exists now in the collective imagination. It was an era full of fervor, of enthusiasm for new discoveries,
se lähellä palkalla 52 euroa tunti, niin se kuulostaa helta palkalta, missä siinä on vastuuta siinä työssä.
I have no further questions for the moment.
Vois käydä suihku, sit syö pari lihapiirakkaa ja korkata vappuolut ja sit panemaan.
Yeah, come back whenever you...
Oho, anteeksi. Mä menin asioiden edelle. Meidättekö mennä vappuretkelle perheen? Vai se on huomenna vasta? Pysyks mä tohon hinkkaan sitä? Kun mies juo, niin silloin ei panet. Silloin just panet.
What's wrong with you? I should put you in the slammer right now.
You're burning my retinas.
Sorry, I got lost in the role of the bad cop a bit too much. Anyway, This time, I'll make an exception.
Mitä? Vittu oli easy. Ja nyt mulla on jotain jauhetta. Yes. Nyt mennään takaisin sinne tonne. Sitten se ihmettä, että mitä vittu sä tänne tuut koko ajan? Helvetti.
Mr. Bundy.
The scenery,
isn't it?
Ugh. Licorice.
I leafed through the pages, which revealed themselves to be nothing more than a sort of personal record of Beringler. Inside it, as I hoped, was the code I was looking for, 8154. You have to excuse me now.
Come back whenever you like.
Ei ole yhtään epäilyttävää.
So I recovered the key for the castle and the security code for the closed-off section. I'd wait till the evening before sneaking in. I had 2 pieces of the scroll in my pocket, and the third was waiting for me inside Castle Sancti Leonis. All I had to do was wait for night and sneak in.
Okei. No sit sun pitää käydä ennen, siis kun sä tuu suiskutta, niin sitten köyrit ja sitten sä niinku voit juoda. Niin, sit voit mielellään körsiä. Ollut. Se tekee oikees järjestä. Mikä se oli? 8145445.
I was finally in the private area, just steps away from the last piece of scroll. Eerie. They had installed some artificial lights, but they came and went continuously. I hope they lasted. I didn't want to find myself in the dark all alone.
Okay. Cannon.
An ancient battered cannon, surely out of commission.
Surely?
That opening reached the surface, letting a feeble natural light seep through. A soft artificial light came from the hatch. Luckily, because otherwise I'd have to grope blindly to move.
Joo, mä käyn virtsalla lumentaa. Oh. Ding dong. Yes. Mitkä mä oon kattonut tässä ja...
The brush for the cannon was long and sturdy. If it was telescopic, I would have put it in my pocket. The access was walled over a very long time ago, at least judging by its appearance. I couldn't explain why, but in the vicinity of that wall I could sense something.
Huh?
The door had been unhinged from that walled access at the bottom of the room. The access was walled over a very long time ago, at least judging by its appearance.
Se tulee
I couldn't
tuulen
explain
vire.
why, but in the vicinity of that wall I could
Se tulee
sense
tuulen vire sieltä
something.
ainakin.
The door had been unhinged.
Okei, mitä vittua mä teen tässä?
The brush for the cannon was long and sturdy. If it was telescopic, I would have put it in my pocket.
Mut miten mä saan reijän tohon?
The access was walled over a very long time ago, at least judging by its appearance. I couldn't explain why, but in the vicinity of that wall I could sense something.
Miten mä saan tuolla reijän tähän? Ai tos,
My scarf was moving, as if blown by an air draft. Judging by the direction in which it was waving, the gust of wind seemed to emanate from the walled access. But how was that possible?
Okay.
The brush for if it was an ancient battered cannon. I touched the
Okei, siinä oli joku sellainen tiili.
And here's the mystery explained. A part of the wall had only been roughly constructed. The passage continued downward, disappearing into total darkness. How much deeper did that place go?
Isn't it fascinating?
Oh, good. It's been a while since someone pointed a gun at me.
I must have underestimated you, Bundy. Radwed warned me to watch out for you. Evidently he has more faith in your abilities than I did. Yeah, faith.
Mitä
I
söit?
want to offer you a confession. I never had much. All that talk of roses and crosses bores me.
What's this rose you all keep talking about?
Useless pseudo-religious fetishes. They're nothing more than fanatics busy killing each other in the name of oaths as ancient as the world. I'm only interested in power, and you got in the way once too often.
It's not the first time I've heard that. And it won't be the last either.
Aren't you curious to know what happened in here?
I see you're anxious to tell me, so why not?
We've been keeping an eye on San Leo
Nice.
for a long time, but we never managed to get to the
mediumina.
bottom of its mysteries. Ben DeVilta discovered this section almost by chance. Radwed immediately sensed what it was about, and was able to
Menikö
sneak me
grilliin
in
vai
by
pannuun?
manipulating the marquee like a puppet. The piece of scroll was right there in that
Eikö
gallery
otti kohtu
behind you.
arvorasta?
An ancient conduit used as an escape route, now forgotten and buried under tons of debris.
The ideal place to
Kilohinta
hide a
tyyli
treasure
jotain
map.
A part at
parikymppiä.
least. But you already know that, right? You found the remaining pieces for us, just like Radwood expected.
Unfortunately for you, I didn't bring them with me.
Now it's you who's underestimating us. If they're not here with you, then we already know where to find what we need. The bartender is harmless, while the Polish woman could be a problem, but I'll take care of that later.
Se kertoo niinku tarinaa tälle. Mitäs nyt tapahtuu? No. Se on karvanopas.
The narrow and tortuous path was preventing Beringler from sprinting fast enough to increase his distance from me. But soon, we'd reach a wider road. I had to hurry.
Okay.
Although I was pedaling to the best of my ability, I couldn't reach the car. Then, the epiphany. The new propulsion system I had installed after the chase with Radwed in Miami. By pedaling fast enough, it would be activated, giving me a nice boost forward.
Oho! Mikä?
I wish that old hag Gwendolyn Pratt was there to film that moment of glory.
Uh-oh.
I wouldn't be able to break the windshield.
Oho, mitä se pitää laittaa? Yeah. Terveinen ilta. Kyllä. On se terveellisempi, kun mulla on täällä varmaan joku 50 grammaa karkkia.
The bush was providential.
Are you sure?
Mut mä oon syönyt aamiaisen just ennen striimiä.
And I even made an anonymous call for an ambulance. Luckily, he wasn't running very fast, given the kind of road we were on.
You're a pair of pussies. If it didn't happen that way, I'd have
Pair of
broken a few of
pussies.
his bones personally.
Have you recovered all the scroll pieces? You even attached them. Is that the lost seal of Cagliostro the doctor was talking about?
I don't think so. Maybe this scroll is what we need to find the seal.
I hate snakes.
We have to inspect it from top to bottom.
What's that writing on the right?
Polish poetry. What are we? The book club?
There must be a reason it's here. Tech, read and translate.
Spying from the highest sky. Peepers.
Be serious.
The soldiers observed something or someone then.
Thanks to the silent indications of the Count.
How can indications be silent? And how could the Count give them indications if he was dead?
He was dead, but he left something behind. The scroll.
So the soldiers used the seal of Cagliostro as directions? Makes sense.
We left the flame-covered safe haven.
Oh, this is strange. How can a haven be safe but simultaneously covered in flames?
I can't think of anything.
Under the threat of the roar of bricks. The roar. The beast.
Let's hope not. You searched for that animal for months without finding any trace.
You're overlooking the most interesting detail. Why a roar of bricks? The snake that bites the apple could be a reference to Genesis.
I wonder how people can believe that a woman was created from the rib of a man. You two combined don't even have half my backbone.
The story of Adam and Eve is a metaphor to teach mankind to be patient and not defy the divine laws without reason.
What do you know about that stuff?
I took a basic theology course as an elective. And to think I chose it only to get 6 easy credits.
So the apple would symbolize a beginning. But a beginning of what?
A snake that bites an apple pierced by a golden arrow.
You're starting to get into it, Tech?
No. It's just that I mistrust snakes. Animals as sneaky and dangerous as they are fascinating.
Huh. Maybe it's the power of suggestion, but it seems to resemble the symbol of the dollar.
You're right. How curious.
The arrow pierces the snake from side to side.
It could indicate a direction, no?
I think so. Well, let's keep it in mind. Good.
Okay.
We must have analyzed everything.
I think so too. But what should we do with these clues?
In my opinion, they are encrypted geographical references. A sort of scavenger hunt.
So we just need to examine a map and...
No, wait. I doubt the Polish soldiers had a satellite map of the area. At best, an unreliable chart. And then there's that opening line. Spying from the highest sky. I think I get what it means. The Polish soldiers found an elevated place. A place from which it was possible to study the landscape.
Highest sky, an elevated place.
Look at them talking about conspiracies and investigations. They almost look like grown-ups.
All right, we need a high place. A place that the Polish soldiers might have used at the time. And I think I know the right one. The Civic Tower of San Leo.
High is high, and it dates back well before the arrival of the Count in San Leo. The problem is we can't enter.
High is high.
Is it open to the public? Unless...
I was thinking the exact same thing.
What are you looking at, you bump on a log?
Mitä? Mitä? All right. Why not? Why not?
Well, we have a complete overview of all the points of interest in our surroundings.
We're admiring the same sights the soldiers who recovered Cagliostro cast their eyes on. Isn't it fascinating?
Very. But now, let's focus. We must find the 3 references we came here for. the roar of bricks, the snake, and the flame-covered safe haven.
Okay.
Olive, maybe I'm deluding myself. Look at that road and tell me if it reminds you of anything.
Hell, you're right. It's the snake.
But the clue couldn't possibly refer to the whole road. Let's check it out more carefully.
What the hell?
Look at that circle of trees in relation to the head of the snake.
It looks deliberate. Of course. It corresponds with the apple on the seal of Cagliostro.
So, if that's the apple, we can draw the arrow that pierces the snake. We're doing well, but we still need other references.
Right. For now, we just have a generic direction. We can't fully inspect anything.
The roar could refer to St. Leo.
I know what you're thinking here. Castle Sancti Leonis. The Castle of St. Leo.
It would make sense to describe it as a threat, considering that the Polish knights were chased away by the De Vilta family. Okay, we have a reference point, but we need another if we want to find a direction.
Ready.
The Fortress of San Leo, which stands imposing in the valley below. What's that?
Oh, yes, the Fount of St. Leo. They say it's from the Roman era, and that it was originally used to carry water to the mill in the northern district.
I don't see any mill.
Indeed, it's gone. Oh, I almost forgot. In front of the fount is a statue of St. Leo in copper foil.
What can you tell me about that?
The Sant Inye convent. Well, it's old. It's Franciscan. What else?
I don't know. Does the name have any particular meaning?
Now that you mention it, yes. I once read that the name was originally Sant Enya, and only later renamed Sant Inye, the Latin word for fire, because of an alleged luminous apparition that appeared in the 16th century. Sant Inye can in fact be translated as sacred fire.
What does it say?
The Fortress of San Leo.
What's the story?
So the name of the convent is Sacred Fire. Well, that's it. It must be one of the clues to the symbol. And now we've found 2 reference points.
If we link them, we might get a direction.
That's it. That's the spot where the 2 reference points meet.
Oh.
We really did it, Lazaro. We found it.
Don't get your hopes up yet, though. We could have made a mistake.
There's only one way to find out.
I wonder how many times I've flown over this area without knowing.
Come on, Lars. You're always last.
Kaveri hymyilee.
I'd like to see you climb with all this junk in your pockets. And, by the way, Olive?
Have you seen anything useful?
Miksi ei tullut kopula sinne?
Actually, I wanted to tell you that Tekla gave me the orchid back, if you want it.
Still on that? We could be on the verge of bringing a treasure of priceless value to light, and you're thinking about a flower?
You know, I was just like you when I was younger. I wanted to be a big detective, conquer the world, leave a mark. But lately I've come to realize that you can also be happy settling for the little things, while there's still time.
I don't want to settle. I want to become someone. You guys, look here instead.
Mikä
These carvings go deep inside the cortex. They must be very ancient.
Don't you understand what they represent?
We found the apple. In that moment, I realized I'd already seen that symbol. It was the mark the doctor traced at the Molsberg residence. At the beginning of everything, the Genesis. This means that down here...
right under our feet...
there's an old moldy mummy that can't wait to stretch its legs.
Just how you like it, Tech. Maybe we should have brought your father.
How many times do I have to say this? My father is not a...
Guys, which 2 of you is starving? I can hear the rumbling of your stomach from here.
That's not our stomach, idiots.
What the fuck is that?
on the ground. I'll take care of it.
Don't shoot, Tekla. You can make it even madder, putting Olive in serious danger.
Peltomyyrä, joo.
The oak was huge, and Olive was leaning against it, trapped. If it wasn't for that rock, I would have been found out in the open, a victim of that growling monster.
Interesting reaction.
Olive, can you run towards Tekla? He was still confused and suffering from the blow. Have you got any ideas for getting out of this situation?
I'm afraid normal hunting techniques won't work with this monster. We need to observe its behavior, study it for a while, and find its weak spots.
I noticed that it never takes its eyes off of me.
It must be attracted to bright colors. Maybe it's your scarf that draws its attention.
My scarf, huh? I'll keep that in mind. I'll try to... Tekla, I have an idea. As soon as the beast is distracted, runs towards Olive and get him to shelter.
Whenever you're ready, cretin.
Idiootti eläin.
Olive was finally safe.
Curious.
What are you talking about?
Why doesn't the beast charge you? It was distracted by Oliviero before. But now?
I guess its aim isn't so much to hurt us as to protect something.
A guard animal. The behavior matches. It doesn't want to be led away from the area it has to protect, but it attacks as soon as someone steps on it.
This leads us to two conclusions. The first is that we're in the right spot, and what we're looking for is right at the foot of the oak. Well, the second is very worrying. We have to get rid of that beast if we want to dig.
Mietitkö, olisi tommonen irokeisi perseeseen asti niinku tuolla sijalla. Tosi on kyllä nähnyt sen verran karvaisia ukkoja, mutta varmaan onnistus. Kyllä.
Tech, shoot a tranquilizer.
It could be dangerous. Are you sure?
Totta kai.
We've got to try, or we'll never get away from this cliff alive. It looks even more furious than before.
After a shot with this narcotic? No. It should have felt this one. Big time. Enough to slow it down, at least.
That's something. But now you have to take Olive and get him out of here.
Can you handle things alone?
Defeating a raging monster with a scarf. It's a piece of cake for Lazarus Bundy.
I have to admit, cretin, I underestimated
Siellä
you.
tossa toi puun juurella on tällainen selvä alue.
To face death. After all, I've carried it inside me for months now, and I've grown accustomed to the feeling.
Selvä alue, mihin pitää osua. Varmaan huijataan. Ei. Ai se tiputti jotain juttua.
Despite the dose of tranquilizer in the headbutt, the monster was still standing.
Acorns. Mitäs mä niille teen?
4 acorns fell from the oak. If worse came to worse, I'd have something to eat at least.
Hey! Gentle beast. Ei. Tunge aunariin ne kävyt. Cracked acorn.
There was a crack in the acorn shell.
Syötetään sille.
That was a really great plan. It was my last chance to knock that animal out. There were moments of agonizing waiting.
Nyt perseeseen sormet. Ei ku.
I saw the helicopter vanishing in the distance, in the direction of San Leo. Surely Olive would be fine.
Joo. Ei näköjään.
I couldn't say the same for me. The beast seemed determined to charge, and yet it resisted. Maybe after the previous blow it had learned to fear me.
Jau! Älä hajoa peliin. Mitä tapahtui peliin? Peli taisi kaatua. Peli kaatuu. Ehkä. Peli. Ei kun ihan paljon vaan spacea. Damn. Ei. Hän on vaan spacea. Mun unohdin täysin tässä spacea. Ei kun mä ajattelin, että pitää painaa sitä space. Spacella on noi trigger pointit.
I got rid of that beast in an almost miraculous way. Still amped on adrenaline, I started taking the ground at the foot of the
pysäytti noi helvetin animationit.
And finally, right before my eyes, was the coffin where Count Cagliostro had rested for centuries. The weight of history crushed me like an insect. A bit intimidated by what I might find inside the coffin, I tried to move the lid. There's no trace of Cagliostro's body. Centuries had passed, but not so many to justify the absence of any remains. After the initial shock, I noticed another detail. The coffin was completely made of gold. As soon as I picked up the bracelet, the wood on which it had rested for centuries started to react. I'd witnessed plenty of strange things in those days, but this time I was speechless. What kind of power did that tiny object possess? Did it turn everything it touched into wood? While I prayed not to end up like Pinocchio, I was warned by my sixth sense. I felt that there was something else to find inside that coffin. I carefully looked at the wall, but to the touch, I thought I felt a tiny crack. It was too regular to be random. It was too regular to be random.
Mikä handlebars?
I never figured out what the second key someone made me find in Miami was for. Was it possible that all that time I'd gone walkabout with a centuries-old heirloom in my pocket? The secret alcove was hiding a medallion with an engraved symbol that resembled a pentacle. I'd seen many of them at crime scenes, but that medallion was slightly different. Plus, it emitted strange vibrations, similar to those of a mirror found on the Citlalique. Whatever its meaning, that was the object I needed to find.
I must ask you to turn around without making any sudden moves, please.
Sudden moves, please. Okay, ystävällinen
Father
pahis.
Carlo. I can't believe it.
Mitä?
So you were involved in all this as
Nyt mikä
well?
plot
Please,
twist?
don't
Nyt
blame
oli
me for
plot
this.
twisti.
I have been forced to do everything they ordered me to do.
Poppi perkele!
Do you think I'm proud of my
Ei vasta mä
actions?
kun Excelle
That I'm
puhuis,
glad
mä
to have
köttää vaan
contributed
jossain
to the
nurkassa niin
murders of
kauan,
poor
että
innocent
riis.
souls.
Niin kuin sä
I
oot
had to
tehnyt
deny
joskus.
my faith.
Then why? You could refuse to cooperate.
Koska sitten...
My sister Marie keeps Professor Visconti under control for them through the use of drugs and infusions. But they keep an eye on her.
Ai se
in the
Mariekin
meantime
oli
as well.
pahis.
If I backed out of this, they would have killed her after inflicting unspeakable torture. They're masters of mental manipulation and
Sitten alkaa se
You're a perfect
nyyhkytys.
example of that. I bet you weren't so confused before.
I must not waste time. You have to give me what you discovered inside Cagliostro's coffin. Right now.
I understand. At this point, I don't think I have any other choice. Why do they want this bracelet? What are they trying to do?
The bracelet is able to stop their plans, and they don't want the risk. They desperately looked for it for centuries, slowed down by the disappearance of the scrolls, and that filthy beast left as guard by the Polish soldiers.
It can stop their plans. So there's a hope. You gotta help me. Together we...
You still don't understand. They're in my head, constantly talking, sneaking in thoughts that are not mine. I can hear them even now. Shoot, Carlo. Shoot now. Shoot!
Blow some penis. Blow some penis. Mikä vittu se semmonen sanotaan? Do a blowjob. He's dead now. Do a blowjob.
When I woke up, I instantly recognized where I was. Carlo left me for dead, rotting inside Cagliostro's coffin. The next thought was that I was still alive. I clearly heard the bullet whistling past my ear, missing me by only a few inches. After all, Carlo certainly wasn't a trained killer, and he didn't realize I was knocked unconscious
Mulla on sitä ainetta.
by the shot. My first instinct was to start shouting like crazy, but the little air I had left was too precious to waste like that. The shortage of oxygen was also the reason I couldn't wait for Tucker to come back. I had to move.
Ehkä. Kokemus.
That was a really good idea. My hope suffered a tough blow. The spray bottle spewed only air, and not the liquid squirt I expected. I looked at the device and realized what the problem was. I was forced to use it at a very specific angle inside the coffin, and the straw wasn't able to catch the few drops of fluid remaining. I tried every possible position, but was too restricted in my movements. If I only had a way to direct the straw towards the few drops of liquid remaining, I'd have gotten out of there in a split second.
Onko se...
If only had a way to... The spray bottle was made with thick glass, while the internal straw was made of a metal alloy.
Oi, metal alloy. No sehän
The magnet wasn't powerful enough to move the straw from the outside, and it was too big to fit into the container.
Oh no.
In that moment, it did...
Hetkinen.
The spray bottle was made with thick glass, while the internal straw was made of a metal alloy.
Okay.
Carlo. Pressing it firmly, the compartment snapped closed.
Noniin. Fuck you. Wonder thing. Mitä mä nyt teen? No.
It was my get out of jail free card from that suffocating prison.
Matsi. Tippuuko syvällä kuopattu, mitä Vaterin naulat ja arkku on? Miten on naulat?
Oh, I can't believe it. Did I really get out of that hole unharmed?
After all the obstacles you've overcome, you still doubt your skills?
No sanotaan, että...
How did you find me?
It wasn't him who found you.
Jos sut haudataan 7 metrin syvyyteen ja se tampataan se maa siihen päälle, niin... Siinä ei ole enää väliä, että mikä se...
I told you I would go to Rome.
Mikä se on sitten se... Mistä se arkku on tehty?
I already thanked you for saving me, but now we demand some answers.
What is your actual role? And why did you drag me into this madness?
My role is to ensure that events follow the established course, as predicted by the Grand Master of the order to which I belong.
A cult of fanatics.
Galilei, Bach, Da Vinci, Shakespeare, Newton, and many others. Do you really want to define them as fanatics?
How should we define them then?
Brothers, appointed to remove the veil of ignorance from the eyes of fools, to push society towards progress, transmuting this world from vile lead to noble gold. United under the symbol of the rose and the cross.
The rose and the cross again. I'd come across them many times during my investigation, and now that I think about it, Duke Ravendish's company was renamed Fallen Rose.
The Ravendish family has always belonged to us, but the Duke was lost. You contributed to bringing him back to us, to his rightful place. The Fallen Rose, or more accurately, the Rosa Defecta, is nothing more than an abomination, founded by Radwed after he betrayed his faith against us. A twin cult that shares the same ideals, but which, in fact, promotes only self-interest rather than the good of humankind. For centuries, They've been searching for Cagliostro. Fortunately, the Count's grave was discovered by our adepts, the Polish soldiers you tracked down. Radwed and his men hunted and exterminated them. But the scrolls were already safe, hidden, until now.
Wait, are you actually telling me that Radwed was already alive in 1795?
He went by the name Edward at the time.
Edward
now
Kelly.
Show me the lost seal.
Näytä se kadonnut hylje.
That is the Sigillum Emeth.
The last still active seal.
Aktiivinen hylje.
Created by the Grand Master Cagliostro, before he was framed by the conspiracy of the Inquisition and that fraud Balsamo. The only defense you'll have against Radwed and his Hand of Glory.
An artifact with unlimited power, used in the past to unleash the fury of the seas and destroy an entire fleet.
Unlimited power!
Tyrese forces in control of the engineer in possession of such power.
I still don't understand how the baby's kidnapping fits into all this.
We were sure Radwed would use the flesh of the unborn, ripped from the suffering mother, to produce the Hand of Glory. But he must have found another way.
I read that the hand can also be created using the fat of a hanged man who died in hatred.
Molsberg oozed hate from every pore. The little dots are starting to connect, but there's something else. In Cagliostro's coffin, I found a golden bracelet shaped like a snake. Now, Carlo knew about its existence, and he demanded me to give it to him.
Cagliostro was the bearer of our initiation secrets, and he knew that sooner or later someone would try to bring back the Hand of Glory. Consequently, he created the sigillium as a shield, and the bracelet as a sword.
Are you saying the bracelet is capable of blocking the hand's powers?
That's why the wood of the coffin turned to gold when I removed the bracelet. The ornament had blocked the transformation process. Well, perfect.
What? You just said you had to turn it over to Father Carlo.
I threw him a bracelet. The same one used by Alice to track me down and bring me here, I suppose.
The tracking bracelet.
That thing had been eroded by brackish water, traveled halfway around the world, and had even spent a few hours tied to the tailpipe of a vintage car. It looked like an antique piece at that point.
Alright, go
on.
on.
Carlo isn't exactly a smart guy, helped as well.
Surprising. Really surprising. I knew I'd chosen well.
Chosen? For what?
Every master is obliged to personally select the new members of the order. You're bright, resolute, and at your best, you'd be a valid ally.
But above all,
valid ally.
Unblackmailable.
What are you talking about?
You can't deny you felt very good after you inhaled my gas. Stronger, more vigorous. Your lungs saturated with clean air.
Wait, you...
I can make this effect permanent. My initiation gift to you, if you'll choose to join us.
Lars.
Alice, you said
Kunhan me ollaan kaavut päällä joskus silloin tälle ja uhrataan vähän vuoja.
He claims that
Ja aika usein
overnight,
orgiakin kyseessä.
Put her to rest.
Harmi vaan kun on pelkkiä miehiä täällä.
You knew where Catherine and the kid were from the beginning.
Tai eihän se mikään harmi
You
ole.
delivered the
Kyllä
pictures that
säkin
led us to
opit munan
Radwood's factory
makuun.
and gave me the clues to
Muutama
solve the
kerta
map on the
niin.
Sitla Lique.
Alkoi yhtäkkiä aika vitun kivaa.
And yet you
Pääsee
preferred
viiniä ja
this crazy
joku vähän
quest
tummempi kaveri
rather than
ryskyttää sun
stopping
Radwood is not an
selkää.
enemy we can face alone.
Joo.
He knows all your
Kiipee
dirty
sun
tricks.
selkää ja rykyttää sut tappaa.
Well before refusing
Ei
such an
ole
offer.
koskaan ollut niin
I won't
kivaa.
give you a second chance.
Voidaan laittaa, meillä on livebändit siellä ja tarjotaan aika paljon yleensä muutakin juotavaa kuin pelkkää viiniä ja...
So be it. May the rose and the cross guide the last action.
Sellaiset orgiat. Ja sellaisen initiation meillä on. Mitä? Yksi jäpähän koetti tätä elämänhautaustemppua jossa 90-20-luvun alussa Brexi-arkulla. Kaveri koetti sitä loppuutella ja reporttakin paikan päällä. Kuulmassa, että onko ihan varma, ei mitään hyvältä näytä. Ne arkku valettiin sevetin päälle. Sinne jäi. Sinne jäi.
Little things, right? See you soon, Lazaro.
Kuinka kauan se niinku meinas olla siellä? Mikä se tempun tarkoitus oli? Päästä pois sieltä arkusta.
Oh, here you are. Finally.
Kaveri johti Ginger Joe-olutta. On tämä hyvää.
You've always worn the same clothes since this whole story started.
You think it was easy to find a short sleeve
Se on
coat
aika
with a hole for
sellainen
letting the scarf pass through? I'd order a supply of them. Besides, you also...
Semmonen aika normi.
Nothing. You look nice. You
Normi.
know?
Anyway, I have bad news.
Miksi tuossa toi läppäri, siis menee toi virtajuttu, niin miksi on tossa...
Disabled the tracking bracelet.
Okei,
We
liittyy
know they
sitä.
reached West Rotfield, then nothing.
So, are we stuck?
Not really. Do you remember the doctor's references to the rose and the cross? I started researching the territory using the two terms as keywords, and I almost immediately got feedback. Of course, the source is
Rasmusen
not
ruoan
exactly
kanssa
reliable.
toimii.
We're talking about conspiracy websites.
Are you referring to Wilo's blog?
No, a guy named Rupert
Oho,
Saucer,
tulipas se
a classic
kiimaisesti
zealot who
vähän.
lives in a trailer isolated
Vähän
from the
karvat
world.
nousee pystyyn.
I would usually rule out such a result,
Hörsikö toi
but
ölspää
in
tuossa
this
vieressä
case,
vai
Saucer
jotain
claims
muuta?
that in an exclusive local cemetery, the King Lyri, an ancient
Kysymysmerkki
Rosicrucian
myöskin, että miksi
temple,
toi...
is hidden.
Rosicrucian. Is that the name of the doctor's sect?
The information I found refers to a
Darts-taulu on
group
tuolla
of
niinku
enlightened
parvikon
intellectuals of
puolella.
which very little is known. Guess who's listed among the alleged Grand Masters of the Order, though?
Count Cagliostro.
As you would say,
Bingo!
We'll have time later to investigate the Rosicrucian further.
If I had a
But for now,
dog
we have to
named
respect the King
Bingo. Mitä?
Wait. I think you should keep this.
The scrying mirror. Are you sure?
I don't feel like walking around with some cursed ancient artifact in my pocket. And now let's go.
Jätin sen läppäri siihen. What?
And so that was the place where it would all end. It made me miss the brackish air of Miami, or the shining sun of San Leo. Well, let's take a look.
Vittu kun tää röökii tuolta. Vähän karstanut siihen. Okei, cross.
I wondered if it was linked in any way to the Rosicrucian, but the lack of any iconography suggested the opposite. Unfortunately, it was locked, and I couldn't see anything useful in the side compartment. That tombstone had to be a work in progress, judging by the adjacent toolbox and the absence of any engravings. As much as I was tempted to do that.
Mietipä nyt. Arkko oli jotain pleksipaskamuovia savuttuilla kiinnoteräksellä. Hautaussyvyys 103 metriä, se voi päättää hyvin pelkästään betonin määrä. En tiedä, jos se olisi ollut oikein paksua. Et sä saanut kuinka paksua se pleksi. Jos se olisi ollut helvetin paksua, niin kyllä sillä kohtuutasaisella, jos se paine tasaantuu siihen,
No zombification.
siihen arkkuun, ja jos se riippuu kuinka leveä se itse lasi on, tai tuo pleksi paska. Mut joo. Zombit.
The graveyard was equipped with a surveillance system. The hearse was empty, so according to superstition, it wouldn't bring me any misfortune. Or is it the opposite?
Undertaker. Onko se
Alice, let's try to talk to
miten sä ongit itse, se on se taikatemppu.
Good morning.
This must be my lucky day. I haven't seen so many visitors for years.
I thought cemeteries received hundreds
Mitä
of
jos se
people a day.
olikin...
Not this one, Beefcake.
Nostiks ne
Only a
ylös se
few
tyyppi
people can
sieltä?
afford to tread the precious pebbles of the King Lyri.
Beefcake, huh? Well, she had better taste than she looked.
Otettiinko se
As a
ukko sieltä
result, I'm
pois?
stuck here alone all the livelong day. It's deadly boring. Do you get it?
Listen, we'd really like to chat with you, but we're in a rush. We're trying to find some crypts, ancient crypts to be precise.
Do you see that tree? Follow that path and you'll find them in front of you.
Thanks.
Hey, wait for me.
Taikuri, 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 taikuri.
This cemetery's got something about it.
The farther we proceed, it gradually becomes more ancient.
Oho, se on se naisen syliin.
What's wrong?
I have good news and bad news. Do you see those two near the crypt?
The blonde and the goon?
Se on muutenkin, että kukaan ei kertonut, että sille kai betoni alkaa kovettua pinnalta käsin. Joo, se on avannut sen itse.
This guy's already handled them successfully a couple of times.
No, Lars, you're on my foot.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
And the good news?
Well, at least they saved us the trouble of searching for the crypt. It's surely the one they are guarding.
Entering will be more difficult than expected.
Fortunately, neither of them shines with acumen. With the right idea and a bit of luck, we can make it.
We have to find a way to distract them and open the crypt as fast as we can.
A two-phase plan. I like it.
It'll be quicker if we split the tasks. You take care of the crypt.
Joo, mutta se on kyllä, tosiaan kun se on vielä sellaista... Se tarkoitus oli, että se pääsee niinku löysän betonin alta pois niin.
They're forced to stay in the vicinity of the crypt, right? So if I keep my distance, I won't endanger myself. You go back to Quentin's pub
se on niin painavaa se, että se...
I'll try to push them as far as possible
jos se ei siihen kuole siihen paineeseen, niin...
From intern to action hero in no time, right?
Se...
Alice.
Get out of here before
jos sä ajattelet, että hän niinku ui sen läpi.
Be careful. Okay.
What's the big deal? Distracting two killers? Child's play.
Okay.
A bunch of dry and crisp... A good salt... I'll leave such little thefts to... Maybe it'd be better not...
Mutta jos sä ajattelet, että se on taikuri.
I'll take the wire.
Okei, eli se otti jonkun viren sieltä. Wire. Hetkinen.
A surveillance camera. This one in particular looks defective and captures nothing. But there could be others. I could use them to dig up information on our enemies. I have to access the recordings. Have you got a minute?
I have all day if you want.
Can you give me some information on this cemetery?
The King Lyre is a very exclusive place. New families are not allowed in very easily. This stuff is all hundreds of years old. Most of the crypts in here date back before 1600. Can you imagine?
How many people work here exactly?
It's just me and Matthew, the janitor and handyman. He doesn't do anything but clean. He never even finds 5 minutes to chat.
Do you know anything about the visitors who are now in the crypt area?
You mean that rude blonde in the company of that big dude? I believe they're hiding a secret.
Are you serious?
Of course. He's her sexual toy boy.
I hope not. Or we'd
toy
have to
boy,
add
vaikka
incest
tossa
to their
sano boy
substantial
toy.
pile of sins. I didn't think graveyards had such state-of-the-art surveillance systems.
The King Lyre has many ancient tombstones, and some of them are crammed full of jewels or marble statues. A thief could acquire a real fortune in here.
Can I take a look at the video recordings from the last 2 days?
Oh, I'm sorry. I can't let anyone come in. However, I can come out if you like. We could talk about our dreams, about our hopes for the future.
I don't have much of those. I'm just an intern. Ex-intern, to be precise. Time's running out, and I have to check those recordings. I need a way to get the Undertaker out of her guardhouse.
Okay.
I'll keep
always
first.
Maybe I can use them somehow.
Pile of ash.
I don't really like this idea very much.
Yeah, fire, fire!
Fire! Fire!
We need some water. Quick!
There's a little fountain on the other side of the cemetery.
I have only a few minutes. I must hurry. I can't believe my eyes. This camera caught a sunny day in England.
Oh, next.
Judging by the description Lars gave me, that must be Father Carlo.
Domin.
Further proof we identified the right crypt.
Philip Bird.
This camera is covered by something.
Siemen.
no. I didn't realize I was caught on camera. This distorting effect is horrible. That's why the camera at the entrance doesn't capture anything. It's broken. Here's our 2 henchmen arriving. What's the woman doing? Am I wrong, or is she... Of course, she's locking the car with the remote control. I can hear footsteps getting closer. Better scram... Just in time. So that red car is Mama's and Eugene's. I'm becoming a good detective.
Henchman's car.
Let's take a closer look. Mama left the window slightly lowered. I'd call that a rare stroke of luck.
Onks mulla joku työkalu siinä? On.
An old trick I saw in many movies with my dad.
Oh my.
All right, I'm about to squeeze inside the car of a killer. No one in sight. It's make or break time. Another old film noir trick.
Sun ääriö. Kuka... Jalkolle?
The car is angled downhill. Releasing the handbrake, it would roll away, probably to crush something. Seems like a valid plan to me, but before revealing it to Lars... My god, it's
a weapon.
I haven't held a gun since my years in the academy. Besides, knowing that someone might have been killed by this very one, I'd say I'm finished here. Better get back to the pub to explain my idea to Lars.
Light the fuse, and then you run.
And are you sure this will cause enough of an explosion?
It depends on the gunpowder, but yes, it should blow the lock.
Lars, are you involving a stranger?
Involving in what? Good old Christian here was just helping me solve a little domestic problem.
It often happens. You install a nice armored front door to keep out the ill intention, but then you forget the keys in the house and you can't enter anymore. Fortunately, you didn't lower the anti-theft hook. Otherwise, even the dynamite wouldn't have been enough.
Dynamite?
Maybe that's an exaggeration. Just a little tiny charge.
Well, Christian, I really must thank you. If it weren't for you, I would probably be sleeping on a bench tonight.
It was nothing. Let's have a drink one of these nights.
So this is your plan?
I know it's crazy, but we must get in fast, even if you provide us with the best of diversions. Anyway, what's your status?
I identified Mama's car and managed to force my way in. The car's on a slope, so if I release the handbrake, it should loudly crash.
Alice, I did not expect that from you. Breaking into cars, creating plans to destroy another's property. I'm proud of you.
And now?
As planned, give me time to manufacture
I'm proud
an
of
explosive.
you.
The most complicated part will be to find something that serves as a powerful detonator.
Something like this?
You are the best assistant in the world.
Wrong, Lazarus Bundy. I'm not your assistant, remember?
Partner.
You're right. So, wait for me here, partner.
So, are you single?
Oh, gosh.
The final madness of Lazarus Bundy was about to start.
So,
the main event, so to speak. The guy at the table had even scribbled down how to manufacture a handmade explosive stick.
Handmade explosive stick. Kuulostaa hyvältä. Mitä siinä on? Gunpowder. Yeah! Mitähän noi on? Se toi niinku... Joo. Fuel, let's rock! Alright.
I doubted Quentin would let me take it.
Pistachio.
I couldn't believe what I saw. A little delicious, intoxicating pistachio. And it was mine. All mine. Hey there.
Can't you wait 8 minutes or so, damn it? I bet my monthly wage on this match.
I'll be quick, I promise. I suppose you're familiar with this area.
Not much. I have everything I need right here.
So you don't know anything about the King Lyrie?
The cemetery. A dusty but ritzy place. You'd like it. Why don't you go right now?
I've already been there, actually.
Well, go back there and leave me alone once and for all.
Vittu, toi maailmaa.
Do you also sell strong stuff here?
Finally, you order something. I was starting to believe you were only here to make me miss the highlights.
Nice whiskey, please.
Miss the highlights.
Pah! You Americans really don't know how to enjoy things.
I'm not exactly American. What do you suggest?
The English nectar par excellence, of course. Gin, born in the Middle Ages as a medicine and surviving until today with the same identical role.
Is gin a medicine?
A medicine for the soul. Wait there.
Wait there. Aika nopea.
Enjoy it. Feel its soft and warm caress sliding down your gullet.
Yeah, I'll let it breathe for a bit first.
It's £8.
Pink.
It's a bit dark around here.
You think so too? I was considering putting some 150-watt bulbs on the counterboard of the bar.
I was being ironic. This pub alone can enlighten the entire neighborhood.
England is a pretty rainy place, and I try to remedy that however I can, okay? Actually, you know what?
Putting it in my coat was out of the question, but I could use it on the spot. And by using it, I didn't mean drink. I never liked gin.
Hey! What's happening to the electrical system?
You know what? The atmosphere has improved.
But I can't even see the tip of my nose.
Exactly. Much better than before.
I'm missing the old match.
Yeah, well, it seems deadly boring to me.
Turn on that goddamn light!
Kiitos se voi. Hetkelle, prepare. Entäs the Christian?
He looked like the type of man that would tattoo his rings on your forehead if he was bothered. On closer inspection, I realized I'd already seen him. He was the inventor of the Pop Pop, the awesome firecracker that saved my life in Miami.
Ah, niin se olisi se.
Do you want some pistachios?
It's all furry and sooty. What the hell did you do with it?
Mitä? Eikö sä halua? Mikä?
For my little project, I needed some gunpowder, so I removed the bullets from the weapon Alice gave me.
Okay.
The pestle for the mortar was made of wood, so not suitable. Alice was busy with her research. I'd removed the bullets from Mama's gun. I hope she didn't have a backup piece.
Mites mä saan? Joo, en mä tiedä.
No, that woman was as annoying as a mosquito.
Eikä silleen voi. Onks täällä muita henkilöitä? Onhan täällä kuule maintenance guy.
Hey.
Do you need something?
I just wanted a word with you. I am Lazarus Bundy, and I come from Miami.
I'm Matthew, and I come from the dust.
Dust?
What? Oh, you know, from dust you have come and to dust you shall return.
Dust to dust.
I was trying to stay in character, to make your visit to this cemetery more immersive.
You just gave me the chills. You worked at the library long?
Nah, I found this amazing job just a couple of months ago.
You're being sarcastic, right?
This is a cemetery reserved for nobles and aristocrats, with a minimum turnout of visitors. I pretend to clean, sometimes I sweep up a few leaves. A real godsend. The most complex task I have to deal with is the maintenance of the tombstones. You know, making the inscriptions, being sure they don't break, stuff like that.
But Don't you feel a deep sense of responsibility towards the people buried here?
Let's put it this way. None of my customers have ever complained about the service.
What can you tell me about the Undertaker?
Oh, she's one of the plagues of Egypt. She'd be able to babble 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, without interruption.
I'll leave you, to your work. The candle wax will be useful to seal my explosive.
What are you doing?
I'm interested in this candle.
This isn't a souvenir shop. Oh, I can't believe people. He'd be interested.
Fine, I get it. I'll keep my hands to
Mitä
myself.
helvettiä?
Don't climb, mate. You could fall and break your head.
Well, it's nice to see you worry about me.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried for me. Do you know how much work it is digging a grave?
Digging a grave?
The maintenance guy wouldn't let me get closer. So Matthew was responsible for the tombstones, among other things. An idea came to mind.
What was that noise?
Oh, something hit a tombstone in the works and cracked it.
Really? That's great.
Great.
Of course, because I will be forced to call Matthew in and I will finally have someone to talk to.
I'll call him for you. I'm sure he'll be delighted. Hey. I think your jury colleague needs you.
No, please. Are you sure?
I'm afraid so. There's a tombstone to fix as soon as possible, at the entrance.
Oh, how devastatingly boring. She'll make my ears bleed with her endless chatter.
Yes, nyt mä saan sen.
After I got rid of Matthew, I prepared to tear apart that section of the cemetery.
Doink. Mitä?
The tarp was tied with a rubber wire. While I'm at it, I'd pick that up too.
Siinä toi kamera.
That's the reason why the tarp was there. A defective surveillance camera, which emitted dangerous electrical sparks. I'd be electrocuted. So the camera still contained a tape, although it was evidently out of order.
Cable. Hyppäs alas sieltä.
He gave off a very powerful aura of idleness. Matthew threw me an expressive look worth 1,000 death threats.
Elikkä.
The label read, Night Sighting Z. What kind of trash was on there? A piece of cable and insulating rubber.
Mitäs vittua tässä nyt sitten, koska...
My life was filled with toolboxes for... No, that woman was as annoying as a mosquito.
Tässä on mieltä, jos mä vähän tosta samalla joinkkaan tuon. Ups. Miksi se hyppii noin?
Hey, I'd put some ice on that foot. Maybe I went a bit overboard with the brute force, but then again, I was in a rush.
Sitten?
I found some adhesive tape and a wonderful pincher. What a haul.
Scotch tape. Eli, onks mulla nyt niinku tarvittavat kamaat tässä? Mä saan, ai vittu. Noi.
Perfect for extracting some gunpowder.
Mikä toi oli? Beep, beep, beep.
Maybe. Or maybe not. Soaking it in the gin. I'd made it flammable.
Niin.
What can I say? Green Dart would definitely leave this world with a bang.
Eli se on handlebar with blah blah blah. Pistetäänkö siihen toi
That would make the wax more malleable. My stick was only missing a fuse. In addition to the fuse, I used the
Kerro
scotch
muuten
tape
pahin
to affix the
krapula
stick to the
tarinasi.
crypt
Kasta
gate.
pystytkö vetää paremmaksi?
With that done, I'd finally completed my little destruction work. I just had to find a way to light it.
Ei kai mulla nyt mitään pahoja krapulatarinoita. Herätä lattialta. Etsiä kaikki tietysti, tai kotona oman baaritiskin takaa herätä lattialta. Alasti. Vitunmoinen päänsärky yhdistettynä migreeniin. Ihmettä, että miksi mä oon alasti. Missä mun vaatteet on? Niitä löytyy ympäri kämppää. Jääkaapista, uunista, astianpesukoneesta. Yllättäen yksikään vaatekappale ei ollut pesukoneessa. Mutta astianpesukone. Mut joo, siihen helvetin kova syke niin kuin rinnasta lähti lentää sydän irti ja siihen migreeni, niin se on pahin krapula ehkä ikinä. Se oli niitä jälleen kerran, en juo pitkää aikaa. En kyllä juonutkaan sitten sen jälkeen varmaan 8 kuukauteen. Tuli sellainen pitkä aika. Etten juonut.
Great. At the right moment, I'd light the stick using those sparkles. A quick phone call to Alice, and we could define the last details. So, that's the plan in broad terms. It's a bit risky, but it's the best we have.
Lars, I'm not sure anymore. What if you can't stop Redwood?
In that case, contact Burton. Old Seamus will listen to you. If you tell him that I couldn't make it.
All right. Yes. Okay, I'm going. Lars.
Yeah?
I just wanted to say that, I mean, if we...
I know, Alice.
Really?
Yeah. I can't wait to celebrate like screaming monkeys at Quentin's pub as well.
Well, that wasn't exactly what I... Okay, yes. We'll celebrate tonight.
Oh. Joko tää on valmis?
I really did know, Alice.
Yo.
Here we go. There will be no going back after pulling this handbrake.
What a mess. I hope they have car insurance.
I guess someone should tell them.
Matthew took the rest of the day off. His foot was swollen like a raft. I'll go personally to chat. Inform them. Hey blokes, Is the red beetle parked outside the graveyard yours?
What if it is?
It just crashed into a priceless vintage car. If I were you, I'd moved away as soon as possible.
What? How?
You always forget to yank the pool brake, Mama!
Damn it! Move, Morticia!
The long-awaited moment of fireworks had come.
You're coming, Carlo. Fulfill your duty one last time.
Okei, nyt tää on täällä. Boom.
You've stuck your nose where it doesn't belong. One too many, dwarf. Now, be still while I take aim and finish the job.
Miksei tullut vielä peukalo?
Don't take another step.
Father Carlo, we don't have time for this.
Miksi se on niinku se osittain selin?
I just can't. The fog is thick in this place more than anywhere else.
This is not a common temple. The symbols on the walls, the decorations, the sarcophagus.
It's a Rosicrucian mausoleum. We found the place where the soldiers brought the Count of Cagliostro's corpse.
Here flows one of the biggest natural energy sources in the world. Redwed is channeling it in the ritual. His powers have never been stronger than now.
You must try to counter it. Open your eyes, for God's sake.
God abandoned me into the hands of the devil. He created me from the mud, and then left someone else to mold me.
Radwed manipulated you, corrupting your mind, depriving you of your faith, even of your sister.
Marie is safe, far away from all this.
Unfortunately, she also fell victim to this senseless war. I was there when it happened.
No, Radwed swore that.
He'd say anything to complete his work. Don't you see that he's used you as a puppet?
Stand back. Don't force me to take your life.
I have more important things to protect than my own life.
You have the strength and the confidence that I never found in myself.
Okay.
But I can still make up for my mistakes. Our souls will burn together in hell, servant of the snake.
I don't serve anyone. But everyone will serve me now.
No.
Too late.
Fine.
God, please, forgive me if you can.
Huulipuna lentää sitä kohden.
You used the right word to describe this man. Puppet. You are all puppets in my
Use the force,
now.
Luke. The force.
Gentlemen, let's all get comfortable.
What the hell?
Nykyään juhlusta.
Power is an abomination.
Se on George Lucas nuorempana toi äijä.
Your son?
Paalee parta.
I won't harm a single hair of his. This baby is the blood of my blood, and that makes him ideal for my plan. The deep hate I generated in Wolfsburg was enough to fabricate the Hand of Glory. He was convinced he was my right man. The poor fool. Sure, I had to give up an arm, But no matter, I acquired a brand new one.
How could I not see that? The mirror is the link to the afterlife. A portal that allowed you to communicate with the world of the spirits.
Communicate.
And of
It's
glory, its control
communicate.
over that world. Combining the two powers.
I will transfer my soul into the body of my son. The only 100% compatible receptacle. This is my masterpiece. What every alchemist in history has sought all their lives. The real Philosopher's Stone.
Hetkinen, jos se siirtää sen sielun siihen, niin mikä estää niitä vaan niinku puukkoja tappamalla sen lapsen?
We needed to give Alice the chance to act, but despite the power of the Sigillum Emeth, I wasn't able to move. Then,
The Grandmaster was right about you.
I remembered that I wasn't fighting the battle alone.
Nothing more than a lunatic. A megalomaniac madman.
Ei
Not
mikään.
dare to judge me.
Hyppää vaan sinne, me tapetaan sit myöhemmin. Sitten että I have made a mistake.
You and your Grandmaster. History won't remember you. It will never even know you existed.
Some stories must be kept hidden. Yours is one of those.
Errorin logiikka.
A last pitiful attempt.
Anything but useless, though.
Nothing is created, nothing is destroyed, everything is transformed. It's a law that always fascinated me. I'm anxious to test its validity.
Radwed, stop!
Se muuttaa sen joksikin. Tappaa sen. Kadottaa sen. Energiaksi.
No! And now that we're finally alone.
Onks tää niinku
pathetic crab.
Shut your mouth once and for all. Even if it's the last thing I do in my life.
Mikä tää nyt on tää? Niin, mitäs nyt voi tehdä? Hait.
You still have a few tricks up your sleeve. I'm impressed.
The Sigillum Emeth absorbed part of Radwed's power. Maybe I would still be able to stop him.
Come on, detective. Bring it on. Irrelevant as ever. I wonder why the doctor chose you. I bet you don't even understand yet how to use my mirror. You have it with you, don't you? It's time to end this. Look carefully, Lazarus Bundy. Look into the black well of your soul and lose yourself inside it.
Mitä?
It's all right. Quiet now. I'll take you away from here, all right?
Avaa veiseen.
Oh no.
Mama was right that someone was trying to take the baby away.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is my son, and we are leaving, if you don't mind.
Put the baby down, miss. Please.
Put the baby down. Now. Put the baby down.
Keep watch, Eugene, she tell. And don't let anybody get out
Kyllä.
alive.
No, wait.
Put the cookie down.
I feel my breath failing. I don't want to die. Not now, not like this.
Enzo.
It's inhumane, but it's the only chance I have.
Ow.
Mama.
Se heiluttaa, bye bye. Kuinka se nyt tuli? Okei, tää lentää jonnekin Well of Souls.
How did I end up here?
Welcome to my temple, Lazarus. This is the place where we will finally meet.
I can't feel anything. Has the moment come?
You've been allowed far too much time to prepare yourself. Don't you think, in the meantime, I was craving to finally meet you? Show your face. You won't be pleased to be in my presence.
Show your face, I said.
Kärn.
You're right. But you wouldn't be so bad with a bit of eyeshadow.
After all these months, I still struggle to understand your humor. It must be a strange defense mechanism. But sometimes you humans know how to be very inscrutable.
Who are you?
Do you really need to ask? You should have grown used to my presence by now. You take me to bed at night. You wake up perceiving me in the coolness of your pillow. When you walk, you also bear my weight.
Karhu.
You're the poison running through my veins. What are you waiting for? If everything I've done or will do will inevitably lead me to this moment, we might as well get it over with now.
You've been a worthy enemy, and that's why I'll be merciful.
Mutta tyyppi ei niinku... Se ei voi pelastua enää se taudilta.
You'll keep your dignity, just a bite, and then the nothingness.
Mitä?
Tekla?
Are you giving up so easily? Get up!
Mikä juttu? Toink. Toink. Sitten oli vielä oli niin laiskattu, copypastettu, niin siinä on se kivi, missä se oli toi nainen ampumassa, niin laittu vaan tumma maski päälle, kun ei jaksa tehdä mitään.
He's mine. Get lost, you bloated primate. This moment is ours. I won't allow any interference.
Paska ilme. Paskalla.
You insist on not understanding.
The human being is weak and pretentious.
Hei, olen puu. Minä aletaan puuasioita. Mikä? Kaikki tulee tuolla tyylikkäällä jutulla.
DNA is the perfect receptacle of our existence. We just need a crack in the door, and we enter and take control.
In your case, you open wide the entire gate because of your weakness.
Delicious, intoxicating smoke.
We will eat your lungs. We will eat you alive.
You're claiming victory too soon. Look at you. You don't even have the energy to talk. Well, we're everywhere. Unstoppable. Uncontrollable. You're right. I can't beat you.
Eikä vaan toista selvässä, kun pahinta vastaan taistella. Merkitty nää saakka, vaan vittu ei. Vittuille jollekin ja sit se tulee sun pahis. Ei kun... Yks kuvitti se. No.
Finish your job, Bundy.
Stop that infernal being once and for all. Make up for our mistakes.
Mikä toi alareunassa oleva vihreä viiva on niinku vähän jäänyt tukiseksi.
Now I get why they call you the Mutt.
You can't actually be here.
Well, in a certain sense, I am.
There's no going back, is there? I wish I had more time. But in the end, there's never enough time, is there?
Come on now. I can't help you with Radwed. But I can give you one little push.
I've got it.
I don't understand! You can't resist the hand of glory!
The sigil mammoth is
protecting me, but I don't have much time.
I can't get any closer. The energy that flows through it would destroy me. Yes, I can. I can move.
No! Back! Stay back!
If I touch it directly, the sigillum protects me from the hand, but it's not able to annihilate it. The hand of glory. If I... One last effort.
Miksi toi Invi oli noin?
I don't...
I finally found the way to shut your mouth.
Laitetaan munasen suuhun. Ei. Onpas kovalla. Damn, that's loud. Onpas kovalla. Fucking loud. Miksi se oli noin kovalla verrattuna mihinkään muihin sekvensseihin, mitä tuossa on ollut?
Why wasn't I satisfied? I mean, I had what I wanted, didn't I?
Se kuoli.
Final blaze. A last heroic act before going. The reputation of Lazarus Bundy was safe. And the web of lies did its job. Lies. Maybe that was the whole point. I had planned to lie to everybody. I had become so good at it that I didn't even notice anymore. But I didn't plan on lying to you too.
Surullista.
The first time was difficult.
Lazarus Bundy.
But the second...
Covidiin kuoli saatana.
Was devastating.
Mutta jos se on se jälkeläinen, jos se on se vauva. Vauva täysikäisenä yhtäkkiä. Jos se ei ollut enää edes paikalla. Nopeasti varttunut. Mutta se oli se, kato se Hand of Glory. Joka, se ei koskenutkaan sen vauvaa. Vauva oli ihan niinku satojen metrien päässä tilanteesta. Mutta jos se tuli takaisin. Ei ollut huono peli. Tää oli itse asiassa hyvä. Ihan hyvä peli oli. Ykköspartti oli ihan hyvä, että toinenkin oli. Toinenkin oli ihan jees. Ei kukaan niinku näytellyt montaa eri hahmoa, kaikilla on omaa. Ihan hyvä peli oli, Neo Geo. Ei, se ei ollut huono peli. Yllättävän hyvä. Tällaiseksi vähän uudemmaksi seikkailupeliksi. Ja tää on varmaan Kickstarter-projekti vielä. Brandon Backup. Tuppe tuli eteen. Siihen loppu musiikki. Semmoinen oli Hand of Glory. Hand of Glory. Hand of Glory. Joo, oli paikkapaikoin jopa ihan hyvin piirretty ja animoitu. Mutta ehkä sellaisella aika rikkonainen falsetti on joo. Miksi tossa yhdessä nimissä on 2 päällekkäin, 2 nimeä? Yksi ärsyttävä oli... Mikä muuten sanoo ärsyttävä? Mä unohdin siihen. Mä unohdin sen täysin. Varmaan menisin valehdella. Sehän on yleensä aina unohtamisen merkki. Tähän vittua menisin sanoa tähän peliin liittyen. En mä enää muista. Sitä on herätysäänen tosta. Okei. Tiky, pakakoka. On se yllättävän moni kuitenkin ollut sijoittamassa. Se on uusi aamu ja kaikkia vituttaa. Noha ylös senkin kullanmuru. Niin. Vitun runkkari ylös. Jos se tällä hetkellä tulee, niin tuu nimee sut kuivii. Vittu ärsyttävä ääni. Joo. Emilia Romagna. Niin, tässä oli paljon cutsceneja, sehän se oli. Aika paljon oli eri cutscenes. Lots of cutscenes. Ihan hyvä, mutta sitten taas huono. Visionaire Studio. Ai, tässä on vielä jotain. Mitäs täällä on? Cutscene. I have this ring. I have this greenish cloud.
That means I will have to correct his mistakes.
What do we do with the
baby? I'll personally take care of him. And the Westerner.
Westerner. I am Shredder. The Hand of Glory. Erik. Kyllä, Silburoja. Olen Silburoja. Oli ihan hyvä peli. Ihan jee. Very nice game. Very nice game.